Chapter 1: Those who were bullied became school beauties. Chao Yan traveled through time and space to an urban campus novel that he had just read a few months ago. His identity is a freshman in high school who was basically the public enemy of all the beauties on campus and a villain. In the original novel, Chao Yan is a top-tier rich second generation, but because he is an illegitimate child, he has great psychological problems. So in the original novel, besides being the person that the school beauty holds a grudge against, he is also an extremely low-key villain. When he was in high school, everyone who knew Chao Yan thought that he had turned over a new leaf. It's just that he just changed from being arrogant on the surface to being insidious and cunning in secret. As such an illegitimate child of the rich second generation, because his conspiracy was discovered and his own personality defects were also discovered, it was natural that he became a stepping stone for the original protagonist of this book, Zhang Feng. As a transfer student in the original novel, Zhang Feng was unusually high profile on his first day. He came in a supercar. Although his voice was only heard on the roadside outside the school, it still attracted the attention of a group of students on the way to school. As the male protagonist of Long Outyan, although he is not the best in any aspect, he is also pretty good. Unfortunately, not long after he appeared, his family encountered a crisis, and in the end his family only got less than 1 million. As a gigolo, he used his expertise to attract various beauties in the school by acting like a hero saving the damsel in distress. The beauties all had different backgrounds. With this 1 million yuan in capital, he paved the way for his business empire. Of course, as the male protagonist, Zhang Feng became low-key after learning about his family crisis. However, he is a high-profile type, which also led to many subsequent villains who were dissatisfied with him and wanted to overwhelm him, but were shattered one by Zhang Feng's protagonist Halo. The most serious incident was that he offended his own sister, Chao Yuning. As the eldest daughter of the Chao family, Chao Yuning was much stronger than Chao Yan. When suppressing Zhang Feng was unable to breathe at one point. In the end, Zhang Feng relied on the help of a mysterious power to seize the handle of the Chao family, the top wealthy family, and killed it with one blow. In the end, he actually succeeded in gaining Chao Yuning's forgiveness and became Chao Yuning's boyfriend. As for this incident, Chao Yan still remembers it vividly. Because Zhang Feng is the grandson of a senior official, the mysterious power comes from him. It was just because Zhang Feng's parents had conflicts with the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, so Zhang Feng didn't know his identity and just thought he was an ordinary bankrupt rich second generation. Of course, after this incident, the old official retired because he overly protected Zhang Feng. But this did not affect Zhang Feng's development. At this time, he had already pushed down the biggest mountain, the Chao family. And it was precisely because of this that Chao Yan's dark character was discovered by Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng took the opportunity to step on Chao Yan. Ding, the system is started successfully. System? What system? After a brief moment of confusion, Chao Yan finally understood that since he had become the villain Chao Yan in the novel, it was not surprising that he had a system. But he still wondered about the effectiveness of this system. At this time, the system rang again. Host, this system is an achievement system. As long as you steal the protagonist Zhang Feng's luck, steal the school beauty next to Zhang Feng, and defeat the villain that Zhang Feng stepped on in the original novel, you can gain luck points. Luck points can be directly exchanged for various skills in the mall. Chao Yan looked carefully at the skills that could be exchanged. Whether it is proficiency in fighting, proficiency in learning, or proficiency in biomedicine, all professions related to people can be clicked on as long as you have enough luck. And as long as you use your luck points to exchange for the skills in it, you can become a top talent in this skill. Chao Yan then spoke to himself, so that's how it is. If that's the case, then he should really get in touch with the villains that Zhang Feng has stepped on, as well as the various school beauties who are dissatisfied with him. In the original novel, Chao Yan was not a real villain, but just a conspirator who was dealt with by Zhang Feng. And he also has something that no one else knows. Those are the school beauties of the high school he transferred to, and they all have some connection with him. The biggest connection is that most of the school beauties were bullied by Chao Yan in the original novel when they were young. Even her younger sister Chao Yuning was teased by Chao Yan in the water when she was in elementary school. The other school beauties have all experienced being bullied by Chao Yan. For example, he chased and beat me when I was in kindergarten. When he was in elementary school, he would put caterpillars on his head for fun. More importantly, there is a girl who was originally ugly and has now become a school beauty, but when she was a child, she was dragged by Chao Yan to take a bath in the river. Basically, any girl that Chao Yan bullied became a school beauty. Chapter 2: Sister Chao Yuning. So after Chao Yan entered the school, these school beauties became hostile to him. But in the process of getting along with each other, I gradually discovered that Chow Yun seemed to have changed. In fact, he has not changed. He just changed from being bad in the open to being bad in the covert. Of course, while Chow Yun was still trying to win over the school beauties, Jiang Feng, the male protagonist of the original novel, took them away one by one. Of course, there were frictions between the two, which was one of the reasons why the Chow family was destroyed. This can also be considered an advantage, Chow Yun thought to himself. Then he glanced at the clock in his room and went to report. Because he left Jiangbei to go to school in another city after the second year of junior high school, he hasn't been back to Jiangbei for 2 years. But he knew at a glance at the date that Jiang Feng would arrive tomorrow. As a supporting role, I have to take a good look at the school beauty whom I bullied. After all, Jiang Feng, who will be coming tomorrow, is from a family that has not gone bankrupt yet. Although he is far less wealthy than herself, the key is that he is very high profile and has attracted many fans as soon as he arrived at the school. I have to be one step ahead. Ding, the strength module is loaded successfully. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Chow Yun's mind, and then he found that he could actually see his own panel. Chow Yun. Wealth value, 57 million. Strength, 120. Intelligence, 140. Luck, 90. Temperament, 115. Appearance, 125. For a normal male with a luck value within 100, the exchange rate is 1000 luck points equals 1 point, 100 million yuan equals 1 point. Looking at his own panel, Chow Yun suddenly found that he seemed to be superior to ordinary people in every aspect. This was also a surprise. As for the 57 million, it was the pocket money he had saved in his bank card since junior high school. That's right, in order to hide himself, Chow Yun saved up all his pocket money, so now he has 57 million in pocket money. Not only that, he also has a black card given by his father. Although he had never used it, since Jiang Feng was coming soon, the money would play a big role, so Chow Yun took out the bank card that had been kept and never used to show his identity without hesitation. Next, he walked to the mirror and looked at the person in the mirror. His facial features were clear and deep. Apart from being a little immature, he was a completely standard handsome guy. Now with the addition of the system, there shouldn't be any problem in suppressing Jiang Feng, Chow Yun said to himself after analyzing his current situation. Then he picked up the transfer notice on the coffee table and left the room. Because today was the day he was transferring to another class, he had to report to Jiangbei Middle School with his transfer notice. Although this is just an ordinary community, my home has everything I need. Just as he walked downstairs, his cell phone rang. Chow Yun took out his cell phone and picked up the call when he saw it was his father. After picking up the phone, there was no talk from the other end. Because his father Chowda was stunned. Normally, he wouldn't answer his calls. Chowda knew that it was considered good enough for him to see him once a year in recent years, and this was also because his wife at home was very strict. But he still cared about Chow Yun very much, and would even give him whatever money he wanted. However, because Chow Yun's mother died during childbirth, Chow Yun, who had no one to restrain him, liked to bully others since he was a child. This was also the fundamental cause of his original psychological problem. His father only knew how to give him money, and his mother died when he was young. Of course, Chow Yun is not like that now. After Chow Yun answered the phone, he chatted with his father as cordially as a real father and son. Dad, I still have to go to school to register, so let's not talk for now. I'll come to see you when I have time. Aha! Chowda on the other end of the phone was stunned again after hearing the busy tone. It was his son's voice on the phone. But what is going on? He suddenly changed his sex, and although this situation made him a little puzzled, it was obviously a good thing. Although his current wife has a son and a daughter, he prefers his illegitimate son Chow Yun to his son. Because this illegitimate child was born to him and her first love, Chowda felt sorry for Chow Yun and his mother, so he was doubly nice to Chow Yun. Moreover, in Chowda's eyes, Chow Yun had become a very well-behaved child when he was in junior high school, which made him like him even more. In fact, Chow Yun became a bad guy in secret, and the most important point is that in the original book, he wanted to get all the property of the Chow family, so he pretended to be an ambitious and good boy. But before he could get it, he was defeated by Jiang Feng. Chow Yun thought about it for a long time, wondering what he should do now. At this moment, Chow Yun saw a red BMW parked on the side of the road, honking its horn. He took one look at the license plate number and knew who was inside. It was his younger sister Chow Yuning, who was also a freshman at Jiangbei Middle School and a school beauty. As for why he came here, it was probably because he knew I was going to school today, so he came here specifically to block me. This is a young lady, and of course this young lady also knows Chao Yen's true face. So in the original novel, Chao Yen was actually very afraid of this eldest lady. But now Chao Yen has nothing to fear. So he walked straight to the driver's seat of the red BMW. Chao Yuning didn't even open the door, but opened the car window. After the car window rolled down, Chao Yen saw the people inside the car. Her delicate skin is rosy and fair, her cheeks a faint blush. Beneath her feathery, thick lashes lie a pair of clear, piercing eyes, each with a distinct black and white. Her clever, lively gaze can hardly conceal her deliberately concealed playful personality. Her face radiates a captivating radiance, as bright and captivating as the sun. She is a quintessential oxygen beauty. Chapter 3: The Threat from Chao Yuning. Chao Yen, do me a favor. Chao Yuning leaned against the car window with her fair palm, while the other hand was holding the steering wheel. Chao Yen suddenly laughed when he heard her words. He had just arrived in Jianbei, and she wanted him to help her? Sorry, I'm busy. Chao Yen refused directly. Chao Yuning turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with an irresistible look. She opened her mouth and uttered word by word, "Are you sure you don't have time?" Hearing his words, Chao Yen reached in through the car window and pinched Chao Yuning's delicate face with one hand. After applying a little force, he said again, "How dare you talk to me? I'm your brother. It hurts." Chao Yuning held Chao Yan's hands that were pinching her face. The irresistible look on her face was gone. In a blink of an eye, only her dark eyebrows were trembling and she looked pitiful. "Don't pretend with me." Chao Yen knew what kind of person she was. But he still let Chao Yuning go. After letting go of Chao Yuning's beautiful face tensed up before she snorted and said, "You are not my brother. If you don't help me, I will tell my father your true identity." Chao Yen raised the corner of his mouth, looked straight at Chao Yuning and said with a smile, "Well, you can go and sue me. Just say that when I was in 6th grade, you played house with me and I touched and kissed you." In addition to knowing Chao Yan's true identity, Chao Yuning also knew one thing: Chao Yen had indeed bullied Chao Yuning when they were in elementary school. "You." Chao Yuning was startled, then she snorted, "Did you take a bullet today? You didn't eat anything, but you didn't go and tell father?" Chao Yen then waved the transfer notice in his hand and continued, "Take me to school. I'll report today." After saying that, he wanted to go to the co-pilot seat. Go to hell. After cursing, Chao Yuning wanted to start the car, but after he activated the electronic handbrake, he found that the car did not start. Chao Yen then placed his hand in front of Chao Yuning, opened his hand, and let her look at the car keys in his hand. He said, "What? You still want to drive away?" This was the car key that Chao Yen had taken when he reached out to pinch her face. As for why he did this, it was because he knew Chao Yuning's character too well. After saying that, Chao Yenkai sat directly in the co-pilot seat and said softly to Chao Yuning, "I'm too familiar with you." Chao Yuning knew what he meant by this, referring to his character and behavior. After all, although Chao Yen was no longer studying in Jianbei City, Chao Yuning still held on to him and often asked him to help her with things. "Bah, I'm not familiar with it." Chao Yuning looked at Chao Yen, who got into the car and snorted. "Oh." Chao Yen responded, then laughed and said, "We've already kissed, so what's there to be unfamiliar with?" Chao Yuning then explained, "That was all in elementary school." "Yeah, that thing in elementary school, I kissed you too." Chao Yuning's face suddenly turned red when she heard this. "Chao Yen, are you sick today?" "Of course I'm not sick, I just don't want to have too much involvement with you," Chao Yen said lightly. Chao Yuning was speechless for a moment, and then her two slender hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. "Get out of the car. I won't look for you anymore." Chao Yen turned his head to look at Chao Yuning. At this time, Chao Yuning's cheeks were puffed up, and she looked obviously angry. He thought about it carefully and realized that Chao Yuning was just a 15-year-old girl, so there was no need for him to be so picky with her. Then he said, "I was just talking casually. After all, you are my good sister." "What good sister?" Chao Yuning suddenly showed some shyness. This stunned Chao Yen. He didn't expect Chao Yuning's expression to change so quickly. Chao Yuning's favorability increases by 5, and the reward is 500 luck points. Bite. Turn on the favorability system. Turning on the favorability system can gain the favorability of the current character. After hearing the message from the system, Chao Yen looked at Chao Yuning, who had already started the car. I scolded myself, and my favorability increased? He really couldn't grasp Chow Yuning's mood. At this time, Chow Yuning's information also appeared in front of Chow Yen. Name, Chow Yuning. Favorability, 65. Current relationship speculation, good friends. I just increased my favorability by 5, but my favorability with Chow Yuning is now 65? Did it start at 60? He thought about it, and then the system's voice came out. Favorability, strangers are at 0, it starts from 0. After hearing the system's answer, Chow Yen finally understood. Perhaps it was because he had always been in contact with Chow Yuning, so he directly had a favorability level of 60. 10 minutes later, Chow Yuning took him not to Jiangbei Middle School, but to Jiangbei No. 3 Middle School. Several people came out from the alley next to No. 3 Middle School. They were all wearing the school uniform of No. 3 Middle School. Help me shock them. After Chow Yuning finished speaking, she got out of the car. Chow Yen had no choice but to get out of the car. He regretted letting Chow Yuning drive. Chapter 4 Here we come. After getting out of the car, the leader on the opposite side said directly, Chow Yuning, don't think that you are so powerful just because you drive a BMW. I rely on force to speak here. As he spoke, he took out the stick from behind him. Chow Yuning then snorted and said, I don't care. I'll be the one collecting the protection fees from now on. It turns out that Chow Yuning had already issued a declaration of war to them in advance. When Chow Yen heard what Chow Yuning said, he was speechless for a moment. Does Chow Yuning need money? And they're charging protection money? Are you kidding me? As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Chow family, Chow Yuning doesn't need any protection money. She should just think it's fun. Chow Yen no longer intended to pay attention to this matter. After seeing Chow Yen, the opponent said, Is this the person you found? As he spoke, he looked at Chow Yuning, who was wearing the Jiangbei Middle School skirt. You can collect protection money if you want, but be my girlfriend. Who would be your girlfriend? Chow Yuning snorted coldly. Then you'd better get out of here quickly to avoid making me angry. The leader spoke directly and coldly. Chow Yen finally said the first words he said since he stood here, Yuning, these are just children's toys, forget about trying them, come back to school with me. Chow Yuning then pouted. She did have some reasons, but she didn't want to tell Chow Yen. As for why we found Chow Yen, it was because Chow Yen had always been Chow Yuning's gold medal fighter that he was called. Hearing what Chow Yen said, the 3 leading middle school students looked unhappy. A child's toy? Little kid, let me show you how powerful I am. He didn't call the person behind him. A man came over with a stick. He deeply felt Chow Yen's disdain for him and others, so he naturally wanted to let Chow Yen see how powerful he was. But he had just raised his hand. Chow Yen kicked the man directly. The man cried out in pain and fell to the ground. His fighting power was quite high, so he had no problem dealing with them. Chow Yen didn't even look at the person lying on the ground. He walked directly to Chow Yuning, pinched her cheek with one hand, and said, You seem to like playing so much. Do you want to continue playing house with me? It hurts. I don't want to play with you. Chow Yuning slapped his hand away, her face slightly red. Who wants to play house with you? Chow Yuning felt more and more that something was wrong with Chow Yen today. Why aren't you afraid of yourself all of a sudden? Chow Yen then looked at the students who were walking towards him and said lightly, Take him away, you can't touch me. He spoke lightly. At this time, these people looked at the handsome Chow Yen and the temperament that was revealed in that person. Finally, they took another look at the BMW that Chow Yuning was driving, and thought that it was indeed not someone they could touch, so they helped the boss who had been knocked down up again. Seeing that they didn't want to take action, Chow Yen went straight to the driver's seat. You sit in the passenger seat. Chow Yuning said before sitting in the passenger seat. As soon as the two of them got in the car, Chow Yuning muttered softly, Boring. It's fun to play house with me. Chow Yen answered casually after starting the car. Chow Yen. I don't want to play house with you, Chow Yuning said in a heavy voice, blushing. Chow Yen. I still want to collect protection money. Chow Yuning spoke again as the car just started. Tell me why you want to collect protection money. 10 seconds later, Chow Yuning lowered her head and said, A female classmate had her money stolen when she passed by here on her way home. So you want to help that female classmate? Chow Yan said this and stopped the car, waiting for Chow Yuning's explanation. Chow Yuning lowered her head and spoke again embarrassedly, that's how it is. So, you didn't tell me the reason directly because you couldn't save face? After all, he knew Chow Yuning's character. He wanted to protect this female classmate? She has a good relationship with me. Chow Yuning spoke again in a low voice. Boom! The red BMW started again, and Chow Yan controlled the BMW to reverse. Squeak, pull. A grinding sound was heard on the street. The man who had just been helped up had not taken a few steps when he stared at the car falling towards him with wide eyes. He immediately pushed away the two people beside him, ran back a few steps, and then staggered and collapsed to the ground. The rear end of the car stopped less than 3 centimeters in front of his head. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he was gasping for breath. Bang! After a sound, Chow Yan got out of the car and closed the door. Chow Yuning came out from the passenger seat and looked at Chow Yan strangely. Why haven't I seen him use such decisive methods before? Although he is Chow Yuning's thug, Chow Yan usually does things through conspiracy, and such direct means have rarely been seen. Chow Yan then went straight to the person sitting under his parking space. He knew that when he met such a person, he should use this method. When the people around saw Chow Yan walking towards his boss, they all surrounded him. Chow Yan then raised his head, glanced at the 7 or 8 people, and said lightly, "This is none of your business. Don't go too far." Although most people here were frightened by Chow Yan's tone, there was still one person who spoke to Chow Yan in a stern tone. Chow Yan ignored him and reached out to pull the person out from under the rear of his car. Chapter 5 Another School Beauty and Kaiwa. Seeing that Chow Yan ignored him, the man cursed and ran over with a stick in his hand. Be careful. Chow Yuning spoke hurriedly as she looked at the person rushing over. Chow Yan dodged and the stick hit the car directly. With a bang. There was a dent directly on the trunk. Chow Yan then threw another punch, hitting him directly in the face. The moment this man was hit, he tasted a fishy taste in his mouth. He was in a trance. When I came to my senses, I saw blood dripping onto the ground. The people around were indeed frightened by Chow Yan's actions, including the boss that Chow Yan was holding in his hand at this time. We're here to collect the protection money. Chow Yan spoke coldly, trying his best to show the momentum that should be shown at this moment. The eldest brother who was being led by Chow Yan had become a little wilted and looked a little cowardly. After all, he is just a student. But for the sake of his own face, he still said something like he was looking for death. As a result, he was also beaten and his nose bled. Chow Yan looked at him before walking up to him again. He stepped directly on his face. Who's going to collect protection money here now? You take it back. He fell on the ground, touching his bleeding nose with one hand, and spoke tremblingly. Chow Yan then retracted his foot and continued, Don't let me see you collecting protection money here in the future, otherwise it won't be as simple as this. After he finished speaking, he took another look at the dent in the car, pointed at it, and said, Do you know the consequences? Pay me. The man who smashed the car kept backing away. Chow Yankai glanced at Chow Yuning, who was still in a daze, and asked, How much did he charge your classmate? Chow Yuning held up 5 fingers, 500? 50, 50. Chow Yan was annoyed when he heard this and said, Now, give me the 50. The man who smashed the car felt his own pocket, pulled his money with the others, and put 50 cents in change into Chow Yan's hand. After seeing this, he spoke again, Let's go, this place is under your control from now on, big sister. Chow Yuning rolled her eyes at him before getting on the passenger seat. As the red BMW sped away, the beaten brother spat again, Fuck you. They're courting death. Is the BMW so worthless? The student who smashed the car said to himself. The rest of the people looked at each other, but no one spoke. The key point is that they were frightened by Chow Yan's methods. So it's not like I want to say much, after all, trouble comes from the mouth. Chow Yankai in the car pointed at a pile of change on the center console. Count it, you're 50 yuan. Chow Yuning rolled her eyes before speaking again, Why are you being so sarcastic? They're just collecting protection money from my classmate. Okay, Miss Chow, you are so powerful, so I am powerful too. I came here to deal with them, just for these $50. Then we've done a good deed. They won't dare to collect protection money anymore. After listening to Chow Yuning's words, Chow Yan said again, What you said makes some sense. However, Chow Yan did not expect that the arrogant Chow Yuning had such a side. It seems that Chow Yuning is not a typical unruly girl. After this incident, what Xiao Yuning found most strange was that Xiao Yan's temper was a little strange today. Why are you so angry today? You just hit someone. She always felt that according to Xiao Yan's personality, he should have a plan and see how to deal with them, but she didn't expect that he would actually take action directly, and so decisively. It's quicker this way. Anyway, I have you, the eldest lady, to support me. Xiao Yuning first blushed and spat, then sat quietly in the passenger seat. Xiao Yan felt a little strange while driving. Why did Xiao Yuning suddenly stop talking? After turning around, he found that Xiao Yuning was looking at him. When he looked at Xiao Yuning turned her head again and looked at the scene outside the car window. After driving for about 20 minutes, the two arrived at Zhongbei Middle School. Zhongbei Middle School, as the best school in Zhongbei, is a gathering place for good students and children from wealthy families. Compared with the number 3 middle school mentioned above, it is of a higher level. Xiao Yan parked the car directly on the side of the road. He was going to report today, so after getting off the car, he prepared to say goodbye to Xiao Yuning and then leave to report to the school. Xiao Yan felt someone was looking at him just after he got off the car. When he turned around, he saw a girl in a Zhongbei school skirt staring at him in a daze. Xiao Yan was also stunned when he saw her. The girl's face seemed to have a layer of ice. Her skin was whiter than snow, and there was almost no blood on her face. It was as icy as snow. Xiao Yan had indeed never seen such a fair and cold girl. That's why he was stunned. When the girl saw Xiao Yan again, she also stopped. After Xiao Yuning came down, she said directly, "Xiao Yan, wait for me, I'll go with you." Hearing Xiao Yuning's words, the girl was obviously stunned. The coldness on his face intensified, and even a hint of disgust appeared. Why do I hate myself when I hear my own name? Xiao Yan carefully recalled, and after seeing the mole on her delicate collarbone, he guessed and said, "You are that black girl, what's her name?" He thought carefully about the school beauty in the original novel before speaking directly, "Yes, Enikaiwa." Chapter 6: The School Beauty bathing in the river together. When this cold and beautiful girl heard Xiao Yan call her that, her brows furrowed tightly. Her voice was gentle and graceful, but there seemed to be no warmth in her tone as she spoke. "Get out of the way." Xiao Yan smiled faintly and said, "Am I blocking your way?" There was still about 2 meters between them, so how could I block her way? But precisely because of this, Xiao Yan was certain that this girl was the one he bullied when he was in the 3rd or 4th grade of elementary school, the black girl he had dragged into the Zhongbei River to take a bath with. But he really didn't expect that Enikaiwa would become like this. As for the mole on his collarbone, it has become much smaller than before, but he still remembers it clearly. Because he had tried all kinds of tricks to remove her mole, but he didn't expect that it would slowly disappear in the end. But after seeing her mole, Xiao Yan knew that she was the black girl he had bullied before, Enikaiwa. "Hanyo, I really didn't expect that." Xiao Yan came directly in front of Enikaiwa. Enikaiwa held her hands in front of her body, and there was still a clear look of disgust on her face. After seeing this, Xiao Yan laughed and said, "Hanyo, although I dragged you to take a bath in the river, that was just a joke when we were kids. Now we are all grown up, and we won't drag you to take a bath in the river anymore." After saying this, Enikaiwa raised her eyebrows and said with a cold and indifferent expression, "I am not Hanyo." Ding, favorability with Enikaiwa 10. Name, Enikaiwa. Favorability, 20. Current relationship, lower than stranger, with some conflicts. Well, we will be alumni from now on. Xiao Yan waved the transfer notice in his hand and gave up looking at the favorability panel. This is too miserable. Fortunately, lowering the favorability does not deduct my luck points, otherwise the 500 luck points I just got from Xiao Yuning would be deducted and I would even owe them. But I really didn't expect that Enikaiwa seemed to have been holding a grudge. After hearing what Xiao Yan said, Enikaiwa turned her face away again. She just took a step and wanted to leave, but then she thought of the way Xiao Yan bullied her in the past, and she stopped again. She was really afraid that Xiao Yan would bully her again. Seeing her expression, Xiao Yan thought about it carefully, and finally continued, "Wait a minute." He opened the door of the BMW and took out a delicate heart-shaped necklace. This should be the necklace that Xiao Yuning doesn't wear, but it does look good. Xiao Yan then directly stuffed the necklace into Enikaiwa's hands. "We'll be friends from now on. This is my apology to you. I went too far before." The apology he was talking about was naturally dragging Enikaiwa to take a bath in the river. After Enikaiwa finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Yan's eyes and swallowed the 2 words "no" that she originally wanted to say. She then spoke calmly, "Is everything okay?" "Gone." After hearing this, Ni Kaiue left without even looking back. Ding, Ni Tsayue's favorability increased by 5. After hearing this information, Xiao Yan realized that Ni Kaiue was not a school beauty who was out of touch with the world. Xiao Yuning had been watching from the side, and only then did she walk over to Xiao Yan. A sarcastic tone emanated from her mouth. You just arrived and you want to pick up girls, and Ni Kaiue, the school belle. Xiao Yan, you're really amazing. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Yuning before speaking again. Why are you still jealous? If you weren't my sister, I could still date you. After hearing this, Xiao Yuning blushed and said only one word, get lost. Seeing Xiao Yan walking straight towards the school, she chased after him, grabbed Xiao Yan and said, compensate for my necklace. You don't wear that necklace, what can I compensate you for? Even if I don't wear it anymore, it's still mine. Xiao Yuning didn't give in at all. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you when I have time. Xiao Yan actually wanted to go and see Ni Tsayue's class. After all, Ni Kaiue is also a school beauty, and in the original work, Ni Tsayue's identity is also relatively important. So he didn't want to waste time here with Xiao Yuning. I don't want money. Do you really want to pursue her? Xiao Yuning glanced at Xiao Yan with her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yan said as he walked, well, do you have any plans that can help me? Since he and Xiao Yuning were already quite familiar with each other, Xiao Yan did not hide it. Only then did Xiao Yuning grab Xiao Yan. Looking at the calm expression on Xiao Yuning's little face, Xiao Yan seemed to know what she wanted to say. Xiao Yan, you can die now. The gentle words came out of Xiao Yuning's mouth. Xiao Yan's face darkened a little before he spoke again. I thought it was something serious. After he finished speaking, he took a look and found that Ni Kaiue had disappeared from his sight. He gave up. When the time comes, he will definitely find out her class by just asking. So Xiao Yan had no choice but to walk towards the school with Xiao Yuning. The two of them were walking slowly and were stopped by the security guard. Chapter 7, Explanation on the Podium. Because Xiao Yan was not wearing a school uniform at all, he was allowed in only after showing the security guard the transfer notice in his hand. Xiao Yuning then clapped her hands. It seems like there's a mobilization meeting today. Pull-up meeting? Well, the competition pep rally should be on the playground right now. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yan took a look at the teaching building not far away. All the classrooms in the teaching building had their lights and doors locked, so Xiao Yan went to the playground with Xiao Yuning. When going to the playground, Xiao Yan carefully inquired about what this competition mobilization meeting was. After asking, I found out that this was a provincial competition covering physics, chemistry, mathematics, English and Chinese, so it was a relatively big event and naturally a mobilization meeting had to be held. The two were chatting, and before they even walked into the playground, they heard the voice coming from the microphone. The people selected are all the elites of Jiangbei Middle School. You are to represent us. Xiao Yan chatted and laughed with Xiao Yuning. After entering the playground, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that he didn't know the location of Class 1 and 2 of senior high school listed in his notice. Let us follow Xiao Yuning to their class first. Xiao Yan thought so. Before they had walked 100 meters on the playground, the middle-aged man on the podium pointed his finger directly at Xiao Yan and the other person not far away. You two, this is not a place for romance. Which class are you from? After hearing this, all the students who were listening attentively looked in the direction he pointed. Ha ha. Fall in love? Isn't that the school beauty Xiao Yuning? Yeah, it's him, this young lady. Is she really in love? But they have to say that after seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, they could only be secretly jealous. After all, Xiao Yan is indeed a handsome guy. Even if two people are in love, it seems that people can understand. After seeing Xiao Yuning and the other person, the classmates began to whisper to each other. Who is their homeroom teacher? We're having a mobilization meeting right now. It's such a serious matter. Don't you know that no one is allowed to run around? Those two, which class are you from? As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Yan again. Xiao Yan then looked at Xiao Yuning and asked about her class. Then Xiao Yan raised his arm, faced the podium, and stretched out 5 fingers. He then raised his other hand and stretched out 1 finger. Xiao Yuning is a student in class 5, grade 1. When the leader saw Xiao Yan's raised hand, he spoke again. You are from class 1, grade 5. Ha ha. All the students burst out laughing instantly. Where did you come from, class 1, grade 5? But their eyes were on Xiao Yan, and they knew that Xiao Yan had done it on purpose. Director Lu, who was giving a speech, suddenly looked embarrassed and immediately shouted into the microphone, both of you come up. Xiao Yuning then pinched Xiao Yan and whispered, "It's all your fault. Why are you messing with him for no reason?" Xiao Yan just shrugged, saying that he had no choice and that he had simply misunderstood. Because of this, the two of them had no choice but to walk towards the podium. After Xiao Yan arrived, he walked directly to the podium. Xiao Yuning, who was following behind Xiao Yan, didn't think there was anything wrong. Only then did Director Lu glare again and speak into the microphone, "What are you doing up here? I have a mobilization meeting to hold." Seeing the way Xiao Yan walked, everyone burst into laughter again. Because of Xiao Yan's actions, with his hands behind his back and an arrogant look, he looked like a punished student, but he looked exactly like a leader who was about to take over from Director Lu. "Stop laughing." Director Lu spoke immediately. All the students stopped smiling. Only then did Director Lu continue, "Since you want to come up, then come up and have a good talk. Come on, talk, and I'll give you the microphone." Director Lu glared at Xiao Yan and directly handed the microphone to Xiao Yan. Ordinary students naturally wouldn't dare to say much after getting the microphone, but Xiao Yan is not a real student. Xiao Yan held the microphone and was not nervous. He first knocked on the microphone and then coughed twice. Seeing Xiao Yan's leadership, all the students burst into laughter again. Xiao Yuning's boyfriend is so awesome. Judging from his appearance, he was clearly preparing for a speech. Director Lu was a little behind Xiao Yan, and his face turned dark at this moment. Xiao Yan then turned to look at Director Lu and said, "Leader, can I start now?" Xiao Yuning hid directly behind Xiao Yan, with a smile on her face. How could Xiao Yan be so weird? She really couldn't understand it, but it seemed interesting. Tell me, I want to see what you can say." Although Director Lu was not speaking into the microphone, his voice was loud enough to be heard through the microphone in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan then continued to hold up the microphone in his hand and cleared his throat again. He then glanced at all the students in the audience and said, "Regarding this mobilization meeting, with the strength of our Jiangbei Middle School, you must think that victory is a sure thing, but it is not. We must pay attention to." Director Lu stood beside him and spoke again, "I asked you to tell me your mistakes." Xiao Yan then sighed, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Ha ha. No, my stomach hurts when I laugh." The conversation between the two people was transmitted through the microphone again. Chapter 8. I want to ask where our class is. This scene was so funny. It was originally an inspiring mobilization meeting, but because of Xiao Yan, it turned into a hilarious performance. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he spoke again, "I don't know what I did wrong, I just want to find my class." Where is class 1 and 2 of senior high school?" "Fuck, I can't do it anymore, huh? I can't find my class. What a talent." Some of the students below had already squatted down, holding their stomachs. Only the class teachers are working hard to maintain order in their classes. "What are you talking about?" Director Lu saw that the situation was out of control and quickly took the microphone from Xiao Yan's hand. Then Xiao Yan showed his transfer notice to Director Lu. Director Lu said with a sullen face, "The head teacher of class 1 and 2, come over and claim him." "Ha ha. I can't hold it anymore, I really can't hold it anymore. Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom, I can't hold it anymore." "Student Xiao Yan, since you are so eloquent, your learning ability must be good." Director Lu spoke directly when he saw that no one came to claim him. Xiao Yan nodded casually. But after hearing the two words Xiao Yan, throughout the playground, among students of all grades, several people have stopped laughing. Their expressions were different. One of them was pursing her lips, looking nervous. One was clenching his hands tightly. A frost appeared on one of his faces, and he looked straight at Xiao Yan on the podium. There was another one staring at Xiao Yan with a fierce look. Although the last one had a calm expression, there was a hint of cunning in her beautiful eyes. But they have one thing in common. That is, the male classmates around them would look at her from time to time. Because she is the class beauty and also the school beauty of Jiangbei Middle School. Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He looked around curiously but didn't see anything strange. Director Lu then spoke again, "Since you are so confident, then you are also a student participating in this competition. Let me see what your level is." Xiao Yuning pulled Xiao Yan from behind and whispered, "Okay, let's go down quickly." Xiao Yan ignored Xiao Yuning and nodded to Director Lu before continuing, "Since the leaders trust me so much, just sign me up for a math course." After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Xiao Yan. They really didn't expect that Xiao Yan would actually sign up. In fact, there are requirements for registration. Only top students of the age group are eligible. After hearing what Xiao Yan said, Director Lu spoke again. Okay, Xiao Yan, I will announce your results to all the students here to see if you are just good at talking. That won't do. When it comes to eloquence, only you, leader, can do it. I can't compare to you. Xiao Yan finally spoke in a very sincere tone for the first time on this podium. Ha ha. The head teachers of the classes below could not control themselves because they had already turned their faces away and smiled. After all, if the students saw it, it would have a very bad impact. Upon hearing this, Director Lu raised his thick eyebrows, then quickly turned off the microphone and said, as a new transfer student, if you fail this competition, don't blame me for punishing you. He was obviously very angry. That's why he looked at Xiao Yuning again at this time. What's your name again? Don't you know that the mobilization meeting is going on now? Xiao Yuning. Xiao Yan directly said Xiao Yuning's name. After hearing Xiao Yuning's name, Director Lu's expression changed instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. He had already heard that a serious young lady named Xiao Yuning had come to the first year of high school this year. It looks like it's her. So he did not educate Xiao Yuning. At this time, the head teacher of class 1 and 2 finally came over after stopping laughing. Then he took Xiao Yan back directly. Xiao Yuning returned to her class 5 of grade 1. Xiao Yan first chatted casually with his middle-aged bald head teacher. After returning to the classroom, the bald head teacher spoke again. No mischief, stand at the back first. Good. Xiao Yan walked to the back of the team, but his classmates all followed him with their eyes. After all, there was such a classmate in the class, and they were also curious. After coming to the back of the line and standing in the last position, I stood directly here. At this time, Director Lu on the podium started to mobilize again. Instead, Xiao Yan felt a little bored and started looking at the classmates around him. Friend, where are you from? Xiao Yan paused, looked at the male classmate standing next to him, and then smiled. I used to hang out at Beiyue. Oh, you're from Beiyue. The man had a bowl-cut hairstyle and looked very sturdy, but judging from his tone, he was obviously a school thug. After asking Xiao Yan, he didn't say anything more. But apart from this sturdy boy, the other students seemed to be honest. Chapter 9 Class 4, please call Xiao Yuning for me. After looking at his own class, he turned his attention to the class next door. There is only one class on my left, which should be class 1 of grade 11. Xiao Yan was looking at the class when suddenly the people around him squeezed him. He quickly moved a few steps to the right. Look at the classmate on your right. At this time, the noise had already been heard. I told you, don't look at me. What's going on? Fuck, you guys from class 3 are going too far. He just looked at you a few times. And you hit him? The pothead stood up for his classmates. Because they were all there, Guatu knew what had just happened. Xiao Yankai walked closer, intending to see what was going on. I told you not to look at me, aren't you asking for a beating? In the next class, class 3, 4 or 5 students in the last row were watching a classmate who had fallen down. Guatu then spoke again, it's just a look. Pothead, this is none of your business. Xiao Yan probably understood. Just because someone looked at you a few times in the crowd, you want to hit someone. This is a really weird reason. Xiao Yankai looked at the people from class 3 who were shouting and said, Hey, you, are you having too many hormones today? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, several students from class 3 looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as he looked at these people. You're the one with too many hormones. You don't have hormones, and you're going to hit someone just because they look at you? You're a woman? And you don't even let people look at you? New guy, this is none of your business. You are only good at talking, the man who beat him shouted again. The teacher finally came over at this time. After seeing the fallen classmate, the bald head teacher first helped him up, then scolded the students of class 3, What's wrong with you? How can you hit your classmates casually? I hate you, what can you do? After this person said this, Xiao Yan's bald head teacher instantly became annoyed. Are you still a student? Why am I not a student? Why am I standing here if I'm not a student? Hurry up and take this little classmate of yours to have a look. The more Xiao Yan looked, the more puzzled he felt. At this time, the classmate next to him whispered, Having a father who is the director of the political education department is amazing. The head teacher then pointed at him and said, Wow, don't be so arrogant. I'm your teacher. I know you're a teacher, so you should take this weaker student of yours to see if he's alright. He spoke in a sarcastic tone. The bald head teacher was choked by him and coughed a few times. The head teacher of class 3 also came to the back row at this time. After seeing that it was Wu Hao who caused the trouble, he spoke again. Can you be quiet for a moment? Teacher, I'm already very quiet. How can this be considered quiet? The head teacher of class 3 also looked embarrassed. Send him to the infirmary, said the bald head teacher, and handed the student he helped up directly to the pod head next to him. Then he walked directly to Wu Hao. Come with me, I want to see how much more you can do. Wu Hao looked at the hand that grabbed his clothes and nonchalantly slapped the bald head teacher's hand away before saying, I didn't do anything wrong. Who saw it here? He glanced around arrogantly, thinking that no one would say what he had seen. Xiao Yan then smiled and said, I saw it. The head teacher took a look at Xiao Yan and suddenly felt that Xiao Yan's personality seemed to be quite good. At least I know how to help my classmates. Who the hell are you? New here, remember my name, Wu Hao. You can't afford to offend me. Avoid walking at night these days. He simply ignored the bald head teacher and immediately started threatening Xiao Yan. Only then did Xiao Yan walk up to Wu Hao. The bald head teacher looked at Xiao Yan with no expression on his face, but still said, Don't bother with him. I'll take him to see the leader. Xiao Yan nodded and then walked in front of Wu Hao. How? Nothing, I just saw that your facial features are not regular and you look like you deserve a beating. Wu Hao had just opened his mouth and before he could utter a word, Xiao Yan punched him in the face. In an instant, Wu Hao fell to the ground. Suddenly, blood from the nose flowed to the ground. Wu Hao's eyes were blank, and after he came to his senses, he glared at Xiao Yan again. Xiao Yan kicked him again and he fell to the ground. The bald head teacher quickly grabbed Xiao Yan and said, I told you not to do anything. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Xiao Yan said to his head teacher. The head teacher sighed and said that this student was not bad and he would be kept if possible. As he thought this, Wu Hao got up from the ground. You dare to hit me, with so many people watching, you're done. Oh, I'm done. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he turned to Class 4, which was one class away, and said, Class 4, please contact Xiao Yuning and tell him that someone is looking for us in Class 2. After all, Xiao Yuning is in Class 5, which is a bit far away because there are 2 classes between them, so it is better to let Class 4 act as a messenger. Chapter 10 Ni Kaiwe, a co-contestant. His voice was not loud, but the noise from Class 4 made it immediately known to Xiao Yuning, so Xiao Yuning came over. After seeing that it was Xiao Yan, he snorted again, What do you want me to do? Yuning, he threatened me. Xiao Yan pointed directly at Wu Hao. Wu Hao was covering his nose at this time. When he saw that it was Xiao Yuning, a strange look appeared in his eyes. After all, he had only heard of Xiao Yuning's appearance. After seeing her, he knew that there was indeed a reason why she could become the school belle. Xiao Yuning was indeed attractive. The bald teacher glanced at Xiao Yuning in surprise, then looked at Xiao Yan. Throughout Jianbei Middle School, all teachers knew Xiao Yuning's identity. After looking at Wu Hao, Xiao Yuning looked at Xiao Yan and snorted, I think it was you who hit him. It's nothing serious, but could you please not call me that in front of my classmates? After Xiao Yuning finished speaking, she walked a few meters with her small leather boots making a tapping sound and then stood directly next to Xiao Yan. She reached out and pinched the flesh on Xiao Yan's waist before whispering, I don't care about face. In the future, if something like this happens, just sue me privately. Don't call me by my name casually. Okay, I get it. Xiao Yan took away Xiao Yuning's hand that was pinching him, with a faint smile on his face. Although they didn't know their own identities, they knew Xiao Yuning's identity. His father, Wu Hao, was only the director of the political and educational department, and was far inferior to himself. However, if he wanted a simpler solution, he could just bring Xiao Yuning out. Xiao Yuning then said, if everything is fine, then let this matter rest. The bald head teacher glanced at Xiao Yuning and didn't say much. Wu Hao glanced at Xiao Yuning, but when he thought of Xiao Yuning's identity, he shut up. Xiao Yuning then pinched Xiao Yan again and whispered, remember what I said, don't call me by my name in front of so many people, I have to save my face too. When you went to collect protection fees, I didn't see you asking for face. Xiao Yan said in a calm voice. The students next to them were already listening with their ears perked up, and after hearing the conversation between the two, they looked at this beautiful classmate in surprise. I heard, Xiao Yuning asked someone for protection money. Nonsense, who is Xiao Yuning? Why would she ask others for protection money? 2. Of course, I don't know how the final promotion will turn out. Xiao Yuning then glared at Xiao Yan fiercely again. She knew that Xiao Yan was smart, and she had always given him the tasks of playing tricks on people she wanted to do before. She never expected that he would use it on her. Chao Yuning became more and more angry the more she thought about it. She thought of what Chao Yan had done today, rolled her eyes in anger, and walked straight to her class. Chao Yan chuckled as he watched Chao Yuning leave, then he said to Wu Hao, "You go and take a look. After all, you're quite weak, and it would be bad if something happened to you." Wu Hao could only stare blankly. Gui Gai supported the person who had just fallen and looked at Chao Yan again. This person is hard to figure out. Gui Gai thought to himself. After the head teacher asked Chao Yan to stand back, he didn't say much, but just asked him to stay out of trouble. After all, what Chao Yan did helped him get rid of the anger in his heart, so he would not pursue the matter. Only Wu Hao, who was still bleeding from his nose, was left staring blankly. But at least he still had the thinking of a normal person. After seeing that it was Chao Yuning's man, he would not provoke him so blatantly. After Chao Yanzhan walked back, a female student with a non-mainstream hairstyle from the class next to him called out to him twice. "What's wrong?" Chao Yan turned around and looked at this non-mainstream classmate. "Chao Yan is. You're very good, be my boyfriend." "Oh, I prefer the school belle." Chao Yan rejected the non-mainstream girl sincerely. She snorted, thinking that Chao Yan was too picky. The classmate next to Chao Yan whispered again, "Chao Yan, you like campus beauties." "I like them too, but they are all out of your reach." Seeing the lewd smile on the face of the tall, skinny man next to him, Chao Yan patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, I think I still have a chance." After hearing Chao Yan's words, he looked at Chao Yan carefully, then said sadly, "Yes, you are so handsome, there is indeed a chance." Chao Yan didn't say much after hearing this. After all, he knew one thing. Those are the remaining school beauties. When they see me, they are probably the same as Ni Kaiwa. The favorability rating is all negative. If I really want to make a living by relying on my looks, I'm afraid it won't work. Some opportunities must be created. But how can opportunities be so easy to create? Of course, as for Jiang Feng, who will just arrive tomorrow, Chao Yan thought carefully about the original plot and realized that he will only be able to enjoy the glory for 2 days. After receiving the news that my family went bankrupt, I was in seclusion for 2 or 3 weeks before I started working hard again. So I still have some time. In the original novel, Jiang Feng played the role of the school beauty and the villain, which were all his own things. It's best to start with the school beauty first. But he forgot one thing. That is the math competition that I just promised Director Liu on the podium. Because of this competition, all participants will go to another city tomorrow, which is the central city of the entire province, Zhanghuai City. And he is one of the people in the provincial competition. Of course, one of the contestants knew Chao Yan. That is Ni Kaiwei, who participated in the same mathematics competition as Chao Yan. Chapter 11, Ziyu, what has he done to you? Chao Yan was listening to the mobilization meeting below, but his mind was already thinking about other things. After speaking on the podium for more than 10 minutes, the mobilization meeting finally ended. During this time, Wu Hao, with his head tilted back, glanced at Chao Yan from time to time. It was obvious that he had already held a grudge against Chao Yan. Of course, although Chao Yan could feel his gaze, he didn't pay much attention to it. With someone like him and his current strength, beating 6 or 7 people should not be a problem. After all, his own strength was already far beyond that of a normal man, so he didn't really care about dealing with a boy like Wu Hao who had too many hormones. He was about to leave when the bald head teacher stopped Chao Yan. "Chao Yan, you're also a contestant this time. Please gather below the podium. Someone will explain the rules to you shortly." Chao Yan then glanced at the podium 100 meters away. There were already more than 10 people standing below the podium, so he walked towards the podium reluctantly. When Chao Yan walked over, the bald head teacher reminded Chao Yan again, asking him not to cause trouble. Chao Yan nodded casually and walked over. As I walked over, I heard a series of silver bell-like laughter coming from behind me. He turned around unconsciously and saw a girl wearing a school skirt and a ponytail. When Chao Yan looked at her, she seemed to feel someone was looking at her, so she turned her head away. After seeing that it was Chao Yan who had just performed on the podium, she raised her little fist and waved it at Chao Yan twice. Chao Yan's face was full of confusion. Because the distance was quite far, her fist was blocking her face, so I couldn't look at her at all. But seeing how energetic she looks, she must be a pretty female classmate. Chao Yan thought about it and turned his head and continued walking towards the podium. The girl with a ponytail put down her hand, turned her head and raised it like a white swan, and the light hum from her mouth expressed her dissatisfaction with Chao Yan. The female classmate next to her whispered, "Ziyu, do you know him?" TSK. Who would know him? As she spoke, a trace of shame and anger appeared on her face again. This look was caught by the classmate next to her, who then laughed and said, "Is he being a hooligan to you? That's worse than being a hooligan." The girl clenched her fists again and waved them fiercely in the air a few times. The female classmate said in surprise, "You're going too far? Ziyu, he won't force." "Hey, what are you thinking about?" The girl called Ziyu waved her hand and hit her. The two of them left after playing and joking. Chao Yan also came to the podium. As soon as he arrived here, he felt a breeze, and in this breeze was the fragrance of soapberry, which seemed a little familiar. So he just turned his head away. When the person who came saw that it was Chao Yan, his nose wrinkled slightly and a layer of frost appeared on his face again. It was Ni Kaiwe whom I just met. Because this competition had 3 participants in each subject, and participants in each subject had to stand together, Ni Kaiwe could only stand next to Chao Yan. However, after Ni Kaiwe stood next to Chao Yan, she turned her face to the side. They were both standing in the second row. Chao Yan turned his head and looked at Ni Kaiwe's profile before whispering, "Hey Nyo, are you also participating in the math competition?" Ni Kaiwe's tense face gradually relaxed. Chao Yan then looked at her tightly clenched little hands, and then her cold face softened and a hint of red appeared. Then Ni Kaiwe spoke again with unkind words, "I'm not a black girl." After she said this, all the students in the first row turned to look at Ni Kaiwe. Ni Kaiwe immediately lowered her head. Chao Yan couldn't hold it back any longer and burst out laughing. "This Ni Kaiwe is really interesting. What are you laughing at?" Ni Kaiwe stepped directly on Chao Yan's instep. In order to vent her dissatisfaction, Ni Kaiwe finally exploded. Chao Yan then stopped smiling and stared at Ni Kaiwe carefully. Logically speaking, Ni Kaiwe shouldn't do this. Ni Kaiwe really couldn't control herself. But she felt a little regretful now, so she raised her head and glanced at Chao Yan from time to time. Chao Yan knew what she was thinking, so he whispered, "Don't worry, I've already told you, I won't bully you." After hearing Chao Yan's words, Ni Kaiwe breathed a sigh of relief. Favorability with Ni Kaiwe +5, reward luck value 500. Chao Yan was very satisfied. He didn't expect Ni Kaiwe to be so easy to coax. Although the male students standing in the first row were all top students of Jiangbei Middle School, different expressions appeared on their faces when they saw Ni Kaiwe and Chao Yan being so friendly. But most of them are envious. Although many people think they are nerds, they can't help but be attracted by a beautiful school beauty like Ni Kaiwe. Ni Kaiwe could naturally feel the gazes in front of her, so she unconsciously moved her steps, trying to create some distance between herself and Chao Yan. However, the more they did this, the more they felt that the two people were hiding something. At this time, Director Liu, who had just given a speech, finally came in front of everyone. Chapter 12. Ni Kaiwe is in love. He kept on nagging about paying attention to rest and diet. Then they talked about the stationery and other things they needed to bring. Finally, we told you the departure time for tomorrow. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the participating students gathered in the playground in front of the school and were taken to Zhonghua City by bus. Chao Yan had already fallen asleep after listening to this. At this time, Director Liu looked at Chao Yan again and said directly, "Chao Yan, you have to work hard." Chao Yan then waved his hand casually, "I'll do my best." Puff. Another female classmate standing next to Chao Yan burst out laughing instantly. Director Liu's big eyes were as bright as those of a bull. He snorted angrily, said disband, and told them to leave. Chao Yan then looked at the classmate who had just laughed, "Are you also participating in the math competition?" The tall, thin, and malnourished-looking girl with glasses raised her hand, and Chao Yan unconsciously extended his hand. After shaking hands with the malnourished girl, she shyly said, "Why are you shaking my hand? You're extending your hand to shake my hand, aren't you?" "No." When Chao Yan heard this, he smiled indifferently. The malnourished girl then spoke again, "I'm participating in a math competition, just like you. My name is Zhang Qiyue." "Well, that's a very good name." Chao Yan praised casually. Then he glanced at Ni Kaiwe who was about to leave. "She's also participating in the math competition." Ni Kaiwe. Ni Kaiwe stopped and was about to leave after hearing what Chao Yan said. She was about to say something when Chao Yan walked up to Ni Kaiwe. Zhang Qiyue also came over. Only then did Chao Yan take Ni Kaiwe's hand and shake it casually. A hint of red instantly appeared on Ni Kaiwe's cold face. She stretched out her slender arm, pointed at Chao Yan, and said in a cold voice, "You, what are you doing?" Of course it represents friendship. After Chao Yan finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Qiuyue and said, "Nai Kaiwei is just like that. It's not that she doesn't want to talk to us. You must not misunderstand her." Zhang Qiuyue nodded and then said, "It seems that you two are good friends." Since Chao Yan could say this for Nai Kaiwei, Zhang Qiuyue naturally felt that the two of them were very good friends. Yeah, they're very good friends. Chao Yan thought about it carefully. Although he was the one who dragged him into the river, they had bathed together before, so they were indeed very good friends. Nai Kaiwei stomped her feet, turned her head, and left angrily. Looking at the ponytail swaying with her head, Chao Yan shook his head. Zhang Qiuyue looked at him and shook her head. Nai Kaiwei, she has a really cold personality. It's not easy for you to be her good friend. Yes, I forced her at that time. Chao Yan smiled and walked out of the playground with Zhang Qiuyue. Force? Zhang Qiuyue suddenly became interested. Can we force them to become friends? Chao Yan nodded, but didn't tell her the reason. But he could tell that Zhang Qiuyue, who looked like a boy, should be a top student. Judging from her malnourished appearance, she is definitely a top student. The two walked out of the playground and parted ways. Zhang Qiuyue was a senior high school student, while she was a freshman, so they were on different paths. Just as Chao Yan had turned a corner, there was a young girl standing at the corner. The girl had a frosty face. She was Nai Kaiwei, who had just left alone. At this moment, she looked at Chao Yan calmly and said, "What nonsense are you talking about with her?" "I didn't say anything. Aren't we friends?" "No." "We've even taken a bath together?" "No." After she finished speaking, she said again, "Who has taken a bath with you?" "Heino, by the Jiangbei River." Chao Yan and Nai Kaiwei were talking in a question and answer session. After hearing this, Nai Kaiwei's face turned cold again, and she put down the hand that was pointing at Chao Yan. She murmured softly, "You are not allowed to tell anyone else. Don't worry, only you and I know. And at this corner, there is a teaching building opposite the wall." There was a male classmate standing by the window looking at Chao Yan and Nai Kaiwei. After seeing the two of them not knowing what to do, he turned around and shouted, "Come and see, the school beauty Nai Kaiwei seems to be in love." "Why are you looking out the window instead of going back to your seat?" the teacher shouted. After hearing what the teacher said, the man returned to his seat in disappointment. The teacher then walked to the window and took a look, but saw nothing. At this time, Chao Yan and Nai Kaiwei returned to their respective classes after their conversation. After returning to their class, all the students were making noise because the teacher had not come to class yet. But after seeing Chao Yan, all the students fell silent. Chao Yan then waved his hand and said, "Everyone, have some fun and have some fun. Don't worry about me." The students were about to speak, but they immediately shut their mouths. Chao Yan. Just as Chao Yan finished speaking, a roar was heard outside the door. Chao Yan turned around. "My bald head teacher just walked in. Hurry up and sit in your own seat." Chapter 13, Renting with Chao Yuning? Chao Yan took a look before speaking again. "There's no place for me. Just look at the seats and pick one at random." The bald head teacher directly gave Chao Yan the right to choose. Only after he finished speaking did Chao Yan start to read. And the two seats next to the wall in the fifth row were both empty. So he came here. All the students looked at Chao Yan. This made Chao Yan very strange. When he came here and sat against the wall, he realized that he should have a deskmate. Because there were still a few exercise books in her drawer. But it didn't matter to Chao Yan whether there was one or not. He simply ignored the various looks from the students around him. What made Chao Yan even more puzzled was the envious look in Guado's eyes. The head teacher started teaching only after seeing Chao Yan sit down. The afternoon passed quickly. After passing by, Chao Yan was about to leave when Guatu said again, "Be careful of Wu Hao. Don't worry, I can crush him to death with one hand." Chao Yan patted Guado's shoulder and spoke very easily. After he left the classroom, he just walked out of the school gate. Then I saw a red BMW parked on the side of the road. There was a dent in his trunk, which was just smashed today when he collected protection money. Before Chao Yan walked over, he saw Wu Hao standing aside. At this time, Wu Hao was not followed by students, but by a few ruffian youths. After seeing Chao Yan, Wu Hao walked straight over. At this moment, the BMW's horn sounded instantly. After the car window glass rolled down, Chao Yuning's undecorated but very delicate face appeared in front of everyone. She looked directly at Wu Hao and spoke. Haven't you been punished enough? When Wu Hao saw that it was Chao Yuning, he was about to say a few harsh words, but he thought of Chao Yuning's identity and held his mouth shut. Finally, he said to Chao Yan, let's see what happens, and left with his men. Only then did Chao Yan walk to Chao Yuning's car. What do you want to talk to me about? You just came back, I'll treat you to dinner. After seeing Chao Yan's face full of disbelief, Chao Yuning hummed and asked him to get in the car. In the end, they just had a big meal and sent Chao Yan directly to his doorstep. After Chao Yan got out of the car, Chao Yuning opened the window and said, you must do your best for tomorrow's competition. Well, I'll work hard and try to get you a sister-in-law. Chao Yan. Chao Yuning spoke in a tender voice. Chao Yan just waved and said goodbye to her. She looked at Chao Yan who was leaving, her silver teeth grinding and squeaking. I don't want a sister-in-law. She naturally knew Ni Kaiwei, who participated in the mathematics competition with Chao Yan. Thinking of this, she began to suspect that Chao Yan was participating in the competition specifically for Ni Kaiwei. The more Chao Yuning thought about it, the more depressed she felt. She muttered to herself again. Just as he was about to leave, Chao Yan came back. What are you doing back here? Chao Yuning said unhappily. I want to ask if your place is big enough? Mine is a little small. You still want to sleep with me? After she finished speaking, Chao Yuning realized the ambiguity of her words and corrected herself, I won't sleep with you. Chao Yan then reached out and touched Chao Yuning's hair, and said with a faint smile, Yuning is good in every way, but her brain is a little stupid. Roll. Chao Yan didn't roll away, but sat directly in the passenger seat. He talked to Chao Yuning in detail. To be honest, since Chao Yuning is the school belle and I have a good impression of her, living with her should quickly increase my favorability towards her. After Chao Yan talked for a long time, Chao Yuning reluctantly accepted Chao Yan's request to share the rent. But after listening to this, Chao Yuning looked at Chao Yan again. Chao Yan then said softly, don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Okay, get out of the car and go back to your doghouse. Chao Yuning turned away angrily and puffed up her cheeks. Chao Yan looked at this sister whose thoughts were hard to grasp before he spoke again, then I'm actually interested in you. After hearing this, Chao Yuning pushed him out of the car with a red face. Only when he saw some anger in her beautiful eyes did he get out of the car. We'll talk about it when you come back from the competition. Chao Yuning left this sentence and drove away. Ding! Favorability with Chao Yuning increased by +5, gaining 500 luck points. Gained, your favorability with Chao Yuning reaches 70, replenishing any previously unrewarded favorability points, and your luck value increases by 60. After hearing this information, Chao Yan showed a happy expression on his face. He was wondering before, if his favorability with Chao Yuning has already started at 60, then the previous favorability would have no luck value. I didn't expect that after reaching level 70, all the previous 60 favorability points were restored. In this case, he will have enough luck points to exchange for skills or increase his own panel. But he still stayed. He planned to add the 7,000 luck points when he needed them. Then he walked back to his room very satisfied. To the extent that he didn't care about things like competitions at all. Chapter 14, Arrogant Zhang Feng. After returning home, Chao Yan thought about it carefully before deciding to get up earlier the next day. Let us see what Zhang Feng looks like when he reports tomorrow morning, and it would be nice to show his power at the same time. Thinking this, Chao Yan watched TV for a while, played with his mobile phone, and then went to bed. The next morning, when he opened his eyes, he found that it was only 7 o'clock. He was not in a hurry and just washed up casually. Then he went straight to Jiangbei Middle School. Because I specifically chose a house in the school district of Jiangbei Middle School, it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. As soon as Chao Yan walked onto the street, he saw many students from Jiangbei Middle School. So he went to school with these people. Just when they were about 400 or 500 meters away from the school, a loud roar suddenly sounded. A blue car passed by him in an instant. The loud roar attracted the attention of the students around. They followed the car's line of sight until it stopped at the school gate. At this time, Chao Yan heard the mocking voices of his classmates next to him. Of course, most of his male classmates mocked him. The female students would naturally think that the car was nice looking, but the key point was that the people inside were still very tempting to them. After all, this car is not cheap at first glance. Chao Yan then quickened his pace and caught up with him. Because he saw that there were already a lot of people gathered at the school gate, and he didn't know what they were doing. When Xiaoyan arrived, he saw Anai Kaiwa with mud splashed all over her legs. Because it just happened, Anai Kaiwa was still standing there in a daze. Looking down along her arms that were as white as jade and as white as snow lotus roots, she saw a lot of mud and water splashed on her school skirt and socks. It was not until Chao Yan arrived here that a person got out of the blue Aston Martin. This person was Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was wearing casual clothes and had fair skin. He looked like a spoiled young master. After seeing Anai Kaiwa, he smiled and said, "Are you okay?" Anai Kaiwa's beautiful eyes turned cold before she spoke again, "Can't you drive slower?" At this time, the people around were naturally condemning Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't care at all. He regarded them as being jealous of him. His gaze only stayed on Anai Kaiwa. Because Anai Kaiwa is indeed very beautiful. He had already taken a step forward, and Xiao Yan walked straight through the students surrounding him and went in. After walking to Anai Kaiwa's side, Xiao Yan asked with concern, "How are you? Are you feeling unwell?" "No. It's just..." Anai Kaiwa was originally alone. Although Xiao Yan always bullied her in the past, he was also someone she knew. Besides, after hearing Xiao Yan's caring words, her tone naturally softened. Zhang Feng was obviously stunned when he saw Xiao Yan. Because he could see that Xiao Yan was much more handsome than himself. So in his heart, he instantly regarded Xiao Yan as his enemy. Anyone who is more handsome than you are your enemy. Besides, Zhang Feng's family had not gone bankrupt at that time, so he had the capital to be arrogant. That's why he asked, "Do you need me to buy you a new one?" Before Xiao Yan could say anything, Anai Kaiwa spoke again in a cold voice, "You just need to apologize to me." After hearing this, Zhang Feng spoke again, "I didn't see it either. Besides, you should have hidden yourself." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Xiao Yan suddenly found it a little funny. Zhang Feng, who was not discouraged, is indeed of this character. "Anai Kaiwa, let's go," Xiao Yan asked softly. He wanted to take Anai Kaiwa to the restaurant across the street to wash with hot water. Anai Kaiwa raised her head and said without giving in, "You need to apologize to me." Zhang Feng still maintained his pride and would never admit defeat. He just said, "I'll pay you for 10 of your clothes. Just because you have money, you can be so willful?" After hearing what Zhang Feng said, the students around him looked at Zhang Feng's blue Aston Martin and started making noise again. Xiao Yan continued, "Just apologize and forget it. Who are you? You have nothing to do here," Zhang Feng said coldly. Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't give any face to those who were more handsome than him. "Can't you tell who I am?" Xiao Yan looked at him with a faint smile. At this time, he was pulling Anai Kaiwa's arm. Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. "Are you his boyfriend?" "Yes." "Anai Kaiwa has a boyfriend?" "That was him I saw at the window yesterday." "Is he really her boyfriend?" The male classmates all knew Anai Kaiwa, and when they heard that she had a boyfriend, they couldn't help but feel jealous. Xiao Yan didn't want to waste time with him either. But Anai Kaiwa was stubborn and wanted to wait for an apology from Zhang Feng. At this time, a car drove up behind the Aston Martin and a person got out of the car. Xiao Yan followed the student's gaze and saw Qiao Yuning walking towards him. She was also very curious about what happened here. After seeing Anai Kaiwa supported by Xiao Yan, he spoke again, "Xiao Yan, what's going on here?" Xiao Yan then shook his head and glanced at Zhang Feng. "You won't apologize?" Zhang Feng didn't speak. Only then did Xiao Yan snatch the car keys from Anai Kaiwa's hand. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan got directly into the red BMW. Boom! The sound of the engine starting was heard instantly. All the students were attracted over there. Xiao Yan first reversed for more than 20 meters, then changed gears and stepped on the accelerator. Bang! Everyone just saw the red BMW crash directly into the rear of the Aston Martin. After a loud bang, the rear end of the Aston Martin and the hood of the BMW were both deformed. What the hell? As expected of Anai Kaiwa's boyfriend? So fierce? I've never seen that before. The classmates shook their heads, and some male classmates who loved cars looked at the two cars with discomfort. A BMW M8 and an Aston Martin were scrapped in an instant. Maybe he doesn't feel sad, but he, who loves cars, does. But this is not the end yet. Xiao Yan started the engine again. Another turn and it hit the side of the Aston Martin. Crash! After a loud bang, the Aston Martin's windows shattered into countless pieces. The car door was also completely dented. Only then did Xiao Yan get out of the car. He casually threw the car keys into the car, faced everyone's gaze, and walked directly in front of Jung Fong. He pulled the lonely Ni Kaiwe with one hand and smiled faintly. Do you need me to apologize? But, sorry, I can't apologize. Chow Yen continued to chuckle. Chapter 15 Things You Shouldn't See. Zhang Feng's face instantly became embarrassed. Chow Yen still had a faint smile on his face. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only then did Chow Yuning walk to Chow Yen, stretch out her little hand, and pinch Chow Yen's waist. Chow Yen! You used my car to pick up girls. She felt like she was going to be mad, but she didn't expect that he would seize the opportunity to use her car to seduce Ni Kaiwe. No, it's just that his behavior makes people angry, Chow Yen explained to Chow Yuning. Although Chow Yuning spoke in a low voice, Ni Kaiwe was next to Chow Yen, so she still heard what Chow Yuning said. Only then did she realize that she was still being held by Chow Yen, so she wanted to break free quietly. Unfortunately, she didn't break free at all. Ni Kaiwe's cold face couldn't help but turn red, and the male classmates around her were stunned. Some of their classmates had seen Ni Kaiwe before, but had never seen her look so shy. Then another classmate looked at Chow Yuning, who looked angry with a puffed face. It is also very heartwarming. Aren't these two his girlfriends? Someone said something, and all the male classmates looked at Chow Yen, who was standing between the two of them. Chow Yen still stood there with a calm expression, holding Ni Kaiwe with one hand and Chow Yuning's wrist with the other to prevent her from pinching him. No! Ni Kaiwe was listening to the choreography of her classmates around her, her head becoming heavier and heavier, but after hearing these words, she raised her little head and spoke. Chow Yuning glanced at all the classmates. She wanted to say something, but Ni Kaiwe spoke first. After saying this, Ni Kaiwe stomped her feet again. She just wanted to find a piece of tofu to bang her head against the wall. It's so embarrassing. Zhang Feng looked at Chow Yuning, then glanced at Ni Kaiwe and became even more jealous. Finally, he looked straight at Chow Yen and said, Do you know how much my car cost? You must pay money today. I can't possibly pay you back, I'll fix your car. Fixed? Zhang Feng asked doubtfully. Chow Yen then smiled and said, Yes, it's fixed. He didn't want to say much. Although the exterior of this Aston Martin was damaged, the three major components and the engine were definitely in good condition. But it's hard to say how long it will take to repair. Without this car, most of his pretense would be gone. After thinking about it, Chow Yen directly contacted the Fourth Sun store and asked them to come and pick up the car. Finally, after taking a look at the still angry Chow Yuning, he whispered to her, When I come back, I'll buy you a new car, no matter what car you want. Really? Chow Yuning's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Real. It's a deal then. She became happy instantly after hearing that. But after seeing Ni Kaiwe next to him, he pulled Chow Yen again and said, Let's go to class. You go first, I'll take Ni Kaiwe to wash up. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Feng again and said, You can wait here. I've already called the Fourth Sun store. I'll pay for all the repairs. Zhang Feng was completely confused. He was somewhat surprised that he didn't continue to provoke him. Many of the words he had prepared were useless. I was not in the car and was not injured. So he didn't know what compensation to ask Chow Yen for. Otherwise, I'll just compensate you for some mental damages. I see it's been pretty tough for you. Chow Yen looked at Zhang Feng's dazed look and added another sentence. I don't want it. Zhang Feng shook his arms angrily and walked straight towards the school. I'll go check it out after the car is repaired. If there's anything wrong, you have to pay full compensation. Zhang Feng continued. Looking at Zhang Feng, who broke through the crowd and left, Chow Yen smiled at him. Finally, after coaxing Chow Yuning away, Chow Yen said to Ni Kaiwe, Let's go to the other side and wipe it first. Good. She didn't know what to do now, after all, her stockings and skirt were covered with dirty water. So she followed Chow Yen across the road. After seeing the two people crossing the road, the classmates began to speculate with each other and walked into the campus. After walking to the restaurant across the street, Chow Yen first asked them for some hot water. After finding an empty private room, he let Ni Kaiwe sit on the chair. He first placed the basin of hot water in front of Ni Kaiwe, and stretched out his hand to take off Ni Kaiwe's small leather boots. Ni Kaiwe quickly retracted her foot and whispered, What are you going to do? Of course I'm wiping it off for you. The dirty water is all in your shoes. Ni Kaiwe tried her best to calm herself down before she said calmly, No need. We're going to compete today, how can you go like this? Only after hearing this did Enai Kaiue not refuse. After helping Enai Kaiue take off her shoes, Enai Kaiue looked at him, grabbing her feet but not moving, then she pushed him with her hand again. What are you looking at? Nothing, Xiao Yan said casually, then grabbed her white over-the-knee socks and pulled them off. After seeing Enai Kaiue's slender calves, Xiao Yan nodded unconsciously. Enai Kaiue quickly retracted her legs. She shrank her legs and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" At this time, her heart was already beating non-stop, and she herself didn't even know what was going on. Perhaps it's because she's never been around male classmates before, Enai Kaiue thought. Chapter 16. Such a beautiful girlfriend. Nothing, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Finally, during their conversation, Xiao Yan had almost wiped off the dirty water for her. At this time, he glanced at his watch and saw that it was already 8:30 in the morning. After they walked out of the private room, the proprietress laughed and said, "You can't do anything weird here." Her expression was very strange. Enai Kaiue immediately thought of something bad and shook her head. "Don't worry, she is still very conservative," Xiao Yan said with a smile. There are not many conservative girls nowadays. After the proprietress took out the basin, she looked at Enai Kaiue with praise. Enai Kaiue stomped her feet again. It was obvious that after Xiao Yan said this, the proprietress had misunderstood the relationship between her and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan then opened his hands, unfolded his white over-the-knee socks, and said, "Wait a little longer. There's a clothes shop about a kilometer away. Let's go there and buy you a set of clothes." Enai Kaiue looked at the socks that Xiao Yan had unfolded and immediately reached out to grab them. "That's fine." In fact, Enai Kaiue felt that she didn't have enough money on her. Xiao Yan also roughly knew Enai Kaiue's family situation in the original novel, so he said, "You gave me benefits, so of course I have to give you gifts in return. Just consider the clothes as a gift." "What benefits?" After she finished speaking unconsciously, she raised her head and looked at Xiao Yan with her shining eyes. Then a layer of red appeared on her fair face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at her appearance, Xiao Yankai laughed and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, this is a secret between you and me. I won't tell anyone else." After hearing this, Enai Kaiue felt even more strange. In that case, doesn't that mean he and I have two secrets? If I had known this earlier, I would have stayed away from him. However, thinking that he was helping her, and that although Xiao Yan's behavior just now was wrong, after knowing that he was helping her, his behavior seemed much better in her eyes. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan spoke again, "Let's go and take a look. It should open at 9 o'clock. As for that money, just consider it as something I owe you." Enai Kaiue really didn't want to participate in the competition in such a dirty way. "It's okay, what you gave me is much more valuable than the clothes you bought. Don't say any more." Enai Kaiue looked at Xiao Yan with a cold face. Xiao Yan then smiled and nodded. Enai Kaiue was still very thin-skinned. After walking on the street for 5 or 6 minutes, they saw a women's clothing store. After walking in, I saw many skirts. This is a women's clothing store, but it mainly sells skirts. Although the things here are not expensive, the styles are good and most of them are for young people. So Xiao Yan asked Enai Kaiue to choose. After looking left and right, Enai Kaiue found that there were indeed many beautiful skirts here, but she didn't know how to choose. Xiao Yan then came to her side, glanced at the skirts, and whispered to the waiter, "Please give me this white pleated skirt and this beige chiffon shirt." His choice was mainly based on Enai Kaiue's personality. The waiter then said, "It does suit your girlfriend. I'll bring out the right size right away." As she spoke, she began to look for a suitable size. After hearing the word girlfriend from her, Enai Kaiue whispered, "Not a girlfriend." Without even turning around, the waiter continued searching for the right size and said with a laugh, "I think you two are a perfect match." As she spoke, she had already taken out all the suitable numbers. After taking it, Enai Kaiue went straight to change her clothes. 3 minutes later, Enai Kaiue came out again. She stood in front of the mirror. The beige chiffon shirt paired with the pure white pleated skirt combines with Enai Kaiue's own light and ethereal aura, giving her a cool and agile look with a hint of charm. Xiao Yan then spoke, "Although the school skirt suits you very well, this one is more beautiful." The waiter also praised it highly. She had indeed never seen a girl as beautiful as Enai Kaiue. Enai Kaiue nodded and said, "That's it." After she finished speaking, she wanted to tell Xiao Yan again that the money was owed by her. But after hearing Xiao Yan say light blue, Enai Kaiue turned her head away with a cold face filled with shame and anger. She naturally knew what the light blue color Xiao Yan was talking about was. That's what made her even angrier. Finally, after Chow Yen paid the bill, the waiter sent the two of them out. Next, Chow Yen found a store selling women's shoes. After choosing a pair of white low-heeled shoes, I bought a pair of white over-the-knee socks and asked her to put them on directly. Although I can't find better shoes, white low heels are indeed versatile. At this time, Ni Kaiue fully displayed her temperament and appearance. Only then did Chow Yen walk out of the store feeling relieved. The waiter saw the two off at the door and then whispered, "Such a beautiful girl, it's really rare to see one." After hearing what the waiter said, Chow Yen said, "They are all praising you." It was at this time that Ni Kaiue discovered a problem. That's what she's going to school dressed like now. If I do this, they won't be surprised, right? Ni Kaiue said nervously. Chow Yen then laughed and said, "They won't be surprised, they will just be jealous of me." "Why would I be jealous of you?" Ni Kaiue asked in confusion. "Why wouldn't they be jealous of such a beautiful girlfriend?" Chow Yen whispered again as he looked at the beautiful and cold Ni Kaiue beside him. Ding, favorability with Ni Kaiue increased by 20 points, rewarded with 2,000 luck points, current luck point, 9,000. Chapter 17 Bullying the School Beauty Who Transferred to Another School. After hearing this information, Chow Yen knew that everything he had just done was not in vain. It seemed that Ni Kaiue was not really Lang Bing. After hearing Chow Yen's teasing, Ni Kaiue turned her head away again, leaving only half of the back of her head exposed to Chow Yen. Chow Yen looked at the ponytail swaying in front of him, then smiled and said, "Don't you think so? I'm not your girlfriend." Ni Kaiue still left her behind for him. Chow Yen Kai spoke again, "Well, it's hard to say now or in the future." After hearing this, Ni Kaiue walked faster. She knew that she would definitely not be able to win the argument with Chow Yen, and now she became even more nervous after hearing what Chow Yen said, so she ignored him. When the two of them reached the school gate, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. After the two explained the reason to the security guard let them both in. At this time, the doors of all the classes were opened. Students came out from inside in an endless stream. At this time, the two of them had already walked into the school, and naturally many classmates noticed the two people who were not wearing school uniforms. That isn't Ni Kaiue? Even more beautiful than before. After the two male classmates walked past Chow Yen and the other person, they kept glancing at them and still muttering to themselves. Ni Kaiue's steps became faster. Chow Yen Kai laughed again and said, "Look, I told you everything. I don't want to listen." Ni Kaiue said this without turning her head, but lowered her head slightly, as if she was afraid that someone was looking at her. Unfortunately, the two of them had already attracted the attention of many classmates. Ni Kaiue naturally noticed the gazes of people around her. She shrank back to Chow Yan's side and whispered in a cold voice, "Why are they still looking at me? Even though I can't see your face." Chow Yen looked at Ni Kaiue who had come to his side. Ni Kaiue was waiting for Chow Yan's answer. Chow Yen Kai laughed again and said, "Just by looking at your appearance, I can tell that you are a beautiful classmate." After he finished speaking, he pulled Ni Kaiue's hand again. After poking Ni Kaiue's jade white skin, he was about to speak when Ni Kaiue directly broke away from Chow Yan's hand. "What you do? I'm telling you why they should look at you. You said your skin is so good, how could they not look at you? And, most importantly, your legs are even more beautiful than before." Originally, Ni Kaiue was wearing a school skirt, which did not stand out, but this time she changed into a white skirt, which made her fair skin more obvious. Coupled with her slender legs, they naturally knew at first glance that she was a beautiful classmate. Moreover, Ni Kaiue just noticed that many people were looking at him. But Chow Yen could see that most of their eyes were looking at Ni Kaiue's legs. "My legs are not beautiful." After hearing Chow Yan's answer, Ni Kaiue's two legs seemed to be fighting when she walked. It was obvious that she was too nervous. After all, Chow Yan's words really made her feel too ashamed. Chow Yen didn't think so. He sent Ni Kaiue to her class and said, "See you this afternoon." Oh, it turns out to be Class 1, Grade 2. Chow Yen glanced at the class that Ni Kaiue walked into and left directly. As soon as Ni Kaiue walked into the classroom, a large group of people looked at her. Her heart was pounding now. She always felt that she shouldn't have let Chow Yen pick clothes. She didn't expect it to turn out like this. Suddenly, there were only two kinds of gazes in the classroom. Girls' jealousy, boys' desire. Ni Kaiue hurriedly sat back in her seat and quickly hid her legs under the table. Chow Yen returned to the classroom. He came to his seat and sat down directly, but his deskmates still didn't come. At this time, Watu came over and looked at Chao Yan enviously and said, "Brother, do you know who your deskmate is?" "Who is it?" The envy on Mu Yen Guado's face became even more intense. "So what?" "So, big brother, you must cherish this position. If I wasn't a bad student, I would definitely get this position." "Is that so?" Chao Yan smiled casually, looking at this familiar man and said, "You are my goddess." "No, she is the goddess of all the boys in the school. She is the school belle of Jiangbei Middle School." Guatu spoke again. After hearing what he said, Chao Yan finally understood why so many people looked at him when he asked for this seat. It turns out that this seat belongs to a school beauty. He has already seen 2 school beauties who are as beautiful as her. Simply put, there is nothing that is not exciting. And this Mu Yener. Chao Yan thought about it carefully and finally understood. This school beauty should be the one who spanked her because she didn't listen to him. Thinking of this, Chao Yan thought about it carefully again. If this school beauty was really the one who was spanked by me, her hatred towards me should be even higher. After all, I bullied her so much that she transferred to another school. Chapter 18: The Arrogant Ni Kaiwa. But there's no point in thinking so much. Besides, those were things that happened in the first or second grade of elementary school. Maybe she has forgotten them. After thinking about this, Chao Yan looked at Guatu again. "I will get along well with Mu Yener." Hearing what Chao Yan said, Guatu showed a pitiful look of a strong man, and was then directly driven away by Chao Yan. Although he didn't know why his deskmate didn't come, Chao Yan didn't think much about it. After all, there is no point in thinking about her now. Everything will be clear when she comes to class. But logically speaking, he should be stubborn. Otherwise, if he had submitted to me at that time, he wouldn't have been beaten by me so often. Soon the class bell rang. The morning class ended quickly. After that, Chao Yan planned to go out for a bite to eat. At this time he thought of Ni Kaiwe. So he went straight to Ni Tsayue's class. At this time, many students were walking out of class 1, grade 2. Only then did Chao Yan walk directly into the classroom. But as soon as I walked in, I heard the conversation inside. "Jia Jia, go eat first." "I won't eat today." "You have to eat something, otherwise what are you going to do in the afternoon?" Chao Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slightly plump girl standing next to Ni Kaiwa, who was still sitting in her seat. "No, I'm really not hungry." Ni Kaiwa continued. "Okay, then I'll buy you a loaf of bread when I come back." Just like that, the slightly plump girl turned her head and saw Chao Yan at a glance. "Who are you?" Chao Yan looked at Ni Kaiwa and said with a smile, "Come to find her." "So that's how it is. Kaiwa, you won't have dinner with me unless you find a boyfriend." She turned her head again and looked at Ni Kaiwa with a sad face. After Ni Kaiwa cried out, she saw Chao Yan standing at the door of the classroom. "He's not my boyfriend." I know. "Then you guys eat." Wei Jia had an understanding smile on his face. He nodded and walked directly to Chao Yan. "Although you are handsome, if you try to bully Kaiwa, I will not forgive you." "Don't worry, I treat her very well." "Okay, I still have high hopes for you." "I didn't expect that the cold school beauty Ni Kaiwa already has a boyfriend. I thought Kaiwa would always be with me." Wei Jia said dejectedly as he walked, and then left the classroom directly. After taking a look at Chao Yan, Ni Kaiwa whispered, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you going to eat?" He heard Ni Tsayue's conversation and was naturally very curious. "No. I'm not hungry." Ni Kaiwa shrank her legs under the table and spoke in a low voice. Chao Yan naturally noticed her little action, and then he walked over to Ni Kaiwa again, chuckling, "Did you not go to the bathroom after you separated from me this morning?" "No." "Why are you asking this?" Ni Kaiwa reacted and spoke again in a cold tone. Chao Yankai said with a smile, "Beautiful girls are meant to be looked at by others. Look at you, you are afraid of being looked at by others." After hearing her words, Chao Yan understood why Ni Kaiwa said she was not hungry. It turned out that she was irritated by what he said about her legs and she didn't dare let them look at her legs anymore. After seeing that there was only a slightly red mark on Ni Tsayue's leg, he laughed again and said, "Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise it would be a pity." Ni Tsayue's face flushed red as she snorted coldly, "It's not a pity." "No, that's a pity. Come with me to eat." Having said that, Chao Yan grabbed Ni Kaiwa and walked out of the classroom. Outside the classroom, the sun is shining. Ni Tsayue's legs were illuminated by the sunlight, becoming even whiter and more attractive. Chow Yen then nodded. I can't help it, who made you so white? Chow Yen said this before taking Ni Kaiwa out of the teaching building. Ni Kaiwa wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, she knew she was no match for her opponent. After failing to break free, she could only be caught by Chow Yen. I don't want to eat in the cafeteria. Well, let's go out for dinner. I'll treat you. Chow Yen said directly. He had never thought about going to the school cafeteria to eat. Only after hearing Chow Yan's words did Ni Kaiwa breathe a sigh of relief. If I go to the cafeteria, many classmates will look at me. What should I do if that happens? But she also felt a little resentful towards Chow Yen. If I hadn't chosen a skirt like this for myself, I might not have attracted the attention of so many classmates. But now that she was with Chow Yen, for some reason, she didn't seem to feel as much pressure as before when she was alone. Chow Yen took her out of the school directly, found a home-style restaurant and walked straight in. Only after they sat down did Chow Yen let go of Ni Tsayua's hand. Then, looking at the sweat on her hands, she whispered, everyone wants boys' attention, but you're the only one who's nervous about being looked at. The sweat on his hands was obviously caused by Ni Tsayua's nervousness. Ni Kaiwa turned her head back, slightly tilted her white goose-like neck, and said, none of your business. Well, boss lady, give me the menu. Okay. Chow Yen ignored Ni Kaiwa, who was pretending to be arrogant, and ordered 3 dishes and 2 bowls of rice. By the way, do you want to go to the bathroom? Chow Yen asked again after ordering the dishes. Ni Kaiwa still turned her head away, no. Then, within 3 minutes, after seeing someone drinking water at the table next to her, she continued to rub her legs. Go quickly. Chow Yen knew what was wrong with her and patted her. Ni Kaiwa turned her head, gave him a cold look, and hurried to the bathroom. This is so embarrassing. Ni Kaiwa couldn't help but mutter to herself as soon as she walked in. Chapter 19. Arriving at Zhanghuai No. 1 Middle School. After Ni Kaiwa came out, the two of them finished their meal quickly. After dinner, Chow Yenkai sat with her on the stone bench in the front playground. Since we have to gather at 3 o'clock, there is no need to go back to the classroom. An hour later, the participating students also arrived here. Soon a bus drove in. Only then did Chow Yen stand up. As Ni Kaiwa stood up, all the contestants who were waiting to get on the bus looked at Chow Yen. That's Ni Kaiwa? It's even more beautiful now. Although the participating students were all top academic elites, they were all attracted when they saw Ni Kaiwa wearing her school skirt. Even the female students who participated in the competition had eyes full of envy. Chow Yen, Ni Kaiwa. A refreshing female voice sounded, and Chow Yen looked towards the source of the sound. Then he saw a tall and thin girl, who was Zhang Qiuyue, who was participating in the math competition like him. After seeing Zhang Qiuyue, Chow Yen greeted him politely again. Ni Kaiwa had just walked down and hadn't taken a few steps when Zhang Qiuyue looked at her in surprise and said, "You look so beautiful today." When she talked about beauty, she meant it was out of admiration, without any envy in her eyes. Chow Yen then laughed and said, "You don't know, just now." Ni Kaiwa then raised her foot, and Chow Yen immediately smiled and changed the subject. "I won't say anything more. Let's go up too." Seeing that the bus was ready for passengers, Chow Yen got on directly. Soon, all 3 of them sat on it. After that, the 3 of them started chatting casually. The students in the car, especially the boys, would look towards Chow Yen from time to time. Because Ni Kaiwa was in a good mood at the moment, she was shaking her legs. The shaking made the male students dizzy. Of course, it was because of their attention that Ni Kaiwa also noticed it. She quickly stood up and exchanged places with Chow Yen, and ran inside so that they could not see her legs. Thinking of this, she rolled her beautiful eyes at Chow Yen again. Chow Yen looked even more puzzled. He really had no idea what Ni Kaiwa was thinking. But now the favorability between the two has reached 10, which is a big improvement. Soon, Director Liu came up. Behind Director Liu, a female teacher came up. Director Liu then spoke again, "Remember the rules I told you yesterday. Everyone must be careful and remember them. This time I'm staying in the dormitory of Zhanghuai No. 1 Middle School. If you have any questions, boys can come directly to me, and girls can go to Teacher Zhang. Do you understand?" Director Liu said. "I understand," the students said in unison. Director Liu then looked at Chow Yen, who was chatting with Ni Kaiwa and Zhang Qiuyue, and said, "Chow Yen, do you understand?" Xiao Yan looked at Director Lu and said with a smile, "Don't be so serious." Puff. Although they were already used to Xiao Yan's teasing of Director Lu, they still found it very amusing. Director Lu then continued to stare at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan ignored him. So he saw Ni Kaiwa wearing ordinary clothes. Ni Kaiwa, why aren't you wearing a school skirt? Washed. Ni Kaiwa answered in a low voice after hearing it. Remember, don't embarrass Jiangbei Middle School in other schools. No. Just like that, after the instructions, the bus finally started. It takes about 2 hours to travel from Jiangbei to the central city of Jianghuai. So soon the students closed their eyes and took a rest. Seeing that Zhang Qiuyue and Ni Kaiwa were also a little sleepy, Xiao Yan closed his eyes too. Soon, Xiao Yan heard the school bell. He opened his eyes immediately. But when I opened my eyes, I was met with a completely different scene. The schools here are much better than those in Jiangbei. The exterior is a European-style teaching building with a running fountain and a group of flowers in the middle. The students all came out of the teaching building. Director Lu then spoke directly, "Everyone, get off the bus in an orderly manner." At the same time, 2 buses arrived here. This is the competition point. After they got off the bus, they attracted the attention of many students in the school. After getting off the bus, Xiao Yan glanced at the classmates who were watching. Soon, Ni Kaiwa came down. So most of their attention was immediately drawn to Ni Kaiwa, who was not wearing a school skirt. Ni Kaiwa became nervous again when she was looked at. "It's okay." Xiao Yan stood in front of Ni Kaiwa. Ni Kaiwa nodded. At this time, 2 people came slowly from a distance. "Are you the team leader of Jiangbei Middle School?" the middle-aged man said directly after seeing Director Lu. "Yes, I am." "You are Bei Wei? And you are from Buqin?" "Yes," responded the teacher who got off the bus nearby. "Okay, you can see the Jiangbei Middle School dormitory right here." As he spoke, he pointed directly to the dormitory building several hundred meters away. The walls of this dormitory building have cracked, making it look out of place with this European-style teaching building. The most important thing is that behind this dormitory building, there is a train passing by about 100 meters in a straight line. Director Lu knew at a glance that the dormitory was old because there were no students inside. That's why he asked, "Are there any other dormitories? This one doesn't look safe." Although it was the old dormitory building of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School, there will definitely be no problem for you to live there. Director Lu frowned and said nothing more. After Director Zhang announced the assigned room numbers, Director Lu and the female teacher surnamed Zhang addressed the students, "Follow me." Good. Before he had taken 2 steps, Xiao Yan heard the people behind him complaining in a low voice. "They actually gave us the old dormitory building. Forget it, as long as I can live here." Watching Jiangbei Middle School leave, the 2 receptionists from Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School started chatting in a low voice. "Shall we give it to them? What's wrong with that? You should know that Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School is our biggest enemy." That's right. After the 2 of them finished talking, they gave 2 more students dormitory numbers and asked them to move into the old teaching building. Chapter 20, I Built Your Library. After Director Lu assigned the dormitories in front of the dormitory building, he separated from Teacher Lu, and the 2 of them took the male and female students into the dormitory respectively. After entering, Xiao Yan just walked into the dormitory and knew the problems of the dormitory. He looked out the window and saw the railway track less than 100 meters away. This is actually a dormitory facing the railway track. Just as Xiao Yan saw this, a train was already approaching. The roar of the train caused the light bulbs above the dormitory to start shaking. Xiao Yan walked out of the dormitory and took a look at the dormitory assigned by his school. He immediately realized that they were deliberately making things difficult for him. The reason is simple. All their dormitories face the railway tracks. Of course, Director Lu also discovered this after the train passed, so he also came out. Xiao Yan looked at Director Lu, who came out from beside him, and said, "Facing the railway tracks, it's hard to sleep well at night, and it's hard to review. It's better to change it." "Okay, let's go talk." Director Lu agreed with Xiao Yan's point of view this time. So after giving his instructions, he went down alone. Xiao Yan followed him out. After walking out of the dormitory building, Teacher Zhang from the girls' dormitory next door also appeared. Teacher Zhang originally wanted to come out to call Director Lu because his dormitory faced the railway track, but he didn't notice that Director Lu also came out. The two of them exchanged a brief exchange and then walked directly towards the two people from Jianghua No. 1 Middle School who had just received them. Xiao Yan originally just wanted to ask Ni Kaiyue and Zhang Chouyue to go for a walk, but he didn't expect that after Director Lu and the other two left, many classmates came out. With such a loud train noise, I'm sure I won't be able to sleep well at night. That's right, this is absolutely not okay. Let's go check it out too. We have to change dorms. The classmates whispered and prepared to go and take a look together. At this time, Ni Kaiyue also came out. Xiao Yan took her out of the school gate and said, "Let's go eat something delicious." He had no intention of dealing with such matters at all. At worst, he could just take Ni Kaiyue to live outside. Just when Xiao Yan and Ni Kaiyue walked to the school gate, Director Lu's voice, slightly pleading, came out, "Director Zhang, our dormitories are too noisy. Can we move to other dormitories?" "No, we've already made arrangements, there's nothing I can do." After hearing this, Ni Kaiyue also stopped listening. She then whispered to Xiao Yan, "The dormitory here is really noisy." "I know." Director Lu kept saying something. It was the first time that Xiao Yan saw Director Lu using a pleading tone and expression. It was obvious that he would not get any benefit here at all. However, Director Zhang of Jianghua No. 1 Middle School still rejected the question. "Forget it, I'll find you two dormitories facing the railway tracks, so that you, Zhangbei Middle School, won't say bad things about our Jianghua Middle School." Director Zhang said with a forced smile. "We have a total of 8 dormitories. Can we change half of them?" Director Lu whispered again. "No, there are only 2 dormitories to change." Director Lu then continued, "There aren't that many students here. Your dormitory building can accommodate 1,000 people, so you can definitely spare half the dormitories for us." "No, there's still some waste left in the empty space." Director Zhang refused to speak again. At this time, Xiao Yan's classmates also started to make noise. "You are bullying me. There are dormitories facing the railway tracks." Director Zhang then glared at the students and said, "Director Lu, please take care of your students. I've already booked a room here in advance. If you don't want to stay here, you can move out." Director Lu's face was clearly embarrassment. He knew that Director Zhang was deliberately making things difficult for him. At this time, the students started to speak up again. "Director Lu, it's too noisy where we live. You don't have to stay here." Director Zhang spoke directly to the student. Although Ni Kaiyue's face was cold, there was a hint of anger. Finally, Director Zhang looked around and saw Xiao Yan and Ni Kaiyue. A sneer crossed his face again. "Director Lu, are these two your students too? They don't even wear school uniforms. Besides, our Jianghua Middle School has a strict rule prohibiting dating. Why are they standing so close to each other? It's really affecting the atmosphere of our school." Director Lu continued in a low voice, "There's a reason why they don't wear school uniforms." Ni Kaiyue immediately lowered her head. Seeing her legs constantly swinging and colliding with each other, Xiao Yan knew that she was very nervous and not in a good mood. Xiao Yan originally just wanted to go out for a meal, but after hearing that he was actually implicated, he walked up to Director Zhang. "You are the one who is in charge of our dormitory? Director Lu, is this how you Jiangbei students talk to your teachers?" Director Zhang looked at Xiao Yan with a cold face. Xiao Yan then grabbed Director Zhang by the collar, held his collar and pulled him in front of him. "You, what are you doing? Do you know who I am?" Xiao Yan grabbed his collar and said, "I don't need to know who you are, but be polite with your words. I built your library. Shouldn't I have the right to supervise the situation of this school?" Xiao Yan looked directly at the library 300 meters away. I saw that the name of this library was Xiaoyan Library. When he first arrived, he knew that this was a donation made by his father in his own name in order to accumulate merit for him, because he had heard his father say it before. Although Xiao Yan doesn't pay attention to these things, his father does. "Bullshit," Director Zhang said with a red face as he was pulled. Director Lu saw the library and muttered to himself, Xiao Yan, is that true?" After hearing Director Lu's words, the students all looked towards the library. A few hundred meters away stood the magnificent library, with large characters written on it, indeed. The 2 words Xiao Yan. Chapter 21. No one dares to bully you. Seeing Xiao Yan actually take action, Director Lu was stunned. At this time, in addition to the students from Jiangbei Middle School, many students from Jianghua No. 1 Middle School had gathered around. When they saw that Xiao Yan was so strong that he could grab the leader of their school, they were even more confused and started to make a fuss. Of course, none of them wanted to bring bad luck to Chow Yen. Chow Yen watched his face gradually turn blue, and he did not hesitate at all. Only when his face turned red did Chow Yen let him go. Ahem. He started coughing continuously. After he coughed twice and recovered a little, he spoke again. How could such a student appear in your Jiangbei Middle School? I'm telling you, don't even think about living in this dormitory. After hearing this, Director Liu looked a little dejected. He then gave Chow Yen another look and said, young people are a bit impulsive. Oh. This matter won't be that simple, Director Zhang said, and then wiped the sweat from his face caused by the suffocation just now. Xiao Yankai looked at him again and continued, so, what else do you want? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? His temper was not that good, and he was about to extend his hand as he spoke. This scared Director Zhang. He immediately took a few steps back before continuing, alright, security, catch him. I want him to go in and reflect on his actions. He felt more confident after seeing the security guard in the distance. Chow Yen simply turned around and glanced at the two security guards. He said calmly, if you don't want to cause trouble, just watch from the side. The security guards were all stunned when they heard Chow Yan's words. They had never seen such a confident student. Director Zhang spoke again, and the two security guards walked towards Chow Yen slowly. They didn't want to offend anyone at all. After all, they were just security guards at the school and didn't get paid much. At this time, Director Zhang was watching from the side. With a sneer on his face, he took out his mobile phone and directly dialed a number. Principal, it's like this. No need to do this. Director Liu heard that he actually called his principal and hurriedly wanted to stop him. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that what happened today was specifically done by Director Zhang. But once the principal is found, things are not that simple. Maybe Chow Yen will really be punished. Director Zhang simply put his arm around Director Liu, took the phone away, and said, Director Liu from Jiangbei Middle School, you need to think carefully about your own problems. Director Liu also got angry after hearing this. He had been enduring it all along, but Director Zhang simply didn't take him seriously. Although the two are of the same level, they were born in different schools, and Director Zhang obviously acted superior. Don't say anything more. Director Liu tried to persuade Director Zhang to take back the phone in a calm tone. But just when Director Liu was still persuading, he just felt a figure appear in front of him. When he saw this figure, he had already come to Director Zhang and snatched the mobile phone from Director Zhang's hand with one hand. Hello, Uncle Zhou, you know my father. It's just right that you're here at the school gate to help me. After hanging up the phone, Chow Yankai threw the phone directly to Director Zhang. Director Zhang naturally didn't take his words seriously, and this time he not only criticized Chow Yen, but also Director Liu. After hearing the busy tone on the phone and putting it down, Zhou Zhibo muttered to himself in confusion, who is this? He really didn't know Chow Yen, but he knew Chow Yen's father, Chowda. But Chow Yen did not say it explicitly. The scene has become a mess. The big circle surrounded the small circle, and the students of Jiangbei Middle School were all surrounded, complaining about the injustice done to them. The students of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School outside the circle were watching the show. In the middle, Director Zhang didn't dare to say another word after seeing Chow Yan's cold expression. He was afraid that if he said one more word, Chow Yan would attack him again. He had just felt that the power in Chow Yan's hands was much greater than his own. Make way, everyone make way. At this time, a loud shout was finally heard. Director Zhang's face instantly turned miserable when he heard this. Seeing the people squeezed out of the crowd, he spoke again with a look of grievance, Jiangbei Middle School is going too far. They actually ordered the students to attack me. The person who came was Zhou Zhibo, the principal of Jianghuai Middle School. After Zhou Zhibo walked in, he spoke again, what on earth is going on? Director Liu was about to explain when Chow Yen took a big step forward and said with a chuckle, my name is Chow Yen. When I wanted to donate it to your library, my father must have explained the reason for the name. After he finished speaking, Zhou Zhibo's eyes instantly turned to Chow Yen. After seeing that Chow Yen was indeed very similar to Chowda, he said softly, do you have anything to prove? Simple. Chow Yen directly opened his mobile phone and swiped out his father's phone number before letting Zhou Zhibo look at it. Not everyone has their father's number, but the principal of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School should have it. Sure enough, Zhou Zhibo just glanced at it, turned around, and sternly said to Director Zhang, what exactly is going on? Explain it to me clearly. After he finished speaking, he smiled brightly at Chow Yen and said, don't worry, I'm here, no one dares to bully you. Director Zhang was stunned when he heard the attitude towards him and himself. Chapter 22 Only suspension required. Director Liu was not in a much better state, staring with disbelief on his face. These old hands could all understand what Principal Zhou Zhibua meant. The explanation of this sentence is, Xiao Yan, I have your back, just tell me if you have anything to say. Director Zhang was about to speak when Zhou Zhibua said, shut up. Xiao Yan, you speak. His expression changed very quickly. When he spoke to Director Zhang, he was still cold, but when he came to Xiao Yan, he became friendly. Xiao Yan then spoke up, the dormitories we were assigned all face the railway tracks, so we can't study. Of course, this is a small matter. I can take my classmates out to live. So I just want to make one request. Xiao Yan spoke very slowly so that people around him could hear him clearly. As for the students in the inner and outer circles, looking at Xiao Yan's attitude, they knew that Xiao Yan knew the principal. At this time, Xiao Yan spoke word by word, suspend Director Zhang. For a moment, the scene was almost still. They all looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan then chuckled and said, it's okay that he used his power to interfere with our studies, but the most important point is no repentance. He didn't say much. But Director Zhang was already frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Now, I guess no one can fail to understand what is happening on the scene. At this time, it was no longer Director Zhang who was punishing Xiao Yan and Director Liu, but Xiao Yan who was punishing Director Zhang. Zhou Zhibua thought for a few seconds before turning back to Director Zhang and saying, how do you do things? Even though Jiangbei Middle School is our biggest competitor, you can't do this. Please suspend me for a week, and I'll find you later. But Principal. Director Zhang felt wronged. Zhou Zhibua then said coldly, can't you hear me? Go back now, pack your things, and come back to see me next week. Okay. Director Zhang looked at the principal who was looking at him coldly, knowing that it was useless for him to say anything now. He could only glance at Xiao Yan with lowered brows. This student is so weird. The students from Jiangbei Middle School were in the inner circle, so they could hear it clearly. After hearing that the principal of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School had suspended his own people, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shrugged and said, I'm really sorry to trouble you, Uncle Zhou. Xiao Yan knew that proper courtesy was still necessary, so he would naturally be more polite to Zhou Zhibua. Zhou Zhibua then patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said, I haven't thanked your father for his selfless dedication to our school. What happened today was indeed his fault. I will make him reflect on it. As for you, I will arrange a new dormitory for you. Xiao Yan then shook his head and said, Uncle Zhou, are there any hotels nearby? Hotel? After thinking for a moment, he spoke again, 500 meters away, there is a Zigong Hotel on the commercial street. Okay, thank you for your help. Let's just live there. He knew Zigong Hotel very well. It is the hotel opened by my family. I didn't expect there would be one so close by. So after the principal left, Xiao Yan said to Director Liu, let's go. We don't have any extra funds. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for a safe learning environment. Xiao Yan said directly. Finally, all the students took their backpacks and gathered again. Xiao Yan then led everyone to Zigong Hotel according to the map. Following Xiao Yan were Ni Kaiyue and Zhang Qiuyue. Xiao Yan, who are you? Do you know the principal just now? Even Ni Kaiyue, who seemed indifferent to other things, pricked up her ears. Xiao Yan then laughed and said, he's probably my father's friend. After saying this, Zhang Qiuyue saw that Xiao Yan didn't particularly want to answer, so he didn't ask any more questions. Soon they arrived at the Zigong Hotel. Looking at the small square outside and the European-style gatehouse. Finally, 5 stars were painted on the door of the hotel on the 20-story building, and all the students knew that this was a 5-star hotel. Before Xiao Yan even walked in, Ni Kaiyue whispered, this place must be very expensive, right? It's okay. For your learning environment, it's worth it if it's a little more expensive. Zhang Qiuyue was listening nearby before she spoke again, Xiao Yan is really good to you. Ni Kaiyue turned her head away again. She had already sensed that Xiao Yan did it on purpose. Director Liu could only follow behind and whisper with Teacher Zhang. How could they have known that they had brought in such a student? After walking in, I saw that the people coming and going in the huge lobby were basically people in formal attire, or people who looked like they were wearing a lot of jewels. Xiao Yan didn't look at it any further and went straight to the front desk. He first counted the number of people, including Director Liu and Teacher Zhang, and said directly, open 16 rooms. So expensive? The classmate behind me was stunned when he saw the price list on the LCD screen. The cheapest ones here start at 1,200 yuan. They all don't want to live here anymore. Because it's obviously too expensive here. Chapter 23. Who is the distinguished guest? At this time, the receptionist was obviously stunned after hearing it. While she was looking at the available rooms, a person from the reception desk next to her came forward. I need 10 rooms here, all of the best quality, to accommodate guests. Brother Liu, there's business again? After a brief conversation between the two, before Chao Yan could even speak, the receptionist said, Brother Liu wants 10 rooms, and we don't have enough. After hearing this, the receptionist on Chao Yan's side spoke again, sorry, we have no rooms left. Chao Yan then said with a smile, shouldn't I have been here first? That's true. The person next to him was our distinguished guest? You have such a distinguished guest here? How come I didn't know about it? Chao Yan laughed. He really didn't know that there were distinguished guests at the Zigan Hotel. After seeing Chao Yan, the middle-aged man laughed again and said, little brother, go to another hotel. There's no point in saying so much. After hearing this, Anai Kaiyue came up again and whispered, forget it, why don't we go to another hotel? Hotels here are very tight. It's hard to find one with 16 rooms available. After Chao Yan finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged man again and chuckled, then I am also a distinguished guest? After he finished speaking, he took out a black card with extremely fine workmanship from his pocket. After seeing the black card, the middle-aged man knew that Chao Yan's identity was not ordinary, but he still shook his head and said, little brother, I am still a distinguished guest here. I'm sorry sir, we really don't have any rooms here. Only then did Anai Kaiyue pull Chao Yan. Chao Yan then turned over the black card on the counter and continued, look, am I a VIP customer? It turned out that the signature on the back of this black card was signed by his father. This Zigang Hotel is a high-end hotel chain owned by his father. After seeing this signature, the receptionist was obviously startled. She had occasionally seen people with black cards, but if the signature on this one was real, then she had definitely done something wrong. Chao Yan then took out his ID card and threw it directly to the front desk. Let me show you. And by the way, give me the 16 rooms I need. After the front desk clerk got Chao Yan's ID card, he looked at the two words Chao Yan written on it and immediately understood what was going on. Okay, I'll open it right away, the receptionist stuttered. The middle-aged man next to him was even more confused, where are my 10 rooms? You'd better go somewhere else, we don't have any extra rooms. What's going on? His voice immediately became low. Chao Yan then chuckled at him and said, it's very simple, because when it comes to distinguished guests, I am more valuable than you. In this way, Chao Yan didn't even use his classmates' ID cards, but directly booked 16 rooms and then distributed the room cards to them. After watching Chao Yan and many of his classmates leave, the middle-aged man spoke to the front desk, if you hadn't winked at me just now, I wouldn't have let him go. Don't do that, you can't afford to offend this guy. What? I just looked at a black card. Although he doesn't have a black card, he also feels that this situation shouldn't happen. The receptionist who had seen Chao Yan's ID card and black card called him over and whispered, the black card is signed by Director Chao. What? He immediately screamed. Are you sure it's true? His last name is also Chao. I don't think such a coincidence would happen, the receptionist spoke again. The middle-aged man sighed and said, if that's the case, this distinguished guest is indeed older than me. He was also secretly glad that he did not argue with Chao Yan. Otherwise, if he really is Chao Da's son or something like that, then he would definitely be in big trouble. You should know that Chao Da established an unparalleled business empire in the entire Huaizhou province. There is absolutely no hope of fighting against him. He then sighed, turned around and left to choose another hotel. When getting on the elevator, Chao Yan specifically checked the room card. Let the boys and girls sit together separately. Chao Yan glanced at his room card, which was 2405, while Zhang Qiyue's was 2406. Finally, after Zhang Qiyue took a look at Anai Kaiyue, he directly exchanged with Anai Kaiyue. Anai Kaiyue's is on the 23rd floor. Originally, Anai Kaiyue had no doubts. But after seeing the room number in Chao Yan's hand, he understood instantly. Zhang Qiyue must have misunderstood the relationship between himself and Chao Yan. When she thought of this, her legs started to shake unconsciously again. Apparently this was her reaction after getting nervous. Except for 2 rooms on the 24th floor, the rest are all on the 23rd floor. So after a brief communication with Director Liu, Chao Yan and Director Liu went directly to the 24th floor. Ni Kaiwei followed behind Chao Yan, her mind a little confused. Chapter 24. You don't close the door? Ni Kaiwei opened the door of the room. A spacious room appeared before her. The 24th floor is the top floor of the Zigong Hotel, and all the rooms are suites and presidential suites. Although Ni Kaiwei's room is a suite, it has a balcony with a view and other facilities. After putting down her school bag, Ni Kaiwei turned around and saw Chao Yan, who had also come in. Her thoughts began to panic again. What are you doing in here? Ni Kaiwei said coldly. But there was a hint of panic in her tone. Chao Yan looked at her and said with a smile, "It's time to eat. I won't go back to my room yet." Oh. Ni Kaiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Yan, who had been sitting on the chair, stood up at this time and walked directly towards Ni Kaiwei, who was sitting beside the bed. Ni Kaiwei's heart, which had originally relaxed, was lifted again. Watching Chao Yan slowly walk towards him. The white legs were already rubbing slightly. Her slender hands were tightly clenched with 10 fingers, and her thoughts flew away to who knows where. Right at this moment, there were already exclamations at the door. Chao Yan and Ni Kaiwei looked towards the door at the same time. Because Chao Yan didn't close the door when he came in just now, Zhang Qiuyue had an understanding smile on her face at this time. But he still said, aren't you going to close the door? I forgot to turn it off. Chao Yan said with a laugh. Ni Kaiwei hurriedly pulled her foot back. But the shoes were caught in Chao Yan's hand. Ni Kaiwei just sat aside, covering her face with her hands. Chao Yan then placed the shoes next to Ni Kaiwei and helped her put them on. Ni Kaiwei snorted and quickly retracted her foot. Zhang Qiuyue then continued, I didn't disturb you, did I? No. Ni Kaiwei seized the opportunity and quickly raised her head to speak to Zhang Qiuyue. Chao Yan just smiled and said nothing. Zhang Qiuyue's face showed an understanding look. Director Liu asked me to ask, it's time for dinner, and we need to go back to the cafeteria of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School to eat. Zhang Qiuyue directly stated the purpose of coming up this time. Only then did Chao Yan pat Ni Kaiwei, who was still in a daze. Ni Kaiwei was so frightened that she screamed softly again, then quickly stood up again. Those big eyes, as cold as ice, stared straight at Chao Yan. But after meeting Chao Yan's gaze, he immediately turned away. Compared to herself, she was still too shy. Chao Yan thought about it, and then said, let's just go to the restaurant here to eat. The buffet here is much better than the cafeteria at Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School. Chao Yan said. Zhang Qiuyue then laughed and said, then I'll go and tell them right away. Come down quickly when you're done. After saying that, she deliberately closed the door. What's grinding? Chao Yan turned his head after hearing the slight grinding sound. Ni Kaiwei stood there quietly. But a slight grinding sound came from her mouth. Ni Kaiwei then raised her delicate face and looked at Chao Yan. Her face gradually turned rosy from the usual coldness. Finally, she spoke again, Chao Yan, you're teasing me again. Oops, sorry. An apology came from outside the door. It turned out that Zhang Qiuyue did not leave after closing the door. Hearing Zhang Qiuyue's voice, Ni Kaiwei immediately closed her mouth and just looked at Chao Yan. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to kill herself. I didn't expect to be misunderstood again. Chao Yan then grabbed her wrist and whispered, let's go eat quickly. If we stay here too long, they'll become suspicious. Ni Kaiwei pulled her arm free and then walked towards the door angrily. What is too long? It will arouse suspicion, and you will speak as if something really happened between you and him. Don't forget to get your room card. After Chao Yan followed her out the door, he helped her get the room card. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the system. Ding, your favorability with Ni Kaiwei increases by 10, and you gain 1,000 luck points. Your luck point for the day is 10,000. After hearing this news, Chao Yan looked at Ni Kaiwei, who was angrily ignoring him, and shook his head again. He thought that what he did today did not gain any favorability. It turned out that he had already obtained it, but he gave it to himself directly after it became 10. But it seems that Ni Kaiwei still knows that he treats her well. Thinking of this, Chao Yan went down one level with Ni Kaiwei. Then I took all the classmates to the cafeteria on the 4th floor. Chapter 25 Shopping. There were also many guests here. Although Chao Yan did not have a meal ticket, he only needed to ask the security guard in the front desk to tell them, and everyone went in. After entering, they found that the buffet here was the most luxurious they had ever eaten. We have seafood, barbecue, grilled meat, light dishes, braised dishes, etc. I want to eat them all. Shoo, don't embarrass yourself, just take whatever you like to eat. After handing the plate to Kaiwe, Chow Yen took the plate and added some food to it. As a 5-star hotel, the buffet here naturally has a rich variety of dishes. Director Liu and teacher Zhang had dinner together. They were discussing Chow Yan's identity. But Director Liu was smarter. He remembered that he and Chow Yuning came together that day. I then thought of Chow Yan's identity. So they unconsciously showed more respect for Chow Yan. At this time, Chow Yan was no longer a student, but an adult like himself. After all, what Chow Yan did was indeed better than what they did. After Chow Yan finished preparing the food, he saw that Kaiwe only had a few snacks on her plate. He then placed what he had prepared on a table. He directly took the plate from Tsayue's hand. I'll pick it up for you. Just tell me what you want to eat. Only then did Kaiwe nod her head. Finally, after picking up some of Tsayue's favorite food, the two sat down at the table. There were many seats here. Chow Yen and Kaiwe sat together, and Zhang Qiyue also came over. Zhang Qiuyue had just sat down when he glanced at Chow Yen and then looked at Kaiwe. Then he asked in a low voice, "What stage are you at now? Are you ready to have a baby?" Kaiwe had just taken a bite of the vegetables on the plate when she choked. She quickly picked up the water cup and drank a few sips. Chow Yen then looked at Zhang Qiyue and said with a smile, "It's hard to say whether she can have children. You can't say what it means." Kaiwe had just recovered a little when she heard Chow Yan's ambiguous words again. Zhang Qiyue then laughed heartily, It seems that in this regard, Kaiwe is more open-minded. Kaiwe looked at Chow Yan, then glanced at Zhang Qiyue. She finally understood something. Why do these two look like they're acting in a double act? That's not what I meant. Kaiwe spoke again. At this time, Chow Yan didn't say anything. So Zhang Qiyue misunderstood again. Kaiwe didn't say anymore. She also realized that if she said too much, it would seem like she was trying to cover up something. But having children, how is that possible? Kaiwe glanced at Chow Yan, then angrily stepped on him lightly under the table. Chow Yan looked up in confusion and saw Tsayue's cold and unfeeling eyes. Of course, he could only wonder. After dinner, Director Liu spoke to all the students again, "Everyone, please don't go out at night. This learning environment is very suitable for everyone to study." Good. After all the students responded, they returned to their rooms. Chow Yan naturally would not go to study, so he dragged Kaiwe out of the hotel with all kinds of temptations. After going out, there is a commercial street. As a very smart student, Zhang Qiuyue naturally went back to study. So only Chow Yan and Kaiwe were left. They walked around and came to a food street that specialized in selling snacks. After walking in, Kaiwe didn't say what she wanted at first, but after Chow Yan bought some snacks, he discovered that although Kaiwe had just eaten, she still had a lot of appetite for these things. So the two of them started walking around here. After eating, the two of them strolled on the street, although Kaiwe said she didn't need clothes or anything like that. But eyes can't lie. So Chow Yan directly dragged her into the store where she had been staring for a long time. Finally, I bought a sun hat. After entering Zigong Shopping Mall, Chow Yan walked around and went straight into a Patek Philippe watch store. In the entire Huaiqin province, this is the only store that sells Patek Philippe. Of course, he had to take a look. After all, he didn't even own a watch. After walking in, Kaiwe just looked at the price marked on the counter and didn't look anymore. Because she felt that the watches here were not good looking, and each one cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. She didn't even know who the fools were who bought these watches. After seeing Chow Yan, the receptionist glanced at Kaiwe. After seeing the handsome Chow Yan and the beauty of Kaiwe, she came straight over to receive us. Because she could see the temperament of Chow Yan. And the clothes Chow Yan was wearing were not cheap. That's enough. Sir and madam, do you want to buy a watch? Well, any introductions? The receptionist took the two of them directly to the counter in the middle. There are special spotlights here that shine directly on the two watches placed on the counter. These two watches are limited edition couples watches from Patek Philippe. There are only 300 pairs in the world. Because adding one is a bit expensive, Patek Philippe released a couple's watch with a different material but much cheaper. Chapter 26: Who Dares to Move? These two limited edition watches cost 2.6 million each, and although the clerk didn't mention it, the other two watches are definitely low-end watches, each costing only 450,000. Xiaoyan then said, "Can you take out this lady's watch and let her try it?" "Can." After the clerk finished speaking, he turned around and put on cotton gloves. When he came back, he got the key and opened the counter. This light pink Patek Philippe mechanical watch was taken out. Now that it had been taken out, Ni Kaiwe could only raise her arm. After the clerk put it on Ni Kaiwe's wrist, he couldn't stop boasting. "Your girlfriend has very good skin. I have never seen such fair skin. She looks more elegant with this watch." The clerk kept boasting. Although there was some bragging involved, what she said was not wrong. Ni Kaiwe was indeed the girl with the fairest skin he had ever seen. And this light pink Patek Philippe is indeed very suitable for her. But at this time, a person walked towards Ni Kaiwe. Xiaoyan grabbed his hand. The man's hand immediately retracted. Then he glared at Xiaoyan and said, "Why did you arrest me? You want to take a secret photo?" Xiaoyan laughed. The other hand took out a cell phone directly from his sleeve. Because there were not two customers in Patek Philippe, in fact, only Xiaoyan saw it. The other waiters didn't see it. "Who saw that? I was just playing with my phone." Ni Kaiwe turned around and looked at the phone that Xiaoyan had snatched from his hand, and instantly understood. She quickly hid beside Xiaoyan, and then glared at the man with her beautiful eyes. Xiaoyan then chuckled and said, "I think you've done this kind of thing a lot, right?" "I never did it." As he said that, he tried to snatch the phone that Xiaoyan had snatched. Xiaoyan pushed him aside. At this time, two security guards walked in directly because they heard the noise. "What are you arguing about?" they said, looking at the person taking the photo at the same time. Xiaoyan then spoke up, "I caught this guy secretly filming. Can you please help me call the police?" The security guard then said, "Give us the phone first." As he spoke, he was about to reach out to take the phone from Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan put the phone directly into his pocket. He looked directly at the two security guards. "Do you know him?" As soon as they came in, Xiaoyan discovered that they seemed to know the person who took the photos. "So what if we know each other? Since we're in Zhejiang Mall, the security here is our responsibility. Take out his phone." Xiaoyan ignored them and took out his cell phone to call the police. They even secretly filmed one of their own people. How could Xiaoyan tolerate such a thing? When the security guard saw Xiaoyan preparing to make a phone call, he came over to grab it. The other person started calling people directly using the walkie-talkie. Xiaoyan turned sideways and dodged him. The security guard immediately took out the baton in his hand. "Get out of the way." Xiaoyan quickly spoke to Ni Kaiwe. Ni Kaiwe was very close to Xiaoyan. The baton was actually swung towards Ni Kaiwe. Ni Kaiwe quickly took 2 steps and barely avoided the baton. At the same time, several security guards ran in. "Are you planning to protect him?" Xiaoyan glanced at everyone and said coldly. "So what?" The cunning man who took the secret photo gave a lewd smile. "Your girlfriend is really beautiful, but don't you know? I'm in charge of the security here. Hurry up and give me my phone back. I'll ask my uncle to treat you guys to dinner." It turns out that the uncle of the person taking the photos is the director of the security department of Zhejiang building. So when they came in, they recognized him immediately. Xiaoyan then laughed. "I think you don't want your jobs anymore." Seeing more and more people gathering, Ni Kaiwe said worriedly, "Since we didn't take any pictures, let's just forget it." Only then did Xiaoyan hit Ni Kaiwe directly on the head. Looking at the pouting Ni Kaiwe, Xiaoyan said unhappily, "I didn't see you being so carefree. He was about to take a picture of you." "But, there are more of them," Ni Kaiwe whispered again. Xiaoyan also knew that she was afraid that they would outnumber the group and bully the minority. But how could Xiaoyan be afraid? Soon, this matter reached the ears of the wretched uncle. He walked in slowly, holding a cup of warm water in his hand. After seeing the wretched man, he looked at Xiaoyan again. "Hand over your phone, I'm in charge of this Zhejiang shopping mall." Xiaoyan simply picked up the flower pot next to him and threw it directly at the security director, who looked relaxed. He was so frightened that he quickly sat down on the ground and barely avoided the attack. Bang! After a sound, the flower pot containing the small welcoming pine tree fell directly to the ground and turned into countless pieces. Xiaoyan then laughed angrily and said, "You're in charge of Zhejiang Mall? I built this Zigon Mall. He was a little confused as to why he was always bullied in his own territory. Am I really that easy to be bullied? After the master was pulled up, his hand holding the water cup was already shaking. He was really frightened by Chow Yun's just action. Only then did he curse again. Give me back my nephew's phone. I wonder who dares to move. Chow Yun said calmly, scanning everyone with a cold gaze. Chapter 27: The difference between domestic flowers and wildflowers. The security guards all paused. They looked at Chow Yun. Looking at Chow Yun's cold eyes, they trembled in their hearts and really didn't dare to move forward. Chow Yun's temperament is already very good, coupled with his current momentum. It really scared them all. Chow Yun then took out his cell phone from his pocket and said, "Don't lose your job because of him." After he finished speaking, he called his father directly. "Dad, I caught someone taking secret photos at Zigon Mall in Jianghuai City, and security is surrounding me." "Well, I'm in the Patek Philippe store, tell him to come quickly." After hanging up the phone, the security director was also frightened by Chow Yun's tone. But less than a minute later, he reacted. "Who are you trying to scare? Give me my phone back." When he finished speaking, he saw that the security guards still did not move. Then he started yelling, "If you don't dare to do anything again, just resign." After much deliberation, they decided to walk towards Chow Yun. Ni Kaiwei grabbed Chow Yun's arm and whispered, "Let's run?" "No need." Chow Yun replied, looking at Ni Kaiwei beside him. Then he scanned the security guards again. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," the security director urged again. "Let's see who dares." An angry shout came from outside the store. Immediately, a fat middle-aged man squeezed in. Then he walked directly to the security director. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. A red palm print instantly appeared on the security director's face. Then the obese middle-aged man shouted again, "Are you fucking crazy? Do you know who this is?" Just when everyone was confused, he walked over to Chow Yun again, leaned forward slightly, lowered his eyebrows and looked at Chow Yun, and asked softly, "Young Master Yen, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Chow Yun said lightly. The security director came to his senses, touched his face with one hand, and then spoke again, Mr. Zhang, he's defrauding people here." "Yes, he's defrauding people by saying this place is his. He's trying to use this to swindle money." After hearing what the security director said, Mr. Zhang sneered and slapped him in the face again. Then he said, "This Zigon Mall is his." Mr. Zhang's words had just fallen. The security guards were collectively stunned. As the top manager of Jianghuai Zigon Mall, Mr. Zhang would never tell lies. So, they looked at Chow Yun. How could such a young person become the boss of Zigon Mall? Also confused was the security director, who was slapped twice. After hearing what Mr. Zhang said, he didn't dare to say a word. Chow Yun saw that the situation in front of him was almost over, and then he said, "This must be his nephew, trying to take a sneak shot." As he said this, he took out the cell phone he used to take the secret photos. This matter must be dealt with severely. "Okay, I will definitely act according to the law," Mr. Zhang said, and took out his mobile phone without saying a word. I immediately called the police. He probably understood the current situation. But he still glared at the security director fiercely. "You are such a blind person, you are just like your nephew. Can this thing be photographed casually?" Although he had heard of people taking secret photos in shopping malls before, he didn't take it seriously. But this time, the target of the secret photography was actually Yan's female friend. Naturally, he said some unpleasant things to Chow Yun. Chow Yun didn't think it mattered, as long as this person could handle it. As for the Patek Philippe waiters, they were already confused. They had no idea what was going on. The security guard who came in with such a strong momentum was not only slapped in the face, but was also arrested. Seeing that there was nothing serious, Chow Yun handed the phone containing the secret filming to Mr. Zhang and asked them to go out and solve the matter. "I have something else to do here." When Mr. Zhang was leaving, he said to the waiter, "Remember to give young Master Yin the biggest discount. Don't cheat us." "Got it." The waiter nodded immediately. They had met Mr. Zhang before. Only after the security guards left did Chow Yun look at the watch on Ni Tsayue's wrist again. Then after he took the men's version, he looked at it and then said, "Pack these two together." "Okay, this watch is just right for you." The waiter next to him came up immediately and spoke in a sweet voice. But she had just realized that this handsome guy was not only good looking, but also a wealthy second generation. If you can make it to the list, you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Thinking of this, he came to Chao Yan again. Ni Kaiwei unconsciously grabbed Chao Yan's arm and frowned again. When Ni Kaiwei saw such a woman, she felt some resistance in her heart unconsciously. Finally, I took these 2 watches away after getting a 20% discount. Before they left, the heavily made-up waitress spoke tenderly, "Young Master Yen, why don't we add each other on WeChat? If the latest styles come out, I'll show them to you." As she spoke, she had already taken out her cell phone. Ni Kaiwei grabbed Xiaoyan's arm with one hand and whispered, "Let's go quickly, or Director Lu will come looking for us." Just like that, Xiaoyan was taken out of the store by Ni Kaiwei. At this time, the police had arrived and were arresting the person who took the secret photo. After taking a look, Xiaoyan pulled Ni Kaiwei away. The waiter in the store was worried about not being able to get Xiaoyan's WeChat number. The waiter next to her came over and said, "Don't you see how beautiful my girlfriend is? You don't understand, how can domestic flowers be as fragrant as wild flowers?" the heavily made-up waitress said. Chapter 28 What Can I Do? Another waiter heard what she said and curled his lips in disdain. "Even if domestic flowers are not as good as wild flowers, I will not look for someone like you." Afterwards, Xiao Yan took Ni Kaiwei away. Ni Kaiwei knew that Xiao Yan's family was rich when she was a child. But now after seeing it, I realized that he is not just ordinary rich, but it has nothing to do with me. As she thought about this, she realized that she was still wearing this exquisite pink watch on her wrist. Because I didn't take the watch off at all when I checked out just now. That's why she reached out and took Xiao Yan's hand, saying, "I'll give you this watch back." "For you." "I don't want it." "Are you sure you don't want to?" Xiao Yan chuckled and pointed to the Jianghuai River not far away. "If you don't want it, I'll throw it away." Ni Kaiwei subconsciously stretched out her hand, trying to stop Xiao Yan. She really believed that Xiao Yan would just throw it out as he said. So she chose to keep quiet and planned to find an opportunity to return this watch that was more expensive than the house. "Actually, this watch is my apology to you for what happened before." Xiao Yan continued. "That's too expensive." Ni Kaiwei shook her head. Ding, favorability with Ni Kaiwei increased by +10, current favorability is 30, reward luck value, 1000, current luck value, 11,000. Only after hearing the news did Xiao Yan feel relieved. It seems that these words of apology made Ni Kaiwei like him more. Afterwards, Xiao Yan took Ni Kaiwei back to the hotel. "Although I don't plan to study. But there is no need to delay Ni Kaiwei's studies." When we returned to the hotel, it was already 8:30 in the evening. After Ni Kaiwei opened her room, Xiao Yan also walked in. "What are you doing?" Ni Kaiwei saw Xiao Yan following in after she walked in, and she immediately became worried again. "You study, I have nothing to do when I get home." As Xiao Yan spoke, he sat down on the chair next to him and flipped through his phone. At this time, Ni Kaiwei naturally would not drive Xiao Yan out. So she took out her review materials, put them on the desk, turned on the desk lamp and started reading. Drop. Xiao Yan glanced at his WeChat and saw a notification from a friend. She only took a look at the man's profile picture and knew it was the waiter who had just sold her the watch. He thought about it carefully and realized that he must have written his mobile phone number when he issued the invoice. So she added herself directly. Although Xiao Yan had no interest in her, he still added her. After that, Xiao Yan went to get a cup of water and just returned to his seat with the water. Before he sat down, Ni Kaiwei had already raised her head and looked at him. This made Xiao Yan feel a little strange. "What are you looking at me for?" "It's okay," Ni Kaiwei said coldly, then lowered her head and started looking at her review materials. Xiao Yan sat in his seat, drank a sip of water, turned on his phone, and saw 3 consecutive unread messages. "Is the smiling handsome guy here? Are you home yet? Is that lady your girlfriend?" Xiao Yan was just about to input. The beeping sound started again. Ni Kaiwei raised her head again. Xiao Yan then said softly, "Okay, I'll turn it to mute." Even though it's on silent, it still vibrates. Ni Kaiwei felt a little uneasy because of the vibration. She knew that the vibration shouldn't disturb her. So she didn't know what she was thinking about, but she just started walking. Xiao Yan then raised his head, looked at Ni Kaiwei who was walking towards him and said, "What's wrong with you? Go to the toilet." Ni Kaiwei said very calmly. After hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded and continued to lower his head. When Ni Kaiwa passed by, she casually glanced at the name that Xiao Yan was chatting about. Looks alike? So when Ni Kaiwa walked to the bathroom, she casually asked, "Is it the waiter from before?" "Yeah," Xiao Yan answered casually. Then there was a bang. The bathroom door closed. After telling her some things, Xiao Yan ignored the waitress. She was just a waitress with heavy makeup, and he really had no interest in her. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of the waiter's obvious seductive behavior. But she seems to be very confident about her appearance. After a while, Ni Kaiwa came out. Xiao Yan looked at Ni Kaiwa who came out. Looking at her face, it seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Xiao Yankai laughed again and said, "Why are you still in a bad mood after going to the bathroom?" "None of your business." After Ni Kaiwa finished speaking coldly, she returned to her seat and continued looking at the review materials. As a result, I saw her holding a pen, but she kept tapping on the manuscript paper without writing anything. Xiao Yan then came to her side. "Is there anything you don't know? Why didn't he exchange his math proficiency?" "Because he studied statistics before coming here. Simply put, statistics is serious mathematics. That's why he didn't redeem the math proficiency in his skills, because high school math is very easy for him." Chapter 29 I1T Tell the Teacher. After Xiao Yan arrived, he looked at the exercises Ni Kaiwa was reading and asked curiously, "This question is not difficult?" Ni Kaiwa's slender hands trembled with fear before she raised her head and said coldly, "What are you doing here? I thought you wouldn't." "I will, you should go back to your room." Ni Kaiwa continued coldly. Seeing her expressionless face, Xiao Yan reached out and touched Ni Kaiwa's forehead, saying curiously, "You don't have a fever? What's wrong with you? Just now, what did that person ask you to do?" Ni Kaiwa finally expressed the doubts in her heart. "That person?" Xiao Yi thought about it carefully. Then he laughed and said, "You mean the waiter? We were just chatting casually, but it turns out you were jealous." Xiao Yan understood instantly. When Ni Kaiwa heard Xiao Yan's words, a hint of redness instantly appeared on her originally fair face. Then she pretended to be cold and indifferent and said, "Who would be jealous?" She had no idea what she was thinking. She had just been casually glancing at it, but she was constantly thinking about it in her mind, which resulted in her not having the energy to think about these exercises. Xiao Yan then pulled up a nearby stool and sat directly next to Ni Kaiwa, chuckling softly, "I see. You should study hard. You have a competition the day after tomorrow morning." Ni Kaiwa then looked at Xiao Yan in a blank tone, and then started looking at her own exercises. After getting Xiao Yan's answer, Ni Kaiwa's wrist, as white as snow lotus root, also moved. She began to write on the manuscript paper. After Xiao Yan saw her finish the exercise, he whispered, "Your skin has really changed. I originally called her Heinua, but I didn't expect that she has become a fair-skinned person now." This really made Xiao Yan feel a little strange. It was true that girls change a lot when they grow up. When Ni Kaiwa heard Xiao Yan say this, she always felt that Xiao Yan was staring at her. He put down the pen in his hand, pushed Xiao Yan with one hand and said, "You should go sit over there. I'll just sit here and watch you write. After all, I don't have any review questions." "You didn't by the review questions?" Ni Kaiwa asked doubtfully. Then I remembered that he seemed to have come empty-handed. Thinking of this, she rolled her eyes at him again and said, "Then take a good look at these questions. Do you know how to do them?" As she spoke, she took the exercises to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan just took a casual look. He really only had to take a look at these questions and knew them all. Very simple high school exercises. Even if they cannot be solved using high school math, they can be solved quickly using college math. Take a good look at this. Ni Kaiwa raised the exercise book to his face again after seeing that he just glanced at it. Xiao Yankai spoke again, "Okay, I've seen it, I know it." Ni Kaiwa didn't believe it, so she pointed to a random exercise and asked him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan attacked them all. Just like that, 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Qiuyue's voice was heard. Xiao Yan went straight to open the door. Zhang Qiuyue was obviously stunned when he saw Xiao Yan. Then, seeing Ni Kaiwa in the room, he said, "I didn't go to the wrong place, did I?" "No, come in." After Zhang Qiuyue came in, he looked at Ni Kaiwa, whose face seemed to be stained with a layer of fat, and then looked at Xiao Yan with a strange expression. "You are not really giving birth?" "No." Ni Kaiwa spoke immediately. Then he said, I just asked him to look at the exercises, he didn't buy them. Ni Kaiwe, don't lie to me. Your face is all red now. Don't think I don't know anything. Although Zhang Qiuyue is a top student, when he saw a man and a woman in the room, he still imagined many scenes. After hearing her words, Ni Kaiwe turned around and looked at the mirror on the table. In the mirror, a person with a charming look, bright eyes, white teeth, and fair skin appeared. Ni Kaiwe knew that this was because the conversation with Chao Yan had consumed a lot of her energy. But this look is indeed strange. Chao Yan looked at Ni Kaiwe. He hadn't noticed that she had become like this just now. Now, after seeing her, he couldn't help laughing and said, Ni Kaiwe, you look even more beautiful like this. Zhang Qiuyue agreed, indeed, but isn't this all your credit? Ni Kaiwe looked at the two people who were singing in unison and immediately put the mirror on the table. He walked over to the two of them again, first rolled his eyes at Chao Yan, then spoke to Zhang Qiuyue, you really think wrong, I just told him about the exercises. Yeah, I know I was wrong. Do I need to go out now? Zhang Qiuyue continued. Ni Kaiwe immediately didn't know what to say. This is clearly a misunderstanding. What are you going out for? If anyone wants to go out, it's him. Ni Kaiwe mustered up her courage and pointed her slender finger at Chao Yan. Chao Yan then looked at Ni Kaiwe with amusement, you turned your back on me? After hearing what Chao Yan said, Zhang Qiuyue looked around even more, and finally said to Ni Kaiwe with certainty, Ni Kaiwe, you don't have to be like this. I won't tell the teacher. Chapter 30, Questions that Stumped the Top Student. When Ni Kaiwe saw Zhang Qiuyue pretending to know everything, she was immediately furious. Standing there, she stretched out her onion-like fingers and pointed at the other person, and a layer of frost instantly covered her fair cheeks. You. Alright, stop messing around. I'm really here to study exercises with Kaiwe. Seeing this, Chao Yan, who was standing aside, quickly stretched out his hands to smooth things over. He was worried that if the situation continued like this, Kaiwe might be very angry. If you lose favorability and luck points because of such a small thing, it would not be worth it. Oh. Are you following the husband's lead so soon? Zhang Qiuyue's gaze moved between Chao Yan and Ni Kaiwe, and he spoke in a drawn-out tone. Forget it, I'll ignore you too. Think whatever you want. After hearing Chao Yan's explanation, which not only failed to clear up Zhang Qiuyue's misunderstanding of her but deepened it, Ni Kaiwe glanced coldly at Chao Yan, who was standing beside her and looking at her with a smile, and Zhang Qiuyue, who was standing in front of her. She stomped her little feet hard on the ground, then turned around, turned her head, and walked back to the table where the exercises were placed before. She gave up explaining and flipped the exercise book on the table with a loud noise. Seeing this, Chao Yan couldn't help but turn his head helplessly and look at Zhang Qiuyue, who was standing there. Why didn't he know before that this female academic was so fond of gossip? After realizing that Ni Kaiwe seemed really angry, Zhang Ruoyue hurriedly looked at Chao Yan beside her and said nervously, Did I say something wrong? Kaiwe seems really angry. After hearing this, Chao Yan couldn't help but laugh and said, No, it's just that you talk too much. By the way, is there anything you want to talk to Kaiwe about? He suddenly asked. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Zhang Qiuyue couldn't help but pat his forehead lightly, with a hint of annoyance on his face. She came here to find Ni Kaiwe for something important, which might be related to whether they could get a good ranking in the provincial competition in a few days. Thinking of this, she no longer cared about Chao Yan beside her. She raised her foot and hurried to Ni Kaiwe, who was sitting in front of the table. With a pleading expression, she gently pulled the corner of Ni Kaiwe's arm with her hand and apologized in a low voice. It was like she was apologizing for her previous inappropriate behavior. Seeing this scene, Chao Yan couldn't help but shake his head helplessly as he stepped on the soft carpet. He had no interest in staying here and listening to these two people's nonsense. Instead of spending this much time, he might as well go back to his room and lie down for a while, and think about how to get the luck value he wants more quickly from the son of luck in this world, Jiang Feng. After all, this concerns his future life. Besides, since God has given him such an opportunity, he doesn't want to waste such good resources and opportunities like his predecessor. You know, Jiang Feng is not a simple person to be able to become the protagonist loved by the whole world. After all, behind him stands a big boss who can shake the whole country with just a stomp of his feet. Compared with the business empire his father built in a province, it was nothing. Just as Chao Yan was thinking about his next plan and walked to the door, ready to open it and leave the room, suddenly, a clear voice like a nightingale came from behind him, interrupting his thoughts, although the tone was a little cold. Chao Yan, wait a minute. Enai Kaiwei turned around slightly, put one hand on the handle, with a trace of frost on her face that had not yet dissipated, and looked at Chow Yendao, who had already walked to the door from afar. Well, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Chow Yen, who had one hand on the door handle, turned around after hearing the sound, with a hint of confusion on his face. Shi Yue just told me a question. I took a look at it, and it just so happens that I don't quite understand it either. Enai Sayua's voice was a little stuttering, her eyes were wandering, and there was a barely perceptible awkwardness in her tone. Obviously, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had said before that she would kick Chow Yen out, and now she wanted to ask him to help them solve the problem. However, after all, this matter concerns Jiangbei Middle School and the grades of both of them. It is a serious matter, so even she had to open her mouth and seek Chow Yan's help. To be honest, when Chow Yen was tested before, she answered every question very easily. You know, those questions were very difficult, and even she had to spend more time thinking about them. Oh, really? Let me see. After hearing Enai Sayue's request, Chow Yen immediately let go of the door handle, turned around and walked towards Enai Kaiwei and the other person. He was a little puzzled as to what kind of question could stump the two top female students from Jiangbei Middle School. What, Kaiwei, you are not mistaken. Zhang Qiue, who was sitting next to Enai Kaiwei, was stunned when he saw this scene. His eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Enai Kaiwei with surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 31 Chow Yan's Strength. It was as if she heard the other person telling her some fairy tale. In her eyes, Chow Yen is a humorous, generous, wealthy, and handsome student. It can be said that he is the spouse that all girls dream of. But this does not mean that the other person is necessarily good at studying. You know, he is only in the first year of high school now. The problem that the two of them, who were in their second and third years of high school, couldn't solve was asked to be solved by a freshman. What are you doing? The fact that the other party was able to come here with them was simply a matter of luck and had nothing to do with his own strength. As for the provincial competition in a few days, he was just going through the motions. But now, Enai Kaiwei actually wants such a person to help them solve the problems that they cannot solve. Is this possible? Why, do you look down on me? After noticing the surprise in Zhang Qiue's expression, Chow Yen walked in front of her, looked at her with a smile on his face, and teased. No, it's just. Chow Yan's words made Zhang Qiue feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. Subconsciously, she turned her head and looked at Enai Kaiwei beside her, her face full of pleading, as if she wanted the other party to help her out. After all, Chow Yen helped them solve the accommodation problem, and it was a top-standard 5-star hotel. Even if she didn't understand the ways of the world, she couldn't directly offend the other party at this moment. On the side, after noticing Zhang Qiue's expression, how could Enai Kaiwei not know what the other party was thinking? After all, even she didn't believe at the beginning that this person who came out to participate in the provincial competition and didn't even bring a workbook had such high attainments in this area. I believe him. Even Enai Kaiwei had to tell the truth about this matter, and her tone was full of determination. After all, she and Chow Yen had discussed this for nearly 10 minutes before, and the other party was very good at this aspect. Having arrived at the table, Chow Yen did not care about the embarrassment on Zhang Qiue's face. Instead, he supported the table with one hand and picked up the open exercise book with the other hand. He pointed his chin at the more complicated question on it and said to Enai Kaiwei, "Is this it? Given the conditions P5x1AA0 and Q12x squared 3x plus 10, please select the appropriate." Yeah, that's right. Enai Kaiwei looked up and nodded concisely. Oh, I can do it. It's very simple. After receiving the affirmation, Chow Yen spoke quickly the next moment, his expression did not change, and his tone was full of confidence. What? Is it true? Are you lying? Zhang Qiue looked doubtful and completely forgot to consider Chow Yan's face. She said very directly. Even Enai Kaiwei, who was standing by, lost her resolve and began to waver. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if Chow Yen was just pretending to be like that in front of her because he couldn't do it. After all, he just took a quick glance. You know, this question is not so easy to figure out, it requires a long period of dialectical analysis. What do you think? At this time, hearing the questioning voice beside him again, Chow Yen looked at Zhang Qiue beside him with a calm face and asked back. Enai Kaiwei, who was sitting on the chair and looking at Chow Yan's, pretending to be calm, became more certain of what she was thinking. As expected, he was just a freshman in high school. The fact that he could discuss with me for such a long time was already a testament to his level. Now, she actually wanted him to solve this problem that was giving them all a headache. It was really too difficult for him. Kaiwe couldn't help but start thinking about how to give Chao Yan a way out so that he could leave smoothly without hurting his face. No matter what, it was because of her that Chao Yan was in such a dilemma. Okay, Chao Yan, if you can't figure it out, I won't say anything. After all, I can't figure this out either. But please don't waste our time. The competition is only a few days away. Seeing Chao Yan's unmoved look, Zhang Qiyu changed his tone and spoke directly. She never believed that Chao Yan could solve such difficult math problems. After all, some of them were beyond the syllabus. If she hadn't studied the university textbooks on her own, she wouldn't have been able to solve them. Not to mention a student like Chao Xian who grew up in a honeypot and just transferred from somewhere else. It would be great if he could learn the junior high school course as well. Kaiwe, who was standing by, took the opportunity to persuade him, Chao Xian, go back. She racked her brains and thought of a lot, but as soon as she spoke, all the words in Kaiwe's mouth disappeared and turned into just this one stiff sentence. You know, she never really interacts with boys. It was very rare to be able to say such a thing to Chao Xian. After all, she didn't know how to care about others. Oh? After hearing what Kaiwe said, Chao Yan was surprised. He really didn't expect Kaiwe to say such a thing. After all, he knew her very well. It seems that Kaiwe's impression of him has improved a lot. Chapter 32: The Silent Cry of the Female Scholar. Bang! Chao Yan ignored the advice of Kaiwe and Zhang Qiyu, then threw the exercise book in his hand onto the table and started talking. Look, although this question may appear to be just an ordinary high school question on the surface, it actually involves advanced mathematics that can only be learned in college. It's seriously beyond the scope of the syllabus. Even freshmen might not be able to do it, so it's understandable that you can't do it. Seeing that Chao Yan did not listen to their advice, he stood aside and began to explain to them. Kaiwe and the other person looked at each other and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. In fact, during this short second of eye contact, the two of them thought in tacit understanding that no matter what Chao Yan said later, they would agree. As long as they could coax this face-loving young master away, everything would be over. After all, we are from the same school and have a good relationship with them. It would be a bit embarrassing to offend them. Just as the two of them were secretly thinking about their little plan, Chao Yan's voice suddenly paused. Well, what's wrong? Zhang Qiyu subconsciously raised his head and looked at Chao Yan. Kaiwe, who was close to Chao Yan, was as pale as mutton, and her fair cheeks also had a layer of doubt. Finally, we are getting to the point. Could it be that this young master is stuck? Can't you even talk nonsense? Kaiwe, please pass me the pen in your hand. I'm worried that I'm speaking too fast and you can't understand me. Chao Yan turned his head and smiled at her, then said. When Kaiwe first heard Chao Yan's words, she was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted quickly. With a slightly cold expression on her face, she casually threw the pen in her hand in front of Chao Yan. Keep pretending, and see what you will do later. Zhang Qiyu, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel angry when he saw this. She just looked at her watch and it was almost 11 o'clock. It was very late. It seemed that she could not finish it today. She could only wait until tomorrow to seek help from other people. Chao Yan grabbed the black gel pen on the table and didn't notice the emotions of Zhang Qiyu and the others. He just started writing and drawing on the exercise book. Even if he noticed it, he would just smile. How could two little girls who had never seen the world know that he was a top student in mathematics in college? He could easily master advanced mathematics, linear algebra, advanced algebra, etc. Things at this level were just children playing house. It's very simple. At first, the two of them didn't take it seriously. After all, what could a junior who was a grade younger than them possibly write? They just had a casual attitude, thinking about getting familiar with the examination venue tomorrow. Crash, crash. Slowly, after more than 10 seconds, they were attracted by the sound of Chao Yan's pen sliding regularly on the paper. Could this guy really do it? It should be impossible. Subconsciously, the two people's gazes shifted and stopped at the position where Chao Yan was writing. This is. A look of surprise appeared on both of their faces. Looking at the lines and columns that came out from Chao Yan's pen, they were extremely neat. Although he only used a gel pen, each number and symbol had a flowing and elegant feeling. The handwriting is very good. This was what the two female academic masters were thinking at the moment. What was presented before them actually made them feel amazed and ashamed. Under Chaoyan's fair and slender fingers, even the boring and dazzling numerical formulas made everyone feel pleasing to the eye, and people couldn't help but indulge in them and couldn't extricate themselves. Compared to them, their handwriting, which originally looked more beautiful, was compared with Chaoyan's. The two of them unconsciously closed the exercise books in their hands. Comparing people will make you die, comparing goods will make you throw them away. Not only Ni Kaiwa, but even Zhang Choyue couldn't help but put away his contempt at this moment, and instead began to look carefully at the formula written by Chao Yan. Hiss! Suddenly, in this quiet room, a strange sound was heard, coming from Zhang Choyue's mouth. This is. Zhang Choyue adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, took a breath, and stared at the dense but not sloppy mathematical formulas written by Chao Xian on a blank space in the exercise book with wide eyes. Her face was filled with disbelief. Not only her, but even Ni Kaiwa was stunned by what Chao Yan wrote, and there was also a subtle hint of strangeness in her cold eyes. At this moment, beneath her seemingly calm appearance, a huge wave of turmoil had already been set off in her heart. How is it possible that he really would? He is only in the first year of high school. At this moment, these two female academic masters let out a silent cry of anger in their hearts. Snap! At this moment, Chao Yan suddenly stopped what he was doing and put down his pen. Chapter 33 Your knowledge reserve is not enough. He raised his head and looked at Ni Kaiwa, who was a little dazed beside him. Just when he was about to say something, he found that she was staring intently at the exercise book he had written in, with a very serious expression on her fair face. Even Zhang Choyue, who was sitting at the very edge, was the same. Just when Chao Yan put down her writing and stood up, Zhang Choyue grabbed the exercise book and dragged it between her and Ni Kaiwa. Their heads were close together, and they began to read intently. Is this actually possible? Why didn't I think of that? Yes, if you calculate it this way. In the quiet room, Zhang Choyue's exclamations could be heard from time to time. He even picked up a draft book from the side and started to calculate madly with an obsessed look on his face. Seeing this, Chao Yan couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. No wonder this guy looked so weak, he must be possessed. On the contrary, Ni Kaiwa, who was close to Chao Yan, seemed exceptionally quiet compared to the crazy Zhang Choyue. She turned around slowly, the coldness on her face had disappeared, and instead she looked at Chao Yan with a complicated look in her eyes. He really did it. Because she couldn't solve this problem, she had already looked at the reference answer in advance. In order to inspire students more and make them more self-disciplined, this kind of exercise book only writes out a few useful mathematical formulas and writes the correct answer at the end. She compared and found that Chao Yan did not make any mistakes, and his answer was even a little simpler than the reference answer. Being able to achieve this level, Chao Yan's level of mastery has far surpassed those of the sophomores and juniors in high school. Noticing the complexity in Ni Kaiwa's eyes, Chao Yan couldn't help but wonder what the other person was thinking. He took advantage of the fact that Zhang Choyue was leaning over the table, writing furiously, studying the answer Chao Yan had written before. He suddenly leaned down and put his head close to Ni Kaiwa's ear. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he spoke in a playful tone. Well, little black girl, I did nothing wrong. Feeling the heat coming from her ears, Ni Kaiwa's fair cheeks suddenly turned a barely noticeable blush. Her pink lips opened and closed several times, as if she wanted to say something, but then gave up. At this moment, she even forgot to care when Chao Xian called her little black girl. Seeing this, Chao Yan stopped being unreasonable. He still disdained to bully a little girl in this way. If he wanted to bully her, it would be. Okay, is there anything you don't understand? After seeing Zhang Choyue put down his pen, Chao Yan stood up straight, resumed his previous posture, and looked at the two women seriously. Wow, I never thought that a freshman like you could explain such an out-of-scope problem so clearly using high school math knowledge. Zhang Choyue sat up and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he looked up at Chao Yan and said in amazement. Oh, in that case, it seems that there is no problem between you two. Did you understand the following method? Chao Yan stretched out his hand and pointed at a formula he had written when the two girls were not paying attention. What's the next method? After hearing Chao Yan's words, Zhang Choyue and Ni Kaiwa looked at each other with surprise and suspicion in their eyes. Could it be another way to solve the problem? How is that possible? Such a short time? Then, the two of them quickly adjusted their posture, picked up the open exercise book again, and looked at an inconspicuous place carefully. The two of them studied the exercise book for a long time. Looking at the formula on it, which was a little too simple compared to the one they had studied before, they couldn't help but frown. Some of them are hard to understand. Xiao Xian, who noticed the expressions of the two people, couldn't help but chuckle and picked up the exercise book from in front of them. Hey, I haven't finished watching it yet. Just when he was making some progress in his research, Zhang Qiuyue suddenly found someone taking the exercise book away from him. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed it. Ni Kaiyue, who was standing by, also subconsciously wrinkled her smooth forehead, looking a little unhappy. At this time, Xiao Yan, who had the exercise book in his hand, spoke. By the time you two figure it out, I don't know what time it will be. If you don't sleep, I'll have to sleep too. Don't you want to see what time it is? Xiao Yan pointed at the huge quartz clock hanging next to the room and said. But. Just when Zhang Qiuyue was about to say something, Xiao Yan interrupted him. Okay, this method of solving problems uses advanced mathematics learned in college. The little knowledge you have is simply not enough. Hurry up and finish talking to you, I have to go back to sleep. Xiao Yan spoke very quickly. If it weren't for the goodwill, he wouldn't bother to join them in making trouble here. Wouldn't it be better to just lie in bed and play with his phone? Chapter 34 Too Bold. Advanced Mathematics? You can actually do advanced math? After hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Zhang Qiuyue's voice instantly rose an octave, and his eyes were filled with shock. Ni Kaiyue, who was sitting on the chair, showed a look of realization on her face. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar. It turned out that this way of solving the problem used the method of advanced mathematics. However, that is something that can only be learned and mastered in college. Even she had only done some preview in advance, and as for being able to use it proficiently, she is still a long way from it. Thinking of this, a strange light appeared in her eyes that were like black pearls embedded in her white jade-like cheeks. Standing in front of the table, Xiao Yan didn't care about their attitudes. Instead, he explained seriously the application and method of advanced mathematics in this exercise. Zhang Qiuyue beside him didn't care about being surprised. He lay in front of the table and listened attentively. He lowered his head to take notes, as if recording something. Looking at Xiao Yan's profile, his high nose bridge and his knife-thin lips occasionally curled up into a smile. Gradually, Ni Kaiyue's vision became blurred, and she didn't even hear what Xiao Yan was saying. What on earth has this man been through over the years? How come he is completely different from when he was a child? He has become so mature and domineering, and even exudes a strange quality in his every move, which makes people around him fall in love with him unconsciously. From this moment on, Ni Kaiyue became really curious about Xiao Yan's series of changes. She couldn't help but want to explore the deepest secrets hidden in Xiao Yan. You know, curiosity is a woman's biggest enemy and also an incurable poison to women. The next day, early morning. A half-naked man was lying on a Simmons mattress in the suite. The black hair was scattered in a messy manner on his forehead, which is exactly what everyone experiences after waking up. But all this did not cause any impact on him, instead it had a unique charm. Against the backdrop of his slightly muscular body, the combination of masculinity and laziness not only does not give any sense of contradiction, but instead has a captivating temperament. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door rang out in the room, instantly breaking the silence and startling the person lying on the bed. Xiao Yan, open the door, hurry up, we're going to be late. After the knock on the door, a loud female voice suddenly came through the solid wooden door and reached the ears of the person lying on the bed. Xiao Yan frowned slightly, then slowly opened his eyes, revealing the pair of starry eyes hidden beneath them. Open the door quickly. Xiao Yan, who had just gotten out of bed, heard the urging from outside the door again, so he had no choice but to walk slowly to the door in his slippers. Here I come. As he responded, he stretched out his hand and prepared to open the door. Outside the door, Zhang Qiuyue, still wearing the same outfit as last night, looked helplessly at Ni Kaiyue, who had changed back into yesterday's school uniform, and said, Xiao Yan is too lazy. It's already so late, and Director Lu and Teacher Zhang have already left. If you don't go now, it will be too late. Ni Kaiyue, who was standing by, glanced at Zhang Qiuyue unhappily and said, You were the one who wouldn't let him leave last night. Faced with such an upright female academic, even Ni Kaiyue could no longer show her cold side. I didn't do that for you too. Just when Zhang Qiuyue was about to say something, suddenly, the door in front of her and Ni Kaiyue opened, revealing Xiao Yan's figure. With his shirt clean, he looked at the two people outside the door with an inexplicable smile on his lips and teased. For both of us. Of course it's because Zhang Qiuyue subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the voice when she heard it. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly saw Chao Yan's smooth chest. Ah! Immediately, a shrill scream was heard, echoing throughout the corridor. Seeing this, Chao Yan reached out and grabbed the arm of Ni Kaiwa, who was standing next to Zhang Qiuyue, and pulled hard. With a bang, he took Ni Kaiwa and pulled the other party in before the other party had time to react. Seeing this scene outside the door, Zhang Qiuyue's voice stopped abruptly and he stood there in a daze. This is too bold, giving birth in the daytime? Zhang Qiuyue said in shock. Let go, let go. In the room, Ni Kaiwa leaned against the wall, feeling a special touch on her waist. Her breathing became a little rapid, but even so, she still pretended to be calm, raised her head and looked coldly at Chao Yan in front of her, and said in an unquestionable tone. Hey Nyo, are you ordering me around? After hearing this, Chao Yan narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flashed across the corner of his mouth, and he slowly moved his body closer to Ni Kaiwa. Feeling the growing hormonal aura emanating from Chao Yan's body, she couldn't help but reach out her bare hands to push him away. Chapter 35 Trouble at the Door. Just when she thought Chao Xian wanted to do something, suddenly, Ni Kaiwa felt that the hot, strong and masculine aura in front of her suddenly disappeared, and then a slightly low voice suddenly reached her ears. Don't worry, Ni Kaiwa, I said I won't bully you anymore. Chao Yan turned and left, walking through the living room towards the bathroom, and said to Ni Kaiwa from a distance. After hearing the sound, Ni Kaiwa finally opened her eyes. She looked at Chao Yan, who walked into the bathroom, and couldn't help showing a feeling of loss, as if she had missed something. Ding, favorability with Ni Kaiwa increased by +5, current favorability is 40, reward luck value, 1000, current luck value, 12,000. In the bathroom, Chao Yan, who had just turned on the shower to take a bath, couldn't help but reveal a hint of satisfaction on his face after hearing the system prompt. Including the 5 points of favorability I gained from explaining the problem to them last night, it is now over 40. As expected, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Men still need to hold themselves back at critical moments. Only by persevering to the end can they truly win in one fell swoop. Half an hour later. After Chao Yan finished cleaning up, he took the two of them and finally arrived at Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School at a leisurely pace. I'm really late this time. Zhang Qiuyue couldn't help but reveal a bitter look on his face as he looked at the tightly closed door of the conference room. Ni Kaiwa, who was standing aside, had a look of difficulty on her cold and pretty face. She looked at the door in front of her with a frown, without saying a word. In a provincial competition like this that only comes once a year, every school will not miss the opportunity to show off in front of others. Therefore, every day before the official competition, all schools will hold an academic gathering. The purpose is to gain face, show the strength of their own school, and suppress the momentum of other schools. In this way, the students in my school can perform better in the exam on the second day and achieve better results. However, it was obvious that they, as some of the more important pillars of Jiangbei Middle School, were late and missed the opportunity. It is very likely to have a great impact on their school. Seeing this, Chao Xian couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Isn't it just a little late to go in? Is there any need to be so anxious? At the same time, someone entered this corridor again. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps was accompanied by echoes in the empty corridor. Zhang Wenqing was wearing a neat silver suit, with a look of arrogance on his face, as if he looked down upon everyone. As he listened to his subordinate's flattery, a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. This pre-competition meeting, Brother Xing alone will shock everyone who comes to our school. Yes, with Brother Xing's talent in mathematics, he simply crushed everyone to the ground. Just as Zhang Wenqing's two subordinates were praising their boss. Bang! Suddenly, Zhang Wenqing stopped. Well, what happened to Xing brother? Seeing this, the two men hurriedly raised their heads and looked at Zhang Wenqing, only to find that he was standing there in a daze. What did you see? They subconsciously followed Zhang Wenqing's gaze and looked forward. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Damn it, this is so beautiful. Suddenly, two exclamations were heard in the corridor. Zhang Wenqing's two followers stood still for a moment, staring blankly at the front with a look of obsession on their faces. Although the two sounds were not loud, they still startled Chao Yan and the other two who were standing in the corridor. Raising her head, as if sensing something strange, Ni Kaiwa subconsciously glanced in the direction of Zhang Wenqing, then frowned slightly, revealing a hint of disgust. The gazes of these people were really too explicit. She was a little uncomfortable. At the same time, Zhang Wenqing, who was standing in front of his two followers, finally recovered after a brief moment of unconsciousness. He quickly put away the lustful expression on his face, gathered his composure, raised the corners of his mouth into what he thought was a charming smile, and slowly raised his foot to approach the other person again. After seeing that two of the three beauties are wearing school uniforms that are different from their school, and considering their current location, it was not difficult for him to guess the difficulties the other party was facing. Thinking of this, Zhang Wenqing felt more confident. As if awakened by Zhang Wenqing's actions, the two followers standing behind him finally woke up and quickly followed. "Beautiful lady, you're late, it's nothing, do you want me to take you in?" Zhang Wenqing, wearing a neat silver suit and a frivolous expression, pretended to be a gentleman as he walked straight towards Ni Kaiyue, who was standing with Zhang Qiyu. Chapter 36 Ni Kaiyue's Charm. As he spoke, he began to look Ni Kaiyue up and down. When he walked out from the corner of the corridor, he noticed the difference of Ni Kaiyue at first sight. White. As white as mutton fat and cold jade. This was his first impression. Afterwards, as he gradually approached Ni Kaiyue, the other party gave him an extremely amazing feeling. She is pure and clean, like a snow lotus from the Tianshan Mountains, with bright eyes and white teeth. Just one look at her makes one feel daunted and ashamed. This woman was completely different from all the women he had met before, whether they were silly schoolgirls, or extremely eccentric and worldly princesses or stars in clubs. In comparison, Ni Kaiyue was like an icy beauty, pure and untainted by the slightest touch of worldly affairs. Just as his gaze shifted downward and rested on Ni Kaiyue's two beautiful legs, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his view. Zhang Wenqing was about to get angry, but he found that the other party ignored him and was having a very intimate conversation with his goddess instead. Moreover, this unbelievably beautiful girl seemed not to have heard his previous question and simply ignored it. It was as if the other party didn't see him at all. In an instant, his heart was filled with jealousy, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Chao Yan's back, instantly transforming from the elegant gentleman he was before into a hungry wolf ready to devour anyone. Who is this person? Why can he have such an intimate conversation with such a beautiful and cold girl? Why? Zhang Wenqing exuded a cold aura all over his body, and even the temperature around him suddenly dropped several degrees. The two followers standing behind him saw this, looked at each other, and both noticed a hint of strong jealousy in each other's eyes. Even if they couldn't get this woman, this man didn't deserve her. Just when they were about to take action, suddenly, a series of footsteps were heard behind them, and the two subconsciously turned their heads to look back. Principal Zhou Jibua. Headmaster? Hearing what his subordinate said, Zhang Wenqing hurriedly looked back. After finding that his subordinate was not mistaken about the person, he quickly suppressed his anger, straightened his clothes, and quickly walked up to him. "Hello, Principal." Zhang Wenqing hurried to Zhou Libo, looking like a good student, and saluted him in a completely different manner from before. "Well, hello." Zhou Jibua smiled at Zhang Wenqing, responded perfunctorily, and continued to walk forward with his men. Seeing the principal in such a hurry, Zhang Wenqing was a little confused, but he didn't investigate further. Under normal circumstances, the principal would always greet him properly no matter what he did. After all, his father donated nearly 1 million yuan to the school every year, specifically to help students whose families were in need. Maybe it was because the meeting had already started and the principal was late, so he was a little anxious. But even so, it is not something these students can compare to. When Zhang Wenqing thought of this, he couldn't help but want to show off in front of these people to demonstrate his superiority. Seeing Principal Zhou Jibua passing him and walking forward with a group of leaders, he hurriedly caught up with them and came to accompany the principal again. He said to Zhou Jibua with a smile, "Principal, a friend of mine was late because of diarrhea and didn't have time to enter the meeting room. Please see." "It's okay, just come in with us." Zhou Jibua was already a little impatient with Zhang Wenqing's pestering. He didn't stop and casually waved his hand and replied. Under normal circumstances, he might have stopped to chat with the boy for Zhang Wenqing's father's sake. But it's not possible now. In terms of the closeness of the relationship and background, this guy is obviously no match for the person he is going to receive next. After getting Zhou Jibua's approval, a strange light suddenly appeared on Zhang Wenqing's face. At this time, Zhang Wenqing and Zhou Jibua had already arrived in front of Chao Yan and the other two. Without waiting for Zhou Jibua to speak, Zhang Wenqing hurriedly said to Ni Kaiyue, who was standing next to Chao Yan very proudly. "Beauty, did you hear that? Our principal has approved it. You can go in with us later." When these words came out, Zhou Jibua was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing silently beside him, and asked, "Xiao Yan, do you know each other?" After all, when Xiao Yan asked him to dismiss Director Zhang from his post yesterday, this little girl was standing next to him. For a moment, he had a lot of associations. "I don't know him, Uncle Zhou. Who knows where he came from?" Xiao Yan didn't even look at Zhang Wenqing and replied in an inexplicable tone. Then he continued. "Uncle Zhou, let's go in and don't keep everyone waiting." "Well, okay, let's go in first." After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhou Zhibwa didn't think about it any further. He turned around, greeted Xiao Yan and the other two, pushed open the door to the conference room, and walked in first. Chapter 37 Pre-Competition Mobilization Meeting. After all, they are all young people, and the conflict may be caused by this little girl. He was young once, so even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could guess it pretty accurately. Stand still. Zhang Wenqing watched Xiao Yan and others follow the principal into the conference room. No one even looked at him, as if he was a transparent person and did not exist. His face turned red instantly. At this moment, he looked like a down-and-out clown, playing ridiculous tricks on his own. This was the first time in his life that someone looked down upon him like this. Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but feel a little angry and embarrassed. "Brother Xing, are we going in? If we don't go in now, we won't be able to get in anymore." "Yeah, Brother Xing, we can deal with him after we get inside." The two followers standing behind Zhang Wenqing saw that almost all the people following the principal had gone in, and they all became anxious. You know, they are also contestants this time. Young people are very vain. Go in." Perhaps it was his younger brother's last words that touched him. When the door of the conference room was about to close, Zhang Wenqing took the lead and walked in. Inside the conference room. The entire room is nearly several hundred square meters. It can be called a small conference hall instead of a conference room. The teams from several schools are clearly divided into different areas. After following the principal of Jianghuai Middle School into the conference room, the activities in the conference room had already begun. "Uncle Zhou, I'll go look for our school first," Xiao Yan said. "Well, go ahead," Zhou Zhibwa said with a smile. "Nu." After saying hello, Xiao Yan took Ni Kaiwei and the other two separated from Zhou Zhibwa and walked towards their Jiangbei Middle School, which was very close to the front, and Director Lu. "Why are you so late?" Director Lu, who was sitting in the first seat, looked at Xiao Yan, Ni Kaiwei and the other two with an unpleasant expression and scolded them in a low voice. "Oh, calm down, relax. Director Lu, your mentality is a bit bad. How can you be responsible for leading the students like this?" Xiao Yan said nonchalantly. Puff, puff, puff. Although they had been prepared for the uneasy and cheesy conversation between Xiao Yan and Director Lu, the students sitting behind Director Lu still couldn't help laughing. Everyone covered their mouths tightly, trying hard to hold back their laughter. "Okay, stop laughing." Hearing the noise behind him, Director Lu could imagine the expressions on the faces of the students behind him even with his toes. He quickly turned around to stop him, then looked at Xiao Yan and found that the other party was also looking at him unwillingly. Seeing this, Director Lu couldn't help but feel discouraged. "Okay, find a place to sit down." "Okay, got it." Xiao Yan replied casually, turned around and greeted Ni Kaiwei and Zhang Qiuyue behind him, then took them to sit in an inconspicuous corner. He has no interest at all in this boring and tedious pretense of being great. Wouldn't it be better to spend all his time scrolling through the small videos on his phone? As soon as Xiao Yan's butt touched the hard bench beneath him, he reached into his pocket and took out his cell phone. 10 minutes later. The principal of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School and his subordinates, who came in with Xiao Yan, spoke for a long time and finally got to the topic of this meeting. Now, it's time for the elite students from each school to showcase their abilities. All students are invited to participate actively. As soon as a leader on the stage finished speaking, the picture on the big screen behind him instantly changed, transforming into a series of dizzying puzzles composed of various numerical formulas and symbols that caught the eyes of everyone present. Cokes. In an instant, the scene became noisy. The students sitting below looked up at the three complicated questions on the screen. Most of them looked troubled and whispered to each other. "This is too difficult. Yeah, I feel a little confused. How come I've never seen it before?" You have to know that all those present are top math geniuses in their respective provinces. Now I am actually stumped by the three big questions above. Only Enai Kaiwei and Zhang Choyue, who were sitting near Chao Yan, were stunned at first and then showed a strange expression after seeing the above question. The two looked at each other. These questions. Then, as if they had discussed it in advance, they both turned their heads and looked at Chao Yan, who was sitting beside them and concentrating on playing the big ball eating small ball game on his mobile phone. At this moment, Chao Yan seemed indifferent to everything around him, and his mind was completely focused on the screen of the mobile phone in his hand. It was as if nothing happening around him was more interesting than the puzzle game in his hand. On the podium. The leader who had spoken earlier looked down at the audience, their faces deep in thought, their youthful faces, and felt a pang of anxiety. Chapter 38 Zhang Wenqing's Goal. No way, is there no one who can make even the simplest one? He couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards his principal. Why did he give such difficult questions? Among these questions, even the simplest one at the top requires some experience in advanced mathematics in college to be able to solve them. His gaze shifted, passing over the students from other schools, and instead focused on the location of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School and others, opposite Jiangbei Middle School where Chao Yan was. A hint of anticipation appeared in the leader's eyes. He has no control over others, but Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School is his school. If someone can make even one, it will bring honor to Jianghuai. Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing. Not only him, but even Principal Zhou Zhibua, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. He glanced at the white-haired old man sitting next to him, who seemed not very talkative, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. This time is different from usual. I hope these students can give some help. Just when everyone sitting on the stage was getting a little anxious. Sudden. A man in a silver suit stood up from his seat at Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School and said loudly, "Teacher, I want to try." "Okay, come on." When the leader saw someone finally show up, and he was from his own school, he instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Especially after he saw who it was, a smile unconsciously appeared on that old face. Zhang Wenqing. Not to mention that his father is a wealthy man with a net worth of 200 million and a certain status in the local area. Even this student is a very famous mathematics student in their school. Zhang Wenqing, who was in the audience, reached out his hand to straighten his clothes, and walked towards the stage with a proud look. Along the way, he glanced at Enai Kaiwei on the other side and gave her a confident look. It seemed as if he was showing off something to Enai Kaiwei. Why is it him again? This guy is too narcissistic. Zhang Choyue said indignantly. Enai Kaiwei's pretty face was cold, as if she didn't notice the other person's gaze. She just kept her eyes fixed on the last of the 3 questions on the big screen. This question is too difficult, it can even be said that she can't understand it at all. The feeling was like the first time she saw oracle bone inscriptions, extremely unfamiliar, like a heavenly book. She thought about turning around and asking Chao Yan, who was playing games next to her, but her strong self-esteem would not allow her to admit defeat, so she had to bite the bullet and continue watching. As for Chao Yan, who was standing aside, after hearing the noise around him, he subconsciously looked around after winning the championship. Are we going to start? When he noticed that most of the people in the audience had troubled expressions, he followed their gaze and looked at the big screen on the stage. Afterwards, feeling bored, he lowered his head again. He had just won a game and was in high spirits. It was just a few simple questions. It was too simple, not challenging at all, and boring. As for Zhang Wenqing, who was standing on the stage at this time, he was completely ignored by him. He was just an idiot and no one needed to pay attention to him. Director Liu, who was sitting in front of them, felt envious when he heard Zhang Wenqing speaking on the stage with a calm and confident look on his face. He looked back at the students from his own school sitting behind him, all of whom had troubled expressions on their faces, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Especially when he noticed Chao Yan playing with his mobile phone with his head down, he wanted to say something to him. After all, if you don't know how to do it, you can listen to others more, learn more, and keep working hard next time. But when he thought that the other party was just a freshman in high school who had just transferred from somewhere else, he couldn't help but give up the idea of educating him and let Chao Yan go. Teachers, I have finished answering. At this moment, Zhang Wenqing, who was standing on the stage, finally wrote down the answer in his mind on a piece of paper and placed it on a projector beside him. Standing aside, he looked very proud and satisfied. This sound instantly drew everyone's attention to the other screen. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. How can you do something so difficult? Instantly, there was an exclamation from the audience, and even the leaders of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School and the principal Zhou Zhibua, who were sitting on the stage, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After all those doing this are top students in mathematics. Although it may be difficult for them to solve the problem, they still have the ability to distinguish whether the problem is correct or not. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden burst of applause from the audience. Good job. The leader who spoke earlier walked up to Zhang Wenqing and encouraged him. Enjoying the applause from the stage and the audience, Zhang Wenqing felt a little dizzy, completely forgetting the embarrassing thing Chao Yan had done to him before, and felt that the air was a lot fresher. He couldn't help but shift his gaze to where Jiangbei Middle School and others were. Now, you should worship me. Looking from afar at the elegant and refined Ni Kaiwei sitting in the crowd, Zhang Wenqing suddenly felt a surge of resentment. Chapter 39, Serving People. He found that the other party was not paying any attention to him at all. Instead, his eyes were fixed on another large screen with the title written on it. What made him even more angry was that the man named Chao Yan who had embarrassed him before was now putting his arm excessively on the leg of this cold and beautiful girl. The other party doesn't even care. It's really too much. At this moment, Zhang Wenqing was so jealous that he almost burst into tears. The vanity he had felt when solving the problem before was instantly washed away. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Ni Kaiwei was concentrating on studying the third question and didn't notice Chao Yan's actions at all. If she knew, how could she let the other party do such a thing in front of so many people? The leaders on the stage saw Zhang Wenqing standing there motionless, and they couldn't help but feel curious. Is there anything else going on with this student? The leader who had spoken earlier took the microphone and walked over to Zhang Wenqing, asking in a low voice. Is there anything else you need? Hearing this, Zhang Wenqing, who was standing in place, suddenly had an idea in his mind, and a sinister look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Ignoring the leader's obstruction, he casually took the microphone from the previous leader and looked at the leaders sitting in the stands and said, Hello, leaders. As I've introduced myself before, I'm a student at Zhenghua Middle School. I've always heard that Jiangbei Middle School is very strong, and that the students there are so talented that they can always surpass Zhenghua No. 1 Middle School. Now that I've solved the first problem, I believe the second one shouldn't be a problem for the top students from Jiangbei Middle School to solve. As soon as Zhang Wenqing finished speaking, there was an uproar at the scene. This is a declaration of war on the spot. This is what young people like most. After hearing this, Director Liu, who was sitting in the audience, suddenly became grim-faced. This is simply bullying. The second question is obviously much more difficult than the first one. Besides, Zhenghua No. 1 Middle School and Jiangbei Middle School have always been evenly matched. When has one ever surpassed the other? This is simply flattery. The students behind Director Liu also looked aggrieved when they heard such provocative words, but there was nothing they could do. They really wanted to go up and step on the other person's face. But they won't. After seeing the other party's actions, the leader standing next to Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but stop. After all, this was a good opportunity to suppress the old rival Jiangbei Middle School. As the leader of Zhenghua No. 1 Middle School, he was still very happy to see such a situation. When everyone's attention was on Jiangbei and others, Zhang Wenqing started to provoke again. Could it be that the students of Jiangbei Middle School don't know how to do this? That shouldn't be the case. I remember that classmate was a very good student. He couldn't help but hold it in any longer, and raised his hand, pointing at Chao Yan who was playing with his cell phone in the crowd from a distance. This instantly ignited the entire audience, and everyone's attention shifted to Chao Yan who was playing with his mobile phone, and everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. Even Ni Kaiwei, who was concentrating on the third question, was awakened. When she came to her senses, she felt the pressure on her legs, and two blushes instantly appeared on her jade-like cheeks. She stretched out her hand and exerted force, pushing Chao Yan's arm, which was on her leg, down. Game over. Chao Yan looked at the large words appearing on his phone, his face instantly filled with helplessness. Ni Kaiwei, I won't bully you, do you still want to take a shower? Bath. Because Chao Yan didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation, his voice was a little loud, and even reached the ears of people around him. In an instant, everyone who heard it showed a look of disbelief. Did they seem to have heard some secret? In an instant, Ni Kaiwei was overwhelmed with shame and didn't know what to say. Her whole pretty face turned red instantly. Even the ice goddess is afraid of being roasted on the fire. Especially the iceberg that has not yet grown into a climate. Even Zhang Qiuwei, who was standing by, was shocked by Chao Yan's bold words. After a moment of silence, she quickly reminded him. Brother, look at the situation here. Someone is provoking you. Provoke me? Subconsciously, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked around. After walking around, he seemed to find nothing unusual. He continued to look at Zhang Qiuyue. No? Director Zhang, who was sitting in the front row, was so angry at Xiao Yan's series of shocking actions that his face turned black. What trouble has this old man gotten into again? Zhang Wenqing stood on the stage and spoke again. Your name is Qiao Yan, right? I heard that all the math students at Zhangbei Middle School are top students. Since you're here, I guess I'm not mistaken that you're also a contestant this time. Now, on behalf of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School, I have finished the first problem. Since we are all here to exchange ideas about mathematics, could you please help us solve the second problem? Chapter 40 The Tragic Zhang Wenqing. Without waiting for Qiao Yan to speak, Zhang Wenqing started again. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't do it. After all, everyone has their moments of inability. This completely blocked Qiao Yan's way. After hearing Zhang Wenqing's speech, Principal Jiang Huai, who was sitting on the stage, suddenly looked ugly. He never imagined that there would be students in the school he managed who would actually trip up Jiang Huai's god of wealth. Zhou Jibua thought about stopping this farce, but the stage had already been set, all the characters were present, and with so many spectators, he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Who are you? Do I know you? I'm so bored, it really is. After listening to this, Xiao Yan, who was sitting in the audience, looked up and glanced at Zhang Wenqing, who was standing on the stage with an attitude of being the best in the world. He responded with a strange look in his eyes, as if he was caring for a mentally retarded person. After saying that, he picked up his phone again and clicked to return to the main page of the game. Judging from his appearance, he wants to start another game. Ha 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 ha. The place immediately erupted in laughter, and all the top students laughed heartily with their mouths wide open, regardless of their image. This guy is really toxic. When someone asked him to solve a problem, he said he didn't know the other person. He is so cruel. Definitely a tough guy. Even Director Liu, who was sitting at the front row, almost couldn't hold back his laughter. In order to pay attention to his own impact, he had to lower his head to avoid being seen by others. In the past, he was always the one being criticized by Qiao Yan, but now it's finally someone else's turn. He feels so inexplicably good. Especially to provoke the enemies of Zhangbei Middle School. You. Qiao Yan, you're being too arrogant. Come up and solve this problem if you dare. Zhang Wenqing, who was standing on the stage, was almost speechless after being scolded by Qiao Yan. His face was red with anger and his body was shaking slightly. It's just a question, what's so difficult about it? Qiao Yan raised his head and glanced at Zhang Wenqing standing on the stage with disdain, as if he didn't take the other person seriously at all. Without waiting for Zhang Wenqing to explode, Xiao Yan turned his head to glance at Zhang Qiuyue and Ni Kaiwa, who were sitting next to him, and asked for advice. Which of you two will come? Well, why don't I go? Zhang Qiuyue said after looking at Ni Kaiwa, who was not moving beside him. Well, go ahead. Xiao Yan replied. It's just a question. He explained it to them so much last night, especially the first two questions on the big screen, which were basically the original questions. If you can't even do what Zhang Qiuyue did, then you can go home as soon as possible. Why bother participating in the provincial mathematics competition? A few minutes later, there was another round of warm applause at the scene. Under everyone's admiring gaze, Zhang Qiuyue walked down from above. Seeing Zhangbei Middle School in the limelight, Zhang Wenqing, who was standing on the stage, was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was someone on the other side who could solve this problem. His lips opened and closed as if to say something, but he didn't know how. At this moment, he realized for the first time that the platform under his feet no longer brought him glory, but pain. The gazes of everyone in the audience were like steel needles, piercing him fiercely. Student, did you just hear you say that these questions are relatively simple, right? At this moment, the white-haired old man sitting next to the principal of Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School, who had not spoken since the beginning, suddenly spoke. When Zhou Jibua heard what the other party said, he was suddenly shocked. Could it be that? Well, yes, I did. Xiao Yan, who was sitting in the audience and had his interest disturbed by Zhang Wenqing's previous conversation, had nothing to do. After realizing that the other party was talking to him, he looked at the other party indifferently and responded in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Then do you think you could come up to the stage and try to solve the third remaining problem? The old man spoke again, looking at Xiao Yan with kindness in his eyes, and asked. From the very beginning, he felt that this young man was a little different from others. Whether it was his speech or other things, he had an inexplicable temperament. Especially after the other party saw the 3 questions on the screen, a hint of disapproval clearly appeared on his face. This young man was very likely able to solve the 3rd question. That's why he brought it up. Chow Yen was a little hesitant. It would be so nice to just sit down there. He could even tease the black girl next to him when he had time. If I go up there, I'll have to stand out, and it's really boring to play with a bunch of primary school students. Although, these people are all high school students, Chow Yen himself is also a high school student. However, what Chow Yen mastered had already left all the students present far behind. Chow Yen, since Professor Hua Shangrun invited you, why don't you come up and do it? What do you think? It doesn't matter if you make a mistake. Seeing this, President Zhou Zhibua, who was sitting next to Professor Hua Shangrun, couldn't help but quickly remind Chow Yen. This professor is a very important person, and we cannot offend him carelessly. This is because of his relationship with Chow Yan's father, Chowda. Otherwise, he would never say this. After all, this is likely to offend Professor Hua Shangrun. Chapter 41 Being Envied. As for whether Chow Yen can do it or not, it doesn't matter at all. He is just a child, and it is inevitable that he will make mistakes. If he succeeds, it will really be an honor for him. In that case, alright. After hesitating for a moment, Chow Yen noticed the strangeness in Zhou Zhibua's eyes. In addition, he had already asked the other party for help twice in the few days since he came here. No matter which aspect it was, he had no reason to refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked onto the stage. Seeing Chow Yen walking past him, Director Liu stretched out his hand to stop him, but the matter was done. In front of everyone, he still did not take action, but just looked disappointed. In his opinion, Chow Yen was just a kid who cared about his reputation. He was only in the 1st year of high school. Ni Kaiwei and Zhang Qiuyue, who were in the 2nd and 3rd years of high school, couldn't do it, let alone him. Zhou Zhibua, who was sitting on the stage, felt relieved when he saw Chow Yen agreed. What he was most worried about was that the young master of the Chow family would act like a rich young master regardless of the occasion and anger the professor. Fortunately, the other party was not as bad as I had imagined. Instead, he knew when to advance and when to retreat, was polite, and was a good kid. Just when Zhou Zhibua relaxed, he didn't notice how jealous some of the instructors and students in their college were. Each of their eyes was filled with resentment. Even Zhang Wenxing, who was still standing on the stage, was jealous to death. This was the 2nd time that the principal had protected this person. What is the background of this Chow Yen, and why does he favor her so much? Below the stage, the area where Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School is located. What's the relationship between Chow Yen and the principal? How can he treat her better than his own students? Yes, when I entered the conference room just now, I noticed that the principal and Chow Yen were talking and laughing. I don't know. I heard that when Chow Yen first came, the principal dismissed Director Zhang, the most despicable person in our school, because of him. Chow Yen, who was standing on the stage, had just picked up a pen and started writing and drawing on paper. He had no idea what the people at Jianghuai No. 1 Middle School were thinking now. Even though he knew it clearly, Chow Yen just smiled and passed it off. If you are capable, your father is also a classmate of the principal. Even if you are not a classmate, you can still donate a building to the school. Regardless of whether you are classmates or not, you can definitely become friends who are better than classmates. The problem is your family rich? Would your dad be willing to do that? 5 minutes later. The conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the tall figure standing on the stage. No one dared to make even the slightest sound, for fear of disturbing the other party. Even the white-haired old man and Principal Zhou Zhibua were the same. Wipe, wipe, wipe. The only sound in the room was the rhythmic sound of the pen tip rubbing against paper, which touched everyone's heart. Snap. Finally, at this moment that attracted everyone's attention, Chow Yen, who was standing on the stage, moved. He stopped what he was doing, looked at everyone and said something. Alright. Alright? So soon? Professor Hua Shangrun and President Zhou Zhibua were surprised. They knew clearly how difficult this question was. If the other party had encountered it before, they might be able to solve it in such a short time. But it is obviously impossible. Chow Yen is just a high school student now. According to Zhou Zhibua, Chow Yen is only in the 1st year of high school. Immediately afterwards, not only Zhou Zhibua, but even Professor Hua Shangrun was a little disappointed. It seemed that there was no need to look at it, because the answer must be wrong. But even so, it did not show on their faces. After all, Xiao Yan is still young, and it is normal for him to be impulsive occasionally. They cannot embarrass the child and leave a shadow on him. The two looked at each other and thought that no one could solve the last problem of the day. Just as they were about to end the meeting hastily, they were about to end it. Seeing this, Zhang Wenxing, who was standing by, would never miss the opportunity to mock Xiao Yan. After all, he had just suffered a lot from the other party. He didn't believe that Xiao Yan could solve such a difficult problem in such a short time. "Student Xiao Yan, let me help you." Before he finished speaking, the very tactless Zhang Wenxing hurriedly trotted to Xiao Yan's side, picked up the white paper full of formulas in front of him, and walked towards the projector beside him. Xiao Yan did not stop him and let him do what he wanted. After all, how could he not know whether what he wrote was right or wrong? If they really wanted to stop Zhang Wenxing, neither of them could be Xiao Yan's match. When Professor Hua Shangrun saw this, he was about to stand up but sat down again. It was not for any reason, but simply because he was a scholar. Even today, he still considers himself a scholar. Scholars should respect each other. Zhou Jibua, who was sitting next to him, had no choice but to sit back down and just looked at Zhang Wenxing with an angry look on his face. "I used to think this kid was quite clever, even though he had some minor flaws, but they were harmless. After all, everyone was young once." Chapter 42. The answer is right. But today, he felt that if he hadn't had acne in his eyes before, why would he care about such a thing? "I can't tell the height of the eyebrows." Bang! The projector turned on. What Xiao Yan had written before was instantly displayed on the big screen that had previously displayed Zhang Wenxing's answer. Just when everyone was watching with a casual attitude, suddenly, those neat and orderly rows of mathematical formulas like an army were projected onto everyone's retinas and then impacted their brains. Good, what beautiful words. Yes, it's absolutely beautiful. A high school student actually wrote this. What on earth have we done with our youth all these years? There were constant exclamations at the scene. In the area of Jiangbei Middle School, Anai Kaiwei, who was sitting with Zhang Xiuyue, listened to the exclamations around her, and somehow felt a hint of joy in her heart. It was as if these words were written by her, but she had not noticed the difference yet. She just continued to look carefully at the lines of obscure mathematical formulas on the big screen, because she believed that Xiao Yan had said that he could do it. Then this must be the correct answer to the last question. When Zhou Jibua and Professor Hua Shangrun, who were sitting on the stage, saw such beautiful calligraphy, their eyes flashed with surprise. Good boy. Regardless, the handwriting is definitely good. Standing next to the projector, Zhang Wenxing said sourly, "What's the point of having good handwriting? If the answer isn't always correct, it's all for nothing. After all, nothing can be compared." Compared with Xiao Yan's, what Zhang Wenxing wrote before was absolutely garbage. And at this moment, when everyone was amazed by Xiao Yan's calligraphy, another wave of troubles arose. What Xiao Yan wrote is correct. Principal Zhou Jibua, who was sitting on the stage, was holding a piece of paper in his hand. He looked at the screen above and his eyes suddenly widened. After a pause, he said these words into the microphone. This sound was earth-shattering. Although the sound was small, it was deafening. One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Everyone in the audience, from the students to the school leaders, stood still like statues after hearing the result, their minds blank and buzzing. Yes. The answer is, yes? Zhang Wenxing, who was standing on the stage, had a frozen expression on his face after hearing the result. He only repeated his previous words unconsciously, and his eyes were expressionless. He thought of many possibilities. But the only thing he didn't expect was that Xiao Yan, who was about the same age as him, could actually answer this question. Zhang Wenxing, a top mathematics student at Jianghua University and known as the Little Professor, felt his scalp tingling when he saw this question. He was at a loss and had no idea what to do. Did Xiao Yan start learning mathematics from the womb? Is that true? After hearing the announcement from Principal Jianghua, Anai Kaiwei, who was sitting in the audience, felt her cold white cheeks, which were covered with snow, begin to melt, and a brief smile appeared on her face. This smile was so beautiful that it seemed to illuminate the entire conference room. Maybe even she didn't know that under Xiao Yan's subtle influence, her heart had slowly begun to open up to the former. Unfortunately, no one around had the chance to see such a beautiful view. Even Zhang Qiuyue, who was sitting closest to her, didn't notice it, because the female academic had already attracted her attention the moment Xiao Yan's answer was released. Of course, Xiao Yan is not among these people. Originally, a scene like this was just an insignificant scene for Chao Yan, who had experienced time travel. After all, what could be better than rebirth? Standing on the stage and looking at the same shocked expressions on everyone's faces in the conference room, he was so bored that he wanted to tease Ni Kaiwe. But he found that the other party actually laughed when he heard that his answer was correct. Ding, favorability with Ni Kaiwe increased by 10, current favorability 50, rewarded luck value 1000, current host's luck value is 13,000. After hearing the system's prompt, Chao Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Is this possible? The next day, the afternoon after the meeting ended. It's finally over, but I don't know how the results will be. Coming out of the examination room, Zhang Qiuyue, who was walking on the right side of Ni Kaiwe, stretched and said with a relaxed look on his face. We only have this afternoon left. We'll be back in Jiangbei tomorrow. I heard the Jianghui River is nice, so I'd like to take you there. Do you want to go? As Chao Yan walked, he spoke to Ni Kaiwe and Zhang Qiuyue in a very casual tone, not paying any attention to what Zhang Qiuyue said. For him, the quality of his grades doesn't matter at all. As for the bet with a certain sinister leader of the school, he didn't take it seriously at all. Not to mention, this kind of math problem is as difficult as a primary school student's for him. Okay. Zhang Qiuyue said impatiently. Chapter 43 Ni Kaiwe falls into the river. I didn't ask you. Chao Yan said unhappily, then turned his gaze to Ni Kaiwe beside him. After noticing the other party's expression of interest, Chao Yan understood and a smile of unknown meaning unconsciously crossed his lips. The duck is almost cooked. Student Chao Yan. At this moment, a slightly old voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Hearing someone calling Chao Yan, Ni Kaiwe subconsciously wanted to stop, but Chao Yan grabbed her hand and even quickened his pace. Ni Kaiwe, who was a little uncomfortable, did not struggle. She just reminded Chao Yan in a cold voice, someone is calling you. You heard it right. Chao Yan continued to walk forward with Ni Kaiwe without stopping, but Zhang Qiuyue beside her subconsciously turned around and looked back in the direction of the sound. Bang bang bang. As if realizing that Chao Yan didn't want to pay attention to him, the man behind him quickened his pace and caught up with him in a somewhat messy manner. You're not that thing from yesterday, Professor? Zhang Qiuyue looked at the old figure who stopped them and said in surprise. Hello, classmate. Hua Shangrun first greeted Zhang Qiuyue, then looked at Chao Yan on the other side breathlessly and said. Chao Yan, classmate, why are you running? I already told you yesterday that I don't want to join your mathematics institute. Chao Yan looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with some helplessness, and answered the question irrelevantly. Student Chao Xian, your talent. Before Hua Shangrun could finish, Chao Yan raised his hand to stop him, saying, Professor Hua Shangrun, I know you are the director of this mathematics institute and a professor at Yanhuan University, one of the two most prestigious institutions of higher learning in the country. I also know that as long as I agree to you, I can skip the first year of high school and follow you to Yanhuan Academy to become one of the youngest and most promising college students there. But I really don't want to go. I have absolutely no interest in staying locked up in my room every day studying those boring mathematical formulas. I have money, plenty of it. There's no need for that, and I don't want to live that kind of hard life. After a conversation yesterday, Chao Yan found that the old man was still so persistent. In desperation, he blocked the other party's way without waiting for him to speak. This professor has no way to refute it. Institute of Mathematics? Professor of Yanhuan University? Go straight to college? Like thunderclaps, the bombshells exploded in the minds of the two female academic masters standing next to Chao Yan. Is this true? Zhang Qiuyue opened his mouth wide and said with a dull expression. Even Ni Kaiwe, who was standing by, couldn't help but gasp and stared blankly at the calm young man in front of her. Just as he was about to say something about Hua Shangrun, he found that the other party had already finished speaking in one breath. After thinking for a while, he found that the various conditions he proposed that no one could refuse seemed to have no effect on the young man in front of him. Then, he sighed, as if with some regret, looked at Chao Yan and said. Okay, then when you have any ideas in this regard, contact me again. As he said this, he took out a piece of paper with numbers written on it and handed it to Chao Yan. After taking the note, Chao Yan glanced at it, put it in his pocket, turned his head to greet Ni Kaiwe and the other person, and walked away. Let's go. Chao Yan said. Oh. Ni Kaiwei and Zhang Qiuyue, who were a little confused by Chao Yan's words, subconsciously followed with somewhat stiff steps, like robots. Alas, what a pity for such a genius. Looking at the disappearing backs of Chao Yan and the other two, Hua Shangrun shook his head with some regret, then turned and left as well. The Jianghuai River is the most distinctive place in Jianghuai. It is a tributary of the Yangtze River, one of the two mother rivers of the entire country. Due to its special geographical location and extremely beautiful environment, it has attracted literati from all generations to come here to pay tribute, chant poems, and leave behind countless famous poems. After getting off the taxi, Chao Yan brought Ni Kaiwei and others to the riverside. Wow, it's so beautiful, Zhang Qiuyue said excitedly. Although Ni Kaiwei beside her didn't say anything, there was a glint of light in her clear eyes. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with the scenery of the Jianghuai River. Chao Yan and his group walked and toured, and before they knew it, more than an hour had passed. You guys wait here for me, I'm going to the bathroom first. After Zhang Qiuyue noticed the sign of the public restroom in the distance, he hurriedly greeted Ni Kaiwei and Chao Yan. Then she hurriedly walked according to the signs on the roadside. Ouch! Suddenly, without noticing a large rock under his feet, Zhang Qiuyue's body tilted and he quickly fell to the side. Be careful, Ni Kaiwei said subconsciously, helping Zhang Qiuyue. Chapter 44, Increasing Favorability. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to support Zhang Qiuyue, but she also lost her balance and fell backwards. You know, they are now on the bank of the Jianghuai River. In order to get the most natural scenery, Zhang Qiuyue took Chao Yan and the others to a place with obviously fewer human traces. Because there is no guardrail, the consequences are obvious. These two girls are about to fall into the Jianghuai River. At this critical moment, Chao Yan on the side reacted. He frowned, stretched out his hand and pulled Zhang Qiuyue's body back. Just as he was about to grab Ni Kaiwei, the girl started to panic. Her hands unconsciously grabbed around, subconsciously wanting to grab something that she could easily reach out and that could give her a sense of security. She can't swim. Really? Without any surprise, Chao Yan was taken away by Ni Kaiwei. Wow, it's getting wet again. Chao Yan looked at the river in front of him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Plop! Both of them fell into the water. Gurgle! Ni Kaiwei, who was underwater, watched the series of bubbles coming out of her mouth and felt the sunlight that was no longer dazzling after being filtered by the water of the Jianghuai River. The panic in her expression had disappeared, and instead there was a hint of regret. It's all my fault, Chao Yan fell down as well. I don't know if he is okay. At the moment before falling into the water, she clearly saw that because of her own fault, Chao Yan, who was standing beside her, was dragged down with him. Even at this moment, which Ni Kaiwei thought was the most dangerous moment, her heart was still on Chao Yan, and she completely forgot about her own crisis. It seemed like a long time had passed. Just when Ni Kaiwei felt that she was having difficulty breathing and her hope of survival was becoming increasingly slim. Sudden. At this moment, a handsome face suddenly appeared above her. Is it Chao Yan? The next moment, Ni Kaiwei felt her body being embraced in a warm embrace, and then the other person helped her stand up. Crash! After a sound of water breaking, Ni Kaiwei and Chao Yan's heads were exposed to the air. Ah, Chao Yan, Kaiyu, are you okay? Zhang Qiuyue, who was standing on the shore, saw this and the panic on his face disappeared, and he shouted in surprise. Cough cough cough. Before Ni Kaiwei could answer the other party, the water accumulated in her throat stimulated her and made her cough unconsciously. It's okay. Chao Xian, who was standing next to Ni Kaiwei, responded to the other party while helping Ni Kaiwei walk towards the shore. After returning to the shore, Chao Yan helped Ni Kaiwei, whose face was red from coughing, to sit down. He took a look at her graceful figure exposed by her wet clothes sticking to her body, and couldn't help but frowned. He looked up and saw Zhang Qiuyue, who was supporting Ni Kaiwei on the other side with an apologetic look on his face and kept expressing concern and apology, and gave an order. Okay, go get the coat I threw over there. Didn't you see Ni Kaiwei's current situation? Oh, I see. After Chao Yan's reminder, Zhang Qiuyue finally discovered Ni Kaiwei's current situation. He hurriedly responded and ran to the side. Sorry, I've caused you trouble. Ni Kaiwei, who was slowly recovering, noticed a puddle of water dripping from Chao Yan's clothes to the ground. She couldn't help but frown, and deep apology appeared in her eyes. What are you talking about? Just think of it as reminiscing about our childhood and taking a bath with you again. Chao Yan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. As soon as the words fell, Sayue's originally pale cheeks instantly flushed. She raised a small pink fist and gently hit Chao Yan's body. She didn't say anything, just lowered her head. Ding, favorability with Sayue increased by 10, current favorability, 60, rewarded luck value 1000, current luck value, 14,000. Ding, favorability with Sayue increased by plus 10, current favorability, 70, rewarded luck value 1000, current luck value, 15,000. In an instant, the system prompt sounded twice in Chao Yan's mind. I didn't expect that the ice beauty, Sayue, also has such a shy side. Feeling the wolf-like gaze from Chao Yan, Sayue was like a little lamb that had let down all its defenses. She just buried her head tightly in her knees, not daring to look directly at him. For a moment, the air was filled with the kind of sweet smell that all single people hate. Kaiue, the clothes are here. At this moment, Zhang Qiuyue, who had run to get clothes, came over with a black jacket in her hand, instantly breaking the charming atmosphere between Chao Yan and Kaiue. Night. Chao Yan, who had returned to the hotel and separated from Kaiue, was lying on the bed, thinking about the next course of action of Zhang Feng, the original protagonist of this world. After all, even if he was equipped with the system and took away the luck from Zhang Feng, it would be against the person chosen by this world and the whole world. This is not an easy task. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly broke Chao Yan's thoughts. Chapter 45, about to be discovered. Well, why are you so late? Who is looking for me? Chao Yan subconsciously looked up at the quartz clock on the wall. It showed that it was already 10 o'clock. Curious, he got out of bed and walked to the door. Gah! After opening the door, Chao Yan discovered that the person standing outside was Kaiue, who had fallen into the water with him during the day. The other person was holding the coat he had put on her before, and her fair little face was cold. Here's your coat. It'll last you during the day. Thank you. Kaiue stretched out her hand and handed the coat in her arms to Chao Yan, her eyes a little vague. Seeing this, Chao Yan no longer understood what the other party meant. The corners of his mouth rose, and his thin lips revealed a handsome smile. He took the coat from the other party's hand. Well, here's your coat. I'm leaving first. Kaiue forced a cold face and said this in a stiff tone, then she was about to turn around and leave, seeming a little unkind. However, the barely detectable red hue on her snow-white skin made people unable to help but imagine. What's the rush? Without waiting for Kaiue to turn around and leave, Chao Yan reached out and grabbed the other's soft and boneless little hand. Without saying anything, he pulled her back into his arms and closed the door. Yeah. In the room, Kaiue felt the scorching heat coming from Chao Yan's chest and was about to say something. Suddenly, her vision was blocked. It was the same place she and Zhang Qiuyue were pulled into the room yesterday when they came to wake Chao Yan up, and it was the same position, but this time. Aha! Kaiue kept patting Chao Xian's shoulders, trying to push him away, and slowly the noise became quieter. The next morning, accompanied by a shrill alarm sound, Kaiue was instantly awakened from her sleep. She felt like something was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Hiss. Her eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't help but take a breath. She looked along the hand at Chao Yan who was lying next to her, and her brain froze for a moment. I am. When she came back to her senses, she subconsciously felt around and found that she felt no discomfort. Then she thought of last night. Well, luckily, this bad guy didn't succeed. Kaiue breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression instantly relaxed a lot. What if she was pregnant? Fortunately, nothing happened. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the familiar knock on the door was heard again in the room as before. Kaiue, are you in there? Come out quickly, the bus is about to leave and we're going back to Zhangbei. The next moment, Zhang Qiuyue's familiar voice was heard outside the door. It's over. We're about to be discovered. Kaiue, who was lying on the bed, was suddenly startled and quickly sat up from the bed. The quilt slipped off her body in an instant, and woke up Chao Yan who was standing beside her. You are not allowed to look. Being disturbed by Zhang Qiuyue outside the door, Kaiue panicked instantly. She stretched out her hand to block Chao Yan's sight, and hurriedly covered her body with the quilt. It's not like I didn't see it last night. Chao Yan, who was leaning against the head of the bed watching the fun, saw Sayue's flustered look and teased her without thinking it was a big deal. I really didn't expect that the ice goddess is like this in private, no different from an ordinary girl. she would panic too. After some trouble, the two finally packed up. At this time, Zhang Qiuyue, who was standing outside the door, had been waiting for nearly 10 minutes. Wow! Open the door. At this moment, Zhang Qiuyue, who was standing outside the door, had no time to complain. She hurriedly said to Xiao Yan in a panic, "Xiao Yan, Kaiwei is missing." I went to her room, but no one responded. Hurry up. Before she could finish, she suddenly saw a familiar voice standing behind Xiao Yan through the crack in the door. You. Looking at Kaiwei coming out from behind Xiao Yan, Zhang Qiuyue's eyes widened like copper bells. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Kaiwei and then at Xiao Yan. After a long time, a few words came out of her mouth. We stayed together last night. Bite. At the end of the corridor, a student who was about to show his courtesy to Kaiwei came up in the elevator and asked Kaiwei to get up. As soon as the elevator door opened, he heard what Zhang Qiuyue said. Just as he was about to walk out, he subconsciously looked up and saw Xiao Yan and Kaiwei standing in front of Zhang Qiuyue. Suddenly, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was not ready to go out anymore. With despair, he reached out and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator door closed again. All that was left was a whisper, "My goddess was slept with." Full of sorrow, coming quietly and leaving quietly. Zhangbei Middle School, in the classroom of Class 1 and 2 of Senior High School. Xiao Yan and others who went to Jianhui to participate in the mathematics competition rested for a night and officially started classes the next day. Everyone in the class was playing around, flirting with the girls they liked, and busy with their own things. Xiao Yan walked in empty-handed. Chapter 46 from Mu Yenner's 38th Parallel. How did Xiao Yan do in the provincial mathematics competition? Suddenly someone spoke up and asked. Everyone in the class stopped what they were doing instantly and looked at Xiao Yan, who had just walked in. They were very curious about how brave the transfer student was to dare to make a bet with Director Liu on the spot. It's just okay. It should be no problem to get the first place. It will be a bit difficult to do better. Xiao Yan waved his hand casually and said with full of confidence. Ouch. There was a burst of booing in the class, thinking that Xiao Yan was just bragging. Only a few girls showed a glint of surprise when they saw Xiao Yan being so handsome. So handsome. No matter what the results are, at least they have the courage. Several girls in the class stared at Xiao Yan with stars in their eyes. Ignoring the reactions of other students in the class, Xiao Yan walked straight to his seat and sat down. Then he turned his attention to the outside of the aisle, to the seat of his deskmate whom he had not seen until now. He doesn't even bother to care about the thoughts of ordinary people. As soon as Xiao Yan's butt touched the bench, Guotu came over, his eyes full of gossip. Hey, I heard that you took an Tsayue's flower. Is that true? He pushed Xiao Xian with his hand, his eyes full of curiosity. Oh, you are well informed about gossip. Xiao Yan said in surprise with a chuckle. Hee, of course. Guotu laughed foolishly, looking very contented. After waiting for a second, he seemed to finally react. So, you really took Kaiwei down? Guotu's eyes gradually widened, with a look of disbelief. Xiao Yan gave an ambiguous answer without commenting. But in Guotu's eyes, it was already a disguised admission. Ah! Suddenly, a painful wail sounded from the mouth of Guotu, who looked in pain. Oh my god, are you sick? Xiao Yan said with disgust. Even the students around him felt disgusted after seeing Guotu's expression. Is this guy sick again? Go away, go play somewhere else, Mu Yenner is here. Xiao Yan pushed her away, saying with some impatience in his tone. You. After hearing what Xiao Yan said, Guotu instantly revealed an expression of deep bitterness and hatred. That's too much. He just caught someone, and he probably hasn't even held her hand a few times, but now he has shifted his target to someone in his class? What a beast! Just as Xiao Yan pushed the pot away, Mu Yenner came over. She has a ponytail and a pair of large, black and white eyes. If you look closely, you will find that there is a hint of complexity hidden deep in her eyes. Timid, fearful, and a hint of stubbornness and unwillingness. Click. Under the attention of all the boys in the class, Mu Yenner took unsteady steps, forced her trembling courage to wake herself up and cheer herself up, then finally pulled out a stool and sat down next to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, who was sitting next to Mu Yenner, couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw her sitting there tense and motionless. It's all because of the sins he committed when he was a child. He has such a handsome face, but I don't know how many little girls he has ruined. Sitting on the stool, Mu Yenner felt her heart pounding, as if she had just participated in a sports meeting, and her movements were a little stiff. She struggled to put her school bag under the desk and rummaged around in it for a while. Her eyes lit up and she quickly took out a pink pencil case. She unzipped it and took out a black marker, not knowing what it was for. She quickly uncapped the pen and stretched her hand between her and Xiao Yan, ready to write. This is 38th parallel? Seeing this familiar scene, several black lines instantly appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead. He looked at Mu Yenner's amazing operation with a strange look in his eyes. When he was about to say something, he found that the other party had made a new move. Xiao Yan couldn't help but swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Mu Yenner's pen, which was about to be used for writing, suddenly stopped. Her small, oval face was silent for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. Regret it? Probably not. With this girl's personality, she usually won't regret once she makes a decision. Of course, the other party usually doesn't make a decision easily either. Xiao Yan, who was quietly watching Mu Yenner's performance, came to a conclusion after thinking about his childhood scenes. Really? Xiao Yan was right. Mu Yenner picked up the pen again, but this time her movements were somewhat confusing. Chapter 47 Physical Education Class. She picked up the marker and stretched out her hand again, casually drawing a line on her own desk at about 1/4 to 1/5 of the way there. As if she was afraid that it might not be clear, she bolded it several times in a row. After doing all this, Mu Yenner took a sneak peek and found that the other person was looking at her with a smile on his face. In an instant, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. What's closer to you is yours, you can't cross this black line. Mu Yenner said nervously. Squeak. Xiao Yan suddenly bent over and moved his body closer to Mu Yenner. The stool under his butt made a shrill groan as he dragged it, which scared Mu Yenner so much that she shivered. Oh, crybaby, have you thought it through? Xiao Yan said in a dangerous tone. I. Frightened by Xiao Yan, Mu Yenner's mind went blank for a moment. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to say and stammered. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the bell rang, and a middle-aged female teacher walked into the classroom with teaching materials in her hands and her feet following the bell. Seeing this, Xiao Yan decided not to tease the other person anymore and sat back down again. Ha! Feeling the pressure beside her disappear, Mu Yenner couldn't help but feel relieved. She let out a light breath and her whole body relaxed. That was a close call. In this way, the whole morning passed by, and except for going to the toilet twice, Xiao Yan did not disturb Mu Yenner again. Mu Yenner was also happy to see this. Finally, it's the last class, physical education class. Mu Yenner's usually serious face couldn't help but reveal a hint of happiness at the thought that she didn't have to sit with Xiao Yan anymore. In physical education class. The sturdy physical education teacher looked at the two neatly arranged classes in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, that's good. Today's task is very simple. 2 people will work together to do sit-ups. 60 boys, 40 girls. After that, everyone is free to do whatever they want. Ah! After hearing the teacher's request, both classes immediately burst into complaints. What? Hurry up, form groups of 2. To save time, each of you should find your deskmate. At this moment, the physical education teacher had to use his famous skill, the warrior's roar. Wow, big brother, you are so lucky. Because Xiao Yan was tall, he stood at the end of the team. Guotu, who was also not short, stood next to him. He nudged Xiao Yan with his elbow and said with envy. Oh, you won't scream this time? Xiao Yan said with some surprise. Hey, even if you win all the pretty goddesses in the school, that's your ability. Guotu acted very generously. As soon as he finished saying this, he pretended to look pitiful and looked at Xiao Yan. It's useless for me to be sour here alone. I just hope that when you eat meat, you can take me to drink some soup. Xiao Yan waved his hand casually and said lightly, Don't worry. Then he walked towards his dear deskmate. At the same time, Mu Yenner, who had a smile on her face, was looking forward to going home early after physical education class. She didn't want to see Xiao Yan again for a while. But when the physical education teacher gave the order, Mu Yenner's little face instantly turned as bitter as a bitter gourd, and she felt sad. Just when she was thinking about whether she could ask for leave from her teacher and say that she was feeling uncomfortable because of her period. Sudden. Bang! A hand rested on her somewhat delicate shoulder, which made her heart tremble before she could turn around to see who was behind her. A voice that made her unable to dodge and extremely frightened suddenly sounded in her ears. Classmate Mu Yener, where are you going? I know there's nothing wrong with your body. Xiao Yan, who was standing behind Mu Yener, said softly. No, no problem. Mu Yener replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Oh, that's good. Shall we get started? After that, you can move freely. Although he was seeking the other party's opinion, Xiao Yan's actions did not have any such intention. Without waiting for the other party to resist, he took the other party to an open space. This scene did not appear like this in the eyes of everyone. Guatu said with admiration, as expected, Big Brother is always your big brother. Mu Yener, who never interacted with boys before, actually agreed to such an outrageous request. It seems that this delicate flower can't escape Big Brother's clutches again. Damn, who is that guy? On the other side, a boy from class 6 of grade 11 with a non-mainstream hairstyle who was taking physical education class with Xiao Yan and the others stared at Xiao Yan, who was already massaging Mu Yener's legs, with a fierce look on his face. He suppressed his anger and asked the people around him. Pfft, oh, brother this guy is also a fool, dare to. Bang! Before the young man could finish his words, he was slapped hard on the head. I'm not asking you who he is, I'm not interested in your useless ramblings. This non-mainstream guy, whom the younger brother calls brother said with a look of arrogance and impatience. Chapter 48 You sit on it. You, brother I don't know either. I just know he's only been here a few days. His name is Xiao Yan. I came back from the provincial math competition a few days ago and heard that I won in Aikaiwei. Who went with me? The younger brother said with a stuttering tone. Oh, you're really amazing. You dare to play both sides? Aren't you afraid of getting your balls torn off? The man called brother said viciously with jealousy burning in his eyes that was about to erupt. In the envious eyes of all the men on the playground. Feeling the warm and smooth touch from his palm, Xiao Yan looked at Mu Yener lying on the ground motionless, as if letting him do whatever he wanted, with an amused look on his face, and said softly. Crybaby, are you planning to just lie there with me until school's over? Don't want. Hearing that she would stay with Xiao Yan all the time, Mu Yener, who had her eyes closed tightly, seemed to have touched some mysterious switch. She suddenly opened her eyes, bent her waist and sat up, staring at Xiao Yan not far away with her big eyes, very determined. Xiao Yan also did not retreat at all, with a smile in the corner of his eyes, he looked into his eyes. Gradually, Mu Yener's gaze began to shift and dodge, not only because of Xiao Yan's handsome face, but also because of other reasons. 1. Seeing this, Xiao Yan didn't care and just started counting for Mu Yener. Mu Yener was stunned after hearing this, her eyes a little confused. When did this guy's temper become so good? He used to bully her often. Go ahead and do it, what are you waiting for? Seeing that the girl next to him had already done more than a dozen, and Mu Yener had only done one, Xiao Yan couldn't help but start urging her. Oh, okay. After hearing this, Mu Yener did it without any hesitation. Her little face was tense and it looked like she wanted to finish it quickly and stay away from Xiao Yan. 1, 2. Slowly, Mu Yener felt the strong masculine scent of Xiao Yan, and her little face began to become redder and redder, looking very charming and seductive. Soon, with Mu Yener's efforts, she finally finished the rest with great difficulty. At this time, her whole face turned red, and with a few drops of sweat all over it, she looked like a red apple covered with dew in the early morning, making people want to take a bite. Seeing the other person looking liberated, Xiao Yan showed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. The real fun was yet to come. Okay, it's my turn. Remember to hold on tight. Xiao Yan gave the instruction with a calm expression and then lay on the ground. Mu Yener stood up and looked at Xiao Yan lying on the ground. A hint of relief appeared in her dark eyes. Now she just had to support the other person. After noticing that Mu Yener was ready, Xiao Yan grinned and pushed hard with his feet. Ouch! A cry of pain was heard, touching the hearts of all the men and women on the field. At this moment, Mu Yener was lying on Xiao Yan's bent knees with a frown on her face. It's intentional, Xiao Yan must have done it on purpose. The boys who had already dealt with it in advance said angrily as they looked at the scene in front of them. Shameless. He usually looks quite serious, but he can't even walk when he sees Xiao Yan. The girls who had been paying attention to Xiao Yan were all extremely jealous when they saw this scene. I told you to hold on tight. How about this, I'll put my legs flat and you sit on it. Xiao Yan looked at Mu Yener with a reproachful look on his face, as if he was saying, you just didn't listen to my promise. Mu Yener was about to say something, but found that Chao Yan had lay back down with his legs flat on the ground. After hesitating for a while, Mu Yener hesitantly swayed her body and sat on Chao Yan's calf. Wow, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. My goddess is not clean anymore. So disgusting. Mu Yener must be trying to seduce Chao Yan on purpose. This instantly set the entire stadium ablaze, like 1,000 bottles of vinegar being spilled. The entire playground was filled with a thick sour smell, all because of this group of bastards lying on the artificial turf doing sit-ups. Well, if the girls feel like they can't catch on, they can learn from this group of students. After seeing what Chao Yan and Mu Yener did, the physical education teacher on the side gave them another stab and asked others to follow suit. This sentence instantly ignited the whole audience, and the smell of jealousy on the playground became 3 times stronger than before. Do it yourself, I can't help you anymore. What's worse, some girls looked at the boys in front of them, who were so weak that doing a sit-up seemed to take half their life. The more they looked, the angrier they became, and they simply gave up. But even so, these men still didn't dare to speak, and continued to do it while holding their breath. Nonsense, the ratio of male to female students in the school is so serious. Do you still want to get married or have a partner? He just silently blamed Chao Yan for this, hoping for revenge someday. Chapter 49: Feeding dog food to all classmates. At this time, Chao Yan, who was lying there with evil intentions in mind, didn't know that he had offended all the boys in the 2 classes by just doing a push-up. However, perhaps even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. I am handsome. I have money. What is the point of being jealous? Isn't it still up to you to achieve your dreams with your own hands? Sit still. Feeling the softness of his legs, Chao Yan couldn't help laughing when he saw Mu Yener sitting there seriously with a serious face. Let us see if you can still be so serious in a while. Rise. Chao Yan exerted force on his abdomen suddenly, and the core strength was instantly transmitted to his calves. Ah! In an instant, another scream came out of Mu Yener's mouth. Click, click. In an instant, the scene was filled with heartbreaking sounds one after another. It's over, my goddess is completely unclean. Ah, my idol, Chao Yan, has been taken over. At the scene, all the students had expressions of devastation on their faces, as if some kind of faith in their hearts had collapsed. There was only one person who was staring at Chao Yan with gritted teeth, and that was Brother Yu from class 6 of grade 1. Chao Yan, just wait for me. Brother Yu clenched his teeth, and his voice was unclear, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Under everyone's gaze, Mu Yener, who was originally sitting on Chao Yan's lap, flew up and then landed directly in Chao Yan's arms. Just like that, at this moment that attracted everyone's attention, the 2 people actually hugged and kissed for more than 10 seconds. Oh my god, big brother, you're awesome. Forgive my small appetite, I'm so full of your high-quality dog food. I'll take my leave. Guotu, who was in the distance, clasped his hands together and saluted from a distance in the direction of Chao Yan and Mu Yener in the field. He turned around with admiration on his face, turned his back to the sky at a 45-degree angle, and his posture was quite like that of a man of the world. On the grass of the playground, Chao Yan, who was kissing Mu Yener, saw that the physical education teacher next to him was shifting his gaze towards them. He suddenly bent down, sat up, picked up Mu Yener and put her back on his lap. He didn't care. If Mu Yener transferred to another school because of this, wouldn't he be at a great loss? Crybaby, just say it if you like me. You're too direct. Chao Yan looked at the stunned Mu Yener, a hint of mockery flashed across the corner of his mouth, and he said with a smile. I. Mu Yener pouted, her heart filled with grievances, she was about to cry. He clearly took advantage of her, but he turned the tables on her. You have to know that this was her first kiss. Students over there, are you done yet? At this time, the physical education teacher took a look and found that only Chao Yan's group was still sitting on the ground, so he couldn't help but ask a question. Ah, teacher, we're done. Chao Yan glanced at the aggrieved Mu Yener, raised his head and responded loudly. His expression was extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. When the boys around saw this, they all felt like they were soaked in a vinegar jar and felt sour in their hearts. But it's not done yet. You have taken advantage of the goddess Mu Yan from top to bottom. Shameless thing. Well, in that case, everyone is free to move around. Remember to be careful and don't cause trouble or you'll get hurt. The physical education teacher, who was completely unaware of the situation, gave the usual instructions, then turned around and walked towards the small supermarket near the playground. He has been thinking about the boss's wife for a long time. Seeing that the physical education teacher's back had disappeared and walked into the supermarket, Xiao Yan finally turned his attention to Mu Yener, who was standing in a daze in front of him. "Why, you're still sitting on my lap. Do you want to be close to me so much?" With a bang, Mu Yener reacted as if she had been electrocuted. She suddenly jumped up from Xiao Yan's legs and stood aside. "Well, I'll go first." Mu Yener didn't dare to look at Xiao Yan. She lowered her head and greeted him, then hurriedly left. "Oh, where are you going?" Xiao Yan said without any change in his expression. "I'm thirsty, let me buy a bottle of water." Mu Yener didn't stop and turned back to explain to Xiao Yan. "Stop." Xiao Yan's tone was slightly deep. Bang! In an instant, Mu Yener's body was frozen in place as if someone had pressed her acupoints. Her pink little mouth opened and closed several times, wanting to say something, but gave up. "Hey, boy, you're really good. Bullying girls is nothing." At that moment, the guy from class 6, grade 11, who had been keeping an eye on Xiao Yan and had long, unconventional long hair, came over with two of his younger brothers. He tossed his hair in front of his forehead, looking down at Xiao Yan, who was sitting on the artificial turf, with a stern look on his face. Chapter 50, Be Civilized. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to speak, he turned his head, shook his long hair in front of his forehead again, looked at Mu Yener beside him with a self-feeling cool gesture, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Yener. Just go ahead. You're thirsty, right? Do you want me to get you a bottle of water?" Brother Yu put one hand in his pocket and blew his bangs, looking as if he didn't take Xiao Yan, who was sitting on the ground, seriously. "Yeah, Mu Yener, don't worry, with our brother Yu here, this kid won't dare to do anything to you." The younger brother beside him helped out. "You and I were talking back and forth, not taking Xiao Yan, who was sitting on the ground, seriously at all. Come over." However, Xiao Yan ignored these funny guys at all. He just narrowed his eyes and spoke in a very calm tone, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Standing there, Mu Yener listened to what Xiao Yan conveyed to her ears, her little hands tightly gripping her school skirt until her knuckles turned white. Her big, clear, charming eyes were filled with confusion and timidity. "Yeah, buddy, you're a bit arrogant. You don't take our brother Yu seriously." A tall and thin younger brother standing next to brother Yu rolled up his sleeves and pretended to raise his foot, wanting to come over and teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. "Hey, what are you doing? We are all students, how can we fight? We must be civilized." Brother Yu on the side pretended to stop the younger brother and spoke in a teaching tone. By the way, he also took the time to secretly look at the reaction of Mu Yener, who was standing next to him. After finding that the other party had not changed much, he was not discouraged. "She's the school belle, everyone's favorite, how could she be taken down like this? Boy, you're lucky. Our boss is merciful and will let you get beaten less," the tall and thin man said in a condescending tone, raising his chin and looking at Xiao Yan, who was sitting on the ground silently. "I said, come here." Xiao Yan, who was sitting on the ground, saw that Mu Yener was just standing there without any big reaction. The smile on his face faded, his eyes narrowed, and his tone became heavier in an instant. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed to contain immense power. Not only Mu Yener, but also Yu Gu and the other two were frightened and shuddered, even the attention of the surrounding classmates was attracted. "What's going on over there? Why is Zhang Yu from class 6, grade 1, also there? Could it be that Xiao Yan offended him? It's hard to say. Everyone knows that Zhang Yu has liked Mu Yener for a long time. It seems that Xiao Yan is going to be in trouble." The people around couldn't help but look at Xiao Yan with pity. In the center of the playground. "Oh my god, boy, you." Just when he was about to roll up his sleeves and beat Xiao Yan up, suddenly, the scene before him made him stunned for a moment. Mu Yener, who was standing in place, shook her slender body violently at Xiao Yan's command. She lowered her head so that people couldn't see her expression at the moment, and she moved her feet timidly towards Xiao Yan. In less than a minute, she walked past Yu Gu and the other two and came to Xiao Yan's side, standing there quietly. How is this possible? When did it become so easy to get the school beauties?" Not only the younger brother, but even brother Yu was stunned by the scene in front of him. He stared with wide eyes as he watched Mu Yener walk silently behind Xiao Yan. Turning his head to glance at Mu Yener, who was standing quietly beside him, Xiao Yan's expression relaxed slightly, and the temperature around him, which had been dropping, slowly rose again. "That's right." Xiao Yan touched Mu Yener's head and nodded with satisfaction. Then, as if he had just remembered brother Yu and the others in front of him, Xiao Yan turned around with a puzzled expression. Who are you guys? This instantly angered Brother Yu, who had just come to his senses. Since Mu Yener liked this kind of tone, he would let this ignorant kid see how powerful he was, and by the way, let Mu Yener know what a real man is. Fuck, come on, kill this kid. Brother Yu didn't say any more nonsense. He had been ignored several times in a row and was already angry. After giving the order, he raised his fist and rushed towards Xiao Yan. Oh my god, Zhang Yu is going to take action. It's over, Xiao Yan is the only one who will suffer. The boy in Xiao Yan's class said nervously when he saw this. No, I have to find the teacher quickly. Some other girls who admired Xiao Yan ran straight to the supermarket. Guotu, who had just come out of the supermarket and bought a few bottles of water, became even more anxious when he saw Zhang Yu attacking Xiao Yan. He suddenly threw the water in his hand to the ground and ran towards the playground. Uncle Xian, Zhang Yu, how dare you do that? Just when everyone was shocked by the scene, something unexpected happened. Bang! Following a muffled sound, a painful groan suddenly sounded, shocking everyone present. On the grass of the playground, Zhang Yu, who had been so arrogant, fell to the ground in pain. His original target, Xiao Yan, grabbed his neck. His face flushed red and he twisted on the ground in pain.